You know what? लेट नहीं करते हैं. What's up guys? Welcome back. पूरा गाना खत्म नहीं करने का टाइम नहीं है because we're already late. What's up guys? Welcome back to another watch party. मेरा गला फिर से बैठ गया है और मुझे खांसी फिर से हो गई है. की पूछ. Bro, इतना बारिश हो रहा है bro. This weather is shit. What's up? Hello. Hi Utkarsh. Hi Coffee. Hi Aryan. Guys, are you excited for today's watch party? जल्दी से बताएं. Chat बोलो. Hello. आवाज सुन रहे हो? मैं तो गरम चाय पी के भी मेरा गला ठीक नहीं हो रहा. हेलो सरी भाई, हाउ वाज योर डे टुडे? भाई बीमार, टेक्निकली बीमार ब्रो. मेरा खांसी ठीक नहीं हो रहा, मैं क्या करूं? कल रात को मतलब बेसिकली कल मॉर्निंग से शुरू हुआ था. मॉर्निंग से शुरू होके द वेदर इज अब लॉब यार बीमार हो रहा हूं यार. लॉब तो चलो बाद में यार, बाद में देखेंगे. चलो एनीवे हम लोग सीधा मैच में जाते हैं. ठीक है, मैच देते हम बात करते हैं. ठीक है, वी आर ऑलरेडी एक्चुअली लेट. मुझे दवाई लेने जाना था, मैं दवाई लेके अभी जस्ट घर पे टाइम पे हूँ. एक्चुअली मैं लेट नहीं हूँ और मैं लेट नहीं हूं. जुमाना खान सिगरेट मैं सिगरेट नहीं पीता. ठीक है, प्लीज. ये अफवाह कौन फैला रहा है मैं नहीं जानता. ठीक है, मैं आगे से बता रहा हूं. इट्स नॉट मी. आ जाओ. ओ भाई, कल इतना ठीक था, एक दिन के अंदर गला ऐसा डाउन गया है. वहां की बूथ भाई. लेट्स गो. PRX सिलेक्टेड स्प्लिट ब्रो. ओ मैं देखा नहीं रवि तो. गैस क्या क्या मैप सिलेक्ट हुआ है? तुम लोग देखा है क्या? रुक जाओ, चलो अभी देख ही लेंगे. चलो ये वाला हो जाए, ट्रेलर हो जाए. अभी कितने बार देखेंगे ये वाला ट्रेलर? 10,000 बार देख लिए. इज इट द इफेक्ट ऑफ लास्ट नाइट्स आउटलास्ट? मे बी ये हो सकता है शायद. कल बहुत चिल्ला था. जान तो क्या हुआ? कल 4:30 बजे मैंने स्ट्रीम एंड की. ठीक है, सुनो, ये देख चुके हैं तो हम लोग ना ऑलरेडी क्या बोलते हैं 4:30 बजे हम लोग ने स्ट्रीम ऑफ की, बरोबर है ना? ठीक है, तो उसके बाद मैं गया, मतलब ऐसा ऑफ करके बेड बना के मैं तो रेडी हो रहा है कि आप सोऊंगा. ठीक है, तो मैं गया बाहर, तो क्या खाना वाना है, कुछ स्नैक्स लेके बैठता हूँ. अंगूर वंगूर थे, कुछ फ्रूट्स थे. फ्रूट्स आके सो जाऊंगा. माँ ऐसे बैठी है, मेरी मॉम ऐसे बैठी इस पोज में. ठीक है, इस पोज में ऐसे, और मुझे ना ऐसा डेथली लुक दे रही है. लाइक क्या सीन हुआ है? मैं बोला क्या हुआ? बोले ब्रो हॉरर गेम कौन खेल रहा है? मैं ना तुम. बोले मैं ऑब्वियसली. तो मॉम इज ब्रो मतलब 1 बजे से लेके 3:30 बजे तक जो मैं अपना 4:30 बजे तक जो गले फाड़ के चिल्ला रहा हूँ ना, मेरी मॉम वहां पे ऐसे ज़ॉम्बी तरह बैठी है. बोले मैं क्या करूं? एंड आई सॉ इट इन हर आईज कि मैं बोल रही तू मुंबई जा, तू जा मुंबई. मुझे इतना दर्द हुआ ना देख के. इसलिए जब मुझे खुद बाद में रियलाइज किया कि मैं 3.5 घंटा हमने सिर्फ चिल्लाया है ब्रो. वी वर जस्ट शाउटिंग एट द टॉप ऑफ आवर वॉइस. तुम लोग कल देखा आउटलास्ट वाला स्ट्रीम? देखा तुम लोग ने? माँ कसम इतना चिल्लाए. गेम खेले थे. ठीक है, 4 ऐसे ट्रायल्स थे जो हम लोग आगे से खेल रहे थे, तब भी हम चिल्ला रहे थे. माँ की आग. अब तो गेम का फील ही ऐसा ही, क्या ही करे ब्रो. If you don't even shout in the stream, what's the point in streaming? हेलो जरा, शीरो आएगी का? कुछ इन्फो है? शीरो का तो स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट हो गया था ना. 1 सेकंड, उसका तो 8 बजे शेड्यूल था. मैं उसे क्या बोलते हैं, मैसेज कर देता हूँ. हेलो मोनिका, वेयर आर यू? यू आर मिसिंग. मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है, क्या कर रही हो? हेलो, मैसेज कर दिया. आई थिंक शी विल कम. चलो PRX और GEN.G गाइस, एक बार लेट्स नॉट टॉक अबाउट द सेकंड मैच. ठीक है, सेन वर्सेस लाउड का बात हम बाद में करेंगे. टेल मी योर प्रेफरेंस फॉर दिस मैच, GEN.G वर्सेस PRX. जल्दी से बताओ जेनजी वर्सेस पीआरएक्स के लिए तुम लोग का प्रेफरेंस क्या है? जस्ट हैव अ स्पैम इन द चैट, आई नो। आई आल्सो डू अ पोल ऑब्वियसली, बट जल्दी से भाई स्पैम करके दिखाओ। इट्स स्प्लिट लोटस एंड एसेंट। ओके ठीक है ठीक है, वेरी टफ, हाँ वेरी टफ। लेट्स गो बॉयज किड्स, लेट्स गो वेरी टफ। चलो पोल डाल रहा हूं मैं। हु विंस द फर्स्ट मैच? TCH PRDX जेन.जी। दिमाग से सोचो, ठीक है, दिमाग से सोचो। जेन.जी फोकट की टीम नहीं है। इट विल नॉट बी इजी फॉर PRX। अगर तुम PRX सपोर्टर हो, यू शुड नो दिस, ठीक है। वोट अकॉर्डिंगली करें, ठीक है। लेट्स सी। मोहक PRX, विश्वघात PRX, डिफरेंट PRX, सेफ PRX। बस अभी तो PRX देख रहा हूं मैं यार। यहां अगर जेन.जी ने बैक स्वीप कर लिया ना, अब मेरी बात करूं, प्रो PRX प्रो PRX। लेट्स गो। Nothing is easy. PRX, TH and KC weren't easy either. I think KC se zyada TH was, yeah man, TH was a game.
Proving themselves for their first time. People could write that off as an upset, as a one-time run.
Let's go.
But now they're here in Madrid. They've done it again.
एक ऑडियंस POV भी होना चाहिए था स्ट्रीम में, जानते हो?
I think if they can beat
एक ऑडियंस भी होना चाहिए।
they can cement themselves as the best team from.
आज सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी है किरण, आज प्रोबेबली सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी है, बट मैं स्टिल मल्टी स्ट्रीम रूटर का स्टार्ट कर दिया हूँ। आई एम नॉट श्योर हाउ विल आई फील आफ्टर 6 आवर्स ऑफ वॉच पार्टी। मेरा थोड़ा सा हेडेक भी है एंड गला तो तुम सुन ही रहे हो, तो अगर ठीक फील नहीं किया तो प्रोबेबली आई गो ऑफ, अगर ठीक फील किया तो विल प्ले।
Especially now, we're thrown into the mix of potentials for composition changes to come out. PRX looking back at their previous performances, not feeling fantastic about it. Gen.G now don't necessarily have a very familiar opponent in that.
What other team will play a comp for the first time after scrimming it once and then show up and look terrible in the first half, win in the second? Not to the same level. Not to the same level though, man. They show up, they make a miracle happen, and then you'll talk them after and like, yeah, we just weren't feeling it. Like, they're ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, on the veins are not.
पेग रेडी है ब्रो। पंकज, अरे स्लैशर भाई क्या सीन? पेग लेके आए हो भाई? आओ एंजॉय करो। शक्ल देख, क्यूटी तो है। मैं क्यूटी हूँ ना, मैं हूँ ना। तुम मेरे बारे में बोल रहे थे ना भाई, बरोबर। ओ भाई ये टैब लेके आया है। ये बेंच डूडल केस।
Yeah, definitely. I think just to double on from that,
let's have a refresh, huh? Let's have a refresh. Refresh कर लो।
We're starting where we are to start on split. If that composition gets changed, it'll be another validation.
Just one announcement, ठीक है? Probably कल परसों में कोई एक स्ट्रीम में, ठीक है, ये तो मतलब बेसिकली फाइनल्स तक चलेगा, आज तो हो नहीं हो रहा। We have VCT official posters as giveaways, जो आज मेरा नहीं है, because मेरे पास ही नहीं पहुंचा है। तो मेरे पास जब पहुंचेगा, we will also do the giveaway, ठीक है? Okay, stay tuned.
That's the exception. Gen.G is used to that. They've played this team twice before. They know about the chaos and they've adapted to it very well. We're in agent select
4 seconds.
and it's standard for once in a PRX game. It's double duelist style.
ये split किसका है? किसने pick किया ये?
Yeah.
The teams have moved away from this, but it is still a good comp that I think works very well to these teams' play styles.
Yeah, and
that's a pick of the PRX. ये PRX से pick है क्या?
As well coming out from the split, which was the iteration that Gen.G played against last time in the regional finals.
It's a PRX pick.
In this matchup at the head-to-head between the rookies.
PRX is learning.
And on the
क्या
other side, out from Karan, both those guys have come out in their debut.
Mirror team में, obviously, mirror team ही होगा.
Incredible. They're both on the run for one of the best rookie performances we've seen.
And probably been the two.
किसको घूम के देख रहे? ओए ओए सामने देखो, कैमरा की तरफ, पीछे क्यों देख रहे हो?
Showdown underway and send it over to your casters, who's been very familiar with the journeys of these two teams. It's Mixman and Tombiz.
I also दिल से support Gen.G for 1 second, but ठीक है.
Yes, we're pretty familiar with these teams.
Hi Paksh, thank you for the membership buddy. Welcome to the members family bro. Thank you. Scores क्या है bro? अभी start हुआ है मेरी जान, अभी start हुआ है. Stay tuned, popcorn जो है ठीक है, पेग वेग अगर स्लैशर की तरफ पेग वेग लेके बैठे हो तो वो भी बैठ सकते हो ब्रो, बी रेडी।
situation. I also think
बहुत
it's
घमासान
quite
मैच होने वाला है. I was very excited
the
कि
way
bro
the
आज तो
paper
bro
is insane.
watch party
So
होगी.
you kind of
Insane
have
watch
to
party होगी.
almost center yourself. We've seen teams do that throughout the tournament so far. The other problem for these teams as well is yes, they've played each other before, but
अच्छा मैं full चाय लेके बैठा हूँ bro.
in the interview there, like the
मेरा
video
गला
we
ठीक
saw just
रहेगा.
before, they would both like it if Pacific Waves
Sentinel or what?
managed to
What?
win an international.
Yo!
It's almost cruel.
Yo!
They get pipped against each other. The only good
Hello,
thing is
inspired from
they won't
Mortal.
have to eliminate each other because one of them goes down and one of them goes forward. That's the only sort of saving grace for now.
Game
But
sound ज़्यादा करो.
it does mean that you're almost wanting to just, okay, both teams play their best so that whoever goes forward is going to be able to
तो
match
है
up
ना?
against America. So I think most people at the moment are favoring in this tournament.
Yeah, it definitely feels like fan sentiment. And even from what we've seen, Sentinels have just looked unchallenged throughout this tournament. Other teams have had shakier starts, but
Also, you saw what Loud did in their last game. I'd be scared of them just as much.
well, you know, talking about this map in particular, we're going
Looking
to see
cute in the
Split
SRL
popping
match.
up. And actually, for the whole series, Split,
Let's go.
Lotus, and Ascent, the first 3 maps of the BO5 that they played regionally, that Gen.G won dominantly. Now, the reality is, coming into Split, Tom,
आज
it's
हमारी
not
favorite team
exactly
आई Loud.
the same. Because PaperX before, they were running Forsaken on a Yoru, himself and something were diving in, taking so much space and winning almost all of their opening duels. I think it was 13-4, correct me if I'm wrong, where Gen.G just got demolished on this map.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
for PaperX, I understand why they've come in and changed their comps. Like we say, the hardest thing is to beat them
नहीं,
twice.
I
So they're
think
bringing a new comp,
PRX
a
ने
new
जैसे अपना
philosophy on how to
कॉम का
handle
weakness
Split.
समझ के ना
Question
एटलीस्ट वो
is,
3 duelist वाला
will
सीन वो
Gen.G
सब
be able to deal
करना
with
बंद
this
कर दिया
time,
ना.
now that there's
That is
nothing
maturity.
spooky going on.
That is maturity. They know what to do, when to do.
Once their comp was figured out,
वो लोग ईगो पे नहीं गए like हाँ हम यही करते हैं bro हम यही करेंगे. Game style same है but they change the comp a little. ये बहुत important चीज था PRX के लिए.
Gen.G come in, switch into this composition and just
Tariq,
look
my BF and I
incredible.
came
Like the
from
double duelists
Kazakhstan.
especially, the only
Oh,
change
fuck.
they made was Omen in for Astra just to allow them to be a bit more explosive.
Kazakhstan
But
से
I just
वो
remember that
Madrid गए
defensive
हैं.
half of Texture and
Crazy.
Meteor. I think they
क्या बात?
both ended up with 22 kills. Both were the best player in the server. It was like going toe to toe all the way through. So it is one of those
Ashira
matchups
is not
as
live
boring
yet.
as it is, where we are just going to go. The duelist
Message किया, she is not replying.
The amount of times that PaperX would have just got absolutely banged if it wasn't Forsaken just having life games.
yeah.
But
He's
the
not
thing
replying.
is,
अभी तक
it's
तो नहीं.
every time he plays Split, he has a
सोचो
life
net चला जाए तेरा.
else's
अरे
life
पागल
game.
है
It's
क्या?
not a Forsaken life game.
पागल
It
है.
is okay
क्या
for
बोल रहा है?
anyone else. That would be the
मैं
best
मोबाइल
game
लगा
he's
के देख
played.
लूंगा.
Unfortunately, he does that every week.
Well, we talked about this on the desk. I heard Mimi say, well, okay, if you think it's going to be 2-0, who is the team to 2-0?
अरे फातिमा DP change
Actually,
है क्या
looking at the
सीन
field,
है?
right? Split last time went to PaperX. Lotus was super close. I mean, if we go based on what we saw in the past,
Hello?
maybe the foundations are there for them to take that 2-0. But I'm expecting
Let's
a
go!
between these two teams. The best of the best. Pacific number 1, and Pacific
सू भी नहीं
number
बोल
2.
पा रहा हूँ आज
And
यार.
it's time to throw down as the barriers go up on Split.
Yeah, and it
Go,
looks
man.
like we're going to get a brawl to start things off. Both teams with the majority of their players set up outside this A site. They both run pistols in this direction before.
पूरा cross
Good
रखेंगे
nade
वाला angle.
coming out of Forsaken already, and something.
Very, very aggro, very, very
Peeking
aggro.
off the back of it. They're going to be stuck in the corner.
Oh, what
early
the
on.
fuck?
This is
He
a
shot
great
मारा
start
उसको.
for PaperX.
Now Munchkin's in danger as well. He tried to jump away. The Boombot was chasing him, but he had caught him. And for Gen.G, 2 versus 5, barely any damage done. At least they've still got the
If
spike.
PRX wins
They have
today,
to hope for some
मैं उनका ही
serious
bundle ले रहा हूँ.
mistakes at this point. The PaperX go
दो टीम का तो
running
बंडल ले
forward,
रहा हूँ मैं.
or even rotate, assuming that it's a
क्या होता
beacon,
40
but
पक्ष
you
भाई
can see
पक्ष भाई
there's-
अगर भाई
there's
अगर
no
सेन
real
हारी
need for
तो क्यों
panic on
टकला
the
होगा?
defensive side. They're just
क्यों?
going to hunker down and wait for
नहीं,
Gen.G
क्यों?
to take a step
Nah,
forward and give
what the
them the
fuck?
first pistol round win.
Yeah, I think the scary prospect as well is that on this map in particular, we have seen some sort of rougher
पिक कर लो
attacks
राउंड
on
गया राउंड
Gen.G.
गया.
Obviously, that is helped a
Just
little
leave
bit
it.
by having that Omen instead of the
क्या
Astra.
सेक्सी भाई डोल पिक रखे हैं वो. भाई easy bro.
Flawless start to this one.
Flawless
The
start.
expectations
Flawless.
for PaperX is this is the map that they'll win. If it's going to happen in this series, I think the next two
Flawless.
I would favor to Gen.G, even more so because of the fact that we saw recently on Lotus the changes to the comp. For
Cypronov, I think
didn't
not.
like
No,
it.
no, no.
It didn't look good.
It has it
So
before the day
this
start.
is the map that I feel like PaperX have to win. The problem is, throughout this tournament, I've said that, and then they've won the other map. Because
Yeah.
that's just how they are. They just managed to adapt.
एक
They have the
message डालना है
individual
मुझे.
players that sometimes they can just frag through a map.
Router पे rewatch पे
And that
720p
is
आ रहा है.
rare. Like, it is very difficult to have people that are on that level.
At least from the games we've had, Tom, it has been an insane percentage of teams trading out their own map picks, losing your pick and winning your opponents.
Gen.G. They've not got off to a great start, and as the push comes in, okay, actually they're getting close. The pressure's kind of being applied to Munyet now, blinded up, he's taken down. Okay, it's not a bad start at all for Gen.G, gaining some ground, now winning some more fights, and with heals up, okay. It looks like they've tidied it up eventually, but that got very scary for a moment.
I would love to see.
Whose map pick is it? It is PRX's pick.
Because
हर समय stream का ना ऊपर देखना है देखो.
Jump down from the heavens
Left
with
top
an
देखो.
outlaw
Current
in hand
split
and try and face
किसका
their
map है
entire
वो भी
team.
दिखाता है. ठीक
Now,
है,
that
next
would
map भी
be
दिखाता है, किसका पिक है वो भी दिखाता है. Obviously,
ridiculous to even attempt, but
Crazy.
Left top देखो,
you
left
know
top.
who he is?
You'll see
yes,
the
I
pick.
do. Well, he just lost his gun. It's now been given to
Hey,
someone
baby,
who's
कैसा है
got
रे?
judge
What's up?
to replace it. So that again, if you're
Loco.
talking about if you're talking about Forsaken, he's
मैं थोड़ा सा
basically
down
answered
हूँ
the
आज.
question himself.
में energy
Well,
और health
it
थोड़ी
looks
सी
like
left
we're going to
right
be using
है.
that dash very early on for something. He's getting aggressive. Wall goes up. He's ahead of it. Looking to take
Then
someone
he's not-
down. He
Tag
got the
दिया
shot
उसको.
off.
Oh, 10
left on
HP बे.
Meteor. But that's the one problem. If you're the one taking contact with that outlaw, you're not going to kill
they
the
have
player.
Sky.
You need to get out.
That's the thing. They can just heal him back up, so that it's actually not that problematic for what was an early battle. You can already see heading over in that direction. Munya is going to get aggressive as well. Bear in mind, this purchase is fairly weak for PayPRX. Normally, you'd see a rifle or two in the mix, but this is just SMGs. It can work more so on
simply
Split than
bonus
probably
kill
any
होते
other map. This
और जो लोग मर गए थे वो लोग
nasty, but that's the thing I've really
simple
enjoyed
बोल
about
दिया, sheriff
Gen.G.
लिया.
They've been methodical. They've been careful throughout this tournament. They are not one of those teams that are just aggressively running in,
Monet hasn't left the
blitzing their way
side.
through
That's
rounds.
good.
They can. They have the skill to do it, but
Monitor
they're
अंडर से होल्ड
always,
कर रहा है.
especially
Oh,
in
monitor
these
भी
sort of rounds,
अच्छा
very
monitor बोल रहा. Munyet भी ऊपर
Looks
गया.
like
Oh, they are
caution's
going
paid
away
off
from
for
B.
them. Whatever noise they made on A has sold it to PayPRX. We're now running the gamble on an A stack. Of course, there's an outlaw there that could be retrieved. I doubt it even will be. It's quite far up, and the player that will pick it is in heaven, because that spike plant should be coming down in a little bit. PayPRX, hear no noise, see nobody here. There's a flash still on Divide that could be used to clear outside of it, but this late on in the game, you're just going to sit there, hope they dive into you. And as we can see, they've gone to the exact other side of the map. So for PayPRX, you know, it's hard to get back into a site with these weapons as well, especially a site like this where pretty much every fight on the way in is long range.
See, normally you talk about, okay, maybe going down to the spike or just trying to hold for exits,
That is
but
right.
I am waiting for Forsaken to attempt to try and blast back through something, and already, Mind Freak taking a lot of control now. Texture,
timing हो जाए उसके साथ, timing हो जाए, मस्त मजा आ जाएगा.
There's the blast packs already, and there's the judge!
Oh, he-
Exactly what
oh, no,
Forsaken
Texture killed him.
does. He got a rifle, but it's very short-lived. Well held
टेक्सचर
by
वाला पिक
Gen.G
अगर
with
निकलता
a
ना
little bit of
ऊपर
chaos.
तो हो सकता था, but टेक्सचर
Yeah,
ने
I
उसको
mean,
मार
they
दिया.
spread themselves out there.
the
Lots
cam
of
looks better.
space, so even when that judge gets up close, he's only getting the one, and it's an immediate drop. The rest of the players easy to deal with when you've got that kind of weaponry advantage.
Any plans for Watchparty
You're not
highlights?
caught
By
out
the way,
of
आज की
position.
highlights चुम्मी थी और
2
try
to
करो
1.
हर week में
It's
attend
a
करता.
very
I'll try man.
bog
I'll try.
standard start to the game. Pistol win for PayPRX.
Oh, उसके सामने से निकला था बे. Shit.
I mean, the one thing that we'll say is that maybe that third
Koई
round
नहीं,
could have
चलो.
seen a bit more damage out of that
There's a
side.
buy
But
round for
again, they
Gen.G.
did gamble on a site. It didn't work out. This is what happens. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage here as we get
Today
an
outlast
operator out on something
Ah,
right
the
away.
energy नहीं out.
And the shot is not landed, but yet good for one and drop the B site under threat. But Gen.G back off. The whole time they've been
they lost
leaving
a
Meteor outside of A to catch a rotation. He hasn't found one.
They lost
But
one
we're gonna assume
controller.
that rotation's going on through the spawn right now if you're Gen.G.
PRX.
They don't know that Mind Freak's still very much
They
close.
lost it to
Yeah, they also flash mid on the defensive side, so they have the information that there was no one there, so they're able to gamble an early rotation in towards this A site.
भाई ये जो headshot level का peak होता है ना वो बहुत risky होता है bro. Meteor जैसे बैठा हुआ है. If you just like plans to just click it.
The only problem
Oh,
is
when I was pick हुआ. Oh shit, very close.
he's switching
Oh,
between
तब भी
utilities
मार दिया.
to
Oh, nice
finally
bait.
pull the gun out, but the aggression of his teammate gets absolutely nothing.
नहीं.
More. There is the 4 of the judge.
Grande.
Not going to find anything more, and for something, I hope to God he's going to say.
I think Mind Freak को थोड़ा सा passive
You
बैठना
want
था.
to see him throw his
Mind
life
Freak का
away for
तो
his
trade नहीं हुआ
1v3
और ऊपर भी वो
with
मर
the
गया.
op. Possible, winnable, but not to be. If you had a few more kills along
What
the way,
happens in any
a few
team
more
win
orbs
today?
picked up, something like that,
The
maybe
team who
risk with
wins
the Bladestorm, but even then,
goes
the
to
op
the
is
upper
so
bracket,
expensive. Doesn't want to throw it
will
out.
play the winner
Gen.G,
of the next
I
game.
think they're sort of realizing
upper
that
bracket.
they heard the op
जो
earlier
दो
on,
team
right? They
हारेंगी
know that
goes
it's
to the
in
lower
play
bracket.
right now.
They will also
Gone
fight off
spread out.
to knock one
Only
out.
sending Munchkin to try and
Will
find this
fight
player, and
The winner
time, it looks
will
like
fight the
he
loser
might
of
be
the upper
safe.
bracket as a lower bracket final and then finals.
Start
समझ गए?
hightailing in that direction.
Did you
now,
understand
so
मैं
not
क्या
for the
बोला?
next round, but just look at the credits.
Hi
on
Atlantis,
PayPRX.
hello.
It's not like they're going to be able to fully recover
Vijay,
into
कैसे
a
हो?
standard buy. I think the pendulum's
मेरी
kind
जान?
of swinging in Gen.G's favor now at 2-2. Economy's under their control, and ults will come online soon.
Yeah, and as I said, when we saw them play against CDG, they had a really stellar,
I hope
aggressive and confident defensive side. So I
पूरा
think
खत्म कब होगा? रात के 2:30 बजे.
these early rounds
2:30 बजे
is
खत्म
really
हो जाएगा.
important. Sure, you're still going to have an operator onto something, which alone can be enough to cause issues in the round. But as I said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a snake bite that went through to deny him that early aggression.
Bro, so
It's
देखा भी नहीं
expected at
इसने
this
क्या.
point. By the looks of things, they may even just be going for an early A take. They are all set up outside.
I liked what I saw last round. I don't know if you caught it in the replay, Tom, but a fist bump into a high five.
Mindfreak checked out.
See how many
Fuck.
high fives are on for
Oh,
Gen.G
bhai.
after this one. They've got a lot of space, but that flash was
nice.
perfect. Deadly from Divide, and he's managed to slip away towards
Oh,
the
he
elbow.
gone mara.
Another fight. And he's actually got a teammate in there. I don't know if they've seen
Good
Forsaken,
fights, bro.
but they certainly have now at heavy
What
cost.
enemy
Smokes are down, but so too are the majority of PaperX players. It's
Done
only
something, bro, but
something
something
left.
off
He has
hai,
that
bro.
op. The 1v2 he didn't go for. The 1v3.
Bro,
it's
off लेके
tempted.
चल रहा है, लग
It's
रहा है ये
pulled
बंदा
him
off
in
लेके
for the
चलता है.
fight. He hasn't found them to start off though, and that dash already halfway up. Once
क्या
to close the
comfortable,
distance,
bro.
so many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this op in hand. And no idea there's a player up top. He's checking the right angle. What a shot! But Lakia was close by, ready for that play. A third round found for Gen.G. They're running away with this early game.
Yeah, still a close round for what was invested. That was a decent stack
Kaisa
up in the
maarte
early
rahe ye
stages for
shot?
PaperX, just basically having the
Kaisa maarte
majority.
rahe ye shot?
And somehow managing to dodge some shots that I don't really know how they did, but bringing it down to just one player surviving.
Done,
Keeping that
bhai. I
economy a
will
little bit
do
more
that.
honest for Gen.G, and well, you see the danger of how fast this man
Boy,
is to operate. The problem though is
pagal
he's
hai
not going to be
kya
able to
wo?
have it for this round. They didn't have the extra finances.
He saw his frame.
Quick trading again.
He
The
adjusted to his
fundamentals of
flick
Gen.G
range.
sublime.
जहाँ से वो flick मार सकता है, मतलब उतना नहीं आ रहा. ये करके ये. Oh
we're down to
भाई.
just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming online. We saw the Seekers used by Lakia, finding a lot of information. This time around, PaperX have theirs,
We
but
need an
also
Alex
a
only cam.
showstopper
True,
online.
man.
That's a big weapon to have in the back pocket of Forsaken, and could play a role later on in the round. For Gen.G, you can see their spread. This is a full default play. At this point, they're expecting PaperX to make some adaptations and to throw out some of that signature early round aggression. Still hasn't happened though. They're happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through.
No,
Like I said,
better
the
है ना
other
वो
problem
obviously.
here, Gen.G have a
Push
lot of
होगा,
credits
bro.
built up. If
Or they have a
PaperX lose
space
this
in
round,
between.
it's going to be a skyrocket.
Bro!
Oh, maybe when. That's not the start they were looking for. 2 players down immediately.
Spike down.
Forsaken's been a hero before,
So
but down to
we
just
main
5
mara
HP.
hai.
That's not really going to work too well for them. And the Seekers
Oh, they're going back.
went towards mid, but also
Mindfreak
towards the
knows.
A side.
Mindfreak's
The
close.
realization's there eventually.
Oh, Mindfreak doesn't know कि वो elbow
Battle,
है.
it could be
Maybe he
huge.
knows.
I don't
मतलब
think they're
idea
gonna
तो है
expect it.
बस.
It's such an obscure position to be in, but then it's almost revealed. Divide, though,
Divide
has
दो
done
बार,
well.
okay, nice.
Bringing back 2 kills.
2v2.
The spike
left.
just about making it to the site, and it is going to
Player
bait in.
standing.
Nice work from the side of Munchkin, teaming up with Texture. It leaves this man who did get healed up early in the round. As said, he's been ever so devastating. Showstopper might just be able to clear, shoots it into the Viper's pit, but actually, Munchkin's just teamed up with his teammate. He's just left it. Doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know if Forsaken realized it, but it doesn't even matter. Loses the
उसने
fight to
elbow
his
click
counter
करता है, एक
raise,
तो मार
and the
देता होगा
march
at
continues
least.
on for
Shit.
Gen.G.
Gen.G are having a field day right now. Like I mentioned, the economy was in their favor. The ults that were there for PaperX burned up in that round to try and gain some semblance of an advantage. And Divide did incredibly well. In his position, he stayed
Hi,
down
Alec.
in
What's up?
screens, waited for
What's
the
up,
swing
John?
out with the player Munchkin up top, almost sacrificing himself because he's so out in the open. They
Bro,
swung to
अगर
try and trade him.
4 second
Divide had
UC
that
कर
beautiful
सकता
off
है,
angle to just rip
तो
them to
मुझे तो
shreds.
रेस लेके कुछ ही
We're
मत
seeing
बोलना.
elements of
तुम मुझे
that
सिर्फ
team play
ओपा
there
ओपा
for
बोलना,
PaperX.
ठीक है?
We're seeing
है ना?
individuals win some of their fights.
उर्मिला
but
spam ना
it's
करे.
not
I will
enough
learn. I will learn.
Gen.G
Trust me.
have come locked
Yeah.
and loaded with a huge lead to start. I mean, it's double the rounds. but
Alex
the
को cam
economy,
देखते हैं, Alex
that's
को cam
really the
देखते
problem for me. You've got players 7K, 5K, 5 and above is average for the Gen.G side right now. PaperX, they're going to be on stingers, weaker weapons, no ultis to fall back on.
Oh, मेरे लिए tribute था. अच्छा, अच्छा, अच्छा.
Already,
अच्छा, अच्छा. ऐसे shorts बना
the
दूं?
same number of rounds they did last time.
4
they played
second
PaperX
tributing
here.
my UCs.
Yeah, as said, it's looked like a different
लोग बेशरम
beast.
बोलेंगे.
I think they're a team that have done really
Hi,
well
Rishabh.
with the coaching.
ओए, प्रणव,
staff.
noob का ही बोल रहे
Someone's
पीछे?
learned solo.
क्या, क्या?
I don't think
वो?
we're ever going to have the same mistakes twice. This guy has been
How are you, man?
multiple
Bro, आपका नाम
times.
Chinese,
Even just
Japanese
giving
में
him
मैं
a
आपको
month
क्या
is
नाम
gonna
बताऊं?
be
मतलब
beneficial
क्या नाम
for
से
them.
बता रहा हूँ?
Mindfreak off to a bit of a slow start as well, but also it is just reliant on those individuals a lot of the time. I think we saw some of the statistics posted earlier is like you compare the 5v4
I
conversion.
think Alice of
Gen.G,
Camna वो show करना बंद
I
कर
think it's
देगा
like
धीरे-धीरे.
70-something%.
Hey Brownie,
Payprex
how are
is only
you?
like 60-something. But then they have a higher
Phoenix.
4v5 because they have those individuals that can turn rounds on their head. It's not the greatest stat you want to have ever.
आज अकेली watch party?
Because you'd rather just
एक
be
ही मेरी
winning the
partner
rounds
थे Shiro,
outright.
वो आई नहीं.
But they need some of those heroes to come online because they've been okay, but it's not been enough to take rounds off Gen.G.
Haven't seen the numbers of clutches for Gen.G versus
Getting
PRX.
low info.
PRX also do very well in those late rounds.
Looking fast, bro.
Players like Forsaken previously
Dashin.
failed them from so many
Already
situations.
on side, one back.
Weaker weapons, like we said, and close
Oh,
range
obviously Karen का
surprise
angle आगे से
factor
था.
is probably the best way to find value. Mind Freak has at least picked up one, but Karen is making this one look easy. 3 kills
Too
already
easy.
under his belt. 40 HP. And he's tucking in the corner.
Smoke जाएगा मरेगा.
Looks
Mind
like
Freak
he's going to
dead.
get this one easily with Mind
Bro,
Freak
ace.
drop. That's his 4th kill of the round. The confidence builder if ever I've seen one. And that's the last thing that PaperX wanted to give to their opponent. Again, not talking about them losing the round. That's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on Gen.G. They're farming credits by the
Oh,
minute.
my, it is
But
ace
something
deny
has
कर
picked
दी
up
इसने.
one more. 3 to go. One hell of a play.
ओए 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 ओए.
And it ain't going to happen. Look at that firing squad
एक
down
मार दे.
below.
एक मार दे. मैं
I
sue
think-
करूँगा sue.
Against any other team,
खराब
they
गले
did
में.
have a chance, but Gen.G have been so good
ठीक है,
just
चल,
playing
ठीक
off of each other, trading effectively. They don't even
What are your
lose
predictions for
another
map
member of the
1?
squad.
Bro,
5-2, and
honestly
I love
बताऊं,
the sort of switch up in
for
tempo,
map 1, I am
especially
less
in
confident
Antifa
on
rounds.
PRX.
They're not allowing
I'm
their
more
opponents
confident
to
on the
figure out
other two
anything
maps for
that's going on.
PRX
You had the
because
instant TP to the
I don't think
backside,
this is a very
information
comfortable
clearing things
zone
out.
for
The rest of the
PRX,
team
honestly.
quickly execute, and Karen actually sticks
और
around.
मैं honestly बता रहा हूँ, but as a whole series,
Control.
bro PRX
Doesn't
2-1.
allow anybody to get too far ahead.
But ये वाला
and
map
even
PRX से
takes
थोड़ा सा
himself 4 kills while he's at it. So
don't
why not?
consider this
This is definitely where on the side
good
of
for
PaperX you
PRX,
start
bro.
to feel that mental pressure
समझ रहे हो?
applied. Defense has been tested again and again. They failed the test again and again.
out of my
5 in a
way.
row.
No,
for
I think
Gen.G.
मैं आज try
And now ultis are there. Showstopper fired
Bro,
off,
the
and
entry,
Munya had
bro,
no
this
chance.
guy.
No smokes for the way back through. No paranoia to play with. Still some flashes on Divide. But PaperX
It's a
set up
boot.
with a man disadvantage on a retake. Seconds into the round.
Yeah.
Bro, look at the plant, bro.
It's not
Stairs
gonna
तक आ
be easy to
जाता है
get
ये
back in
plant.
here. As said,
If you look at that
they're not
angle
bad in
and
these 4v5s, but
plant it.
Gen.G are even better in the 5v4s. Opener again. Karen takes down another Forsaken, trying his best, but he's almost dead. It is, and well,
Oh my.
Lucky and
Too
Meteor
good.
combined might be one of the
Too good,
fastest rounds we've ever had in the VCT. That was so quick.
पर
from
PRX ने
Gen.G.
choose किया, indeed bro.
And you could just
But this
see
is
the
one of
more
those
the
maps जहाँ पे
confidence builds,
PRX अपना
the faster
original
these
practice
takes are
comp
getting.
को
Gen.G are
छोड़
getting
के
opener
last
after
moment
opener. They
deviations
use a
करके
couple
ये
of
map
ults,
इन्होंने
but
लिया
they're
है.
also
तुम
able
समझ
to
रहे हो?
stagger them. Like you're talking
This
about
is one of those
Showstopper
maps
used
which are
this round,
deviated
last
for
round they
them.
used from the shadows to get the
ऐसा
same sort of
ऐसा नहीं
information.
बोल सकते कि हाँ ये मैप पे तो
So
PRX
that's
तो
already back online.
फाड़ ही देगा. You can't say
Yay,
that.
oh wow. Huge.
Hey, got them the space in the round prior.
Yeah.
And then Kara got 4 kills. That's why it's back online.
Well, this has to be
ये
a
बात है.
crushing one for PaperX off rip. Because again, they're left to weaker weapons in theory, but they've actually managed to mix a buy with light shields and full shields on something because he doesn't need a weapon. He's got 5 knives locked and loaded. We'll see what he can do with those. But the reality is, yeah, the momentum is very much in Gen.G's favor. The economy is riding high after several
There is not even
reinvestments.
trying to flank
Just take a look
या
at
तो
the
कोई
credits
एक
on
angle
that
पे
right-hand
जाके
side. It's
info
looking
ज़्यादा
pretty
लेने
for a
का.
number of
They are
rounds to
playing
go, maybe for the rest of
absolute
this half.
defense default.
Still possible for a 6-6
Tower,
scoreline,
vent,
but it has to
एक
start
A ramp,
here with a
A
much
crossing
better
देख रहा है.
defense. Now, we talked about some
read's
aggression
good.
from this
बहुत
PRX
default खेल
side,
रहे हैं.
seeing it early
Oh,
on in
now
rounds
they're
with
pushing
a
it.
minute left on the clock. They're going for it. Good
Bro, point
paranoia,
किया हुआ.
but the fights don't go their way. Gen.G winning out every single one. There's no competition, Tom. Barely a lick of damage done, and what is negated by the heal. This is a disaster. Something might be able to save them. He's made big plays before with the
नहीं.
blade storm.
नहीं.
There's one.
Oh,
and
नहीं.
not two.
अरे यार
Damage,
खराब
but
लगा
no
रहे इसके
kills.
लिए.
Oh!
Get it?
It has a chance.
Come on.
Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just need to hit the
Oh,
So
close,
fortunate.
bro. No.
Nice try.
अबे यार.
The new man on the block. I didn't think there was
Dude.
any way that round was going to become
So close,
competitive.
बे.
But somehow
निकाल
they
लिया
made
तेरे
it close.
मनी
The thing is,
उसे
though, Gen.G
120
just
दिया
have
तुम
to
देखा
give props
1
to
2
Gen.G.
3
Like the beginning of this
4
round,
मर
they
गया
were so
वो.
ready. They had their whole team just waiting in mid, ready for that push to come through. And sure, the utility from PaperX
Oh,
was
13
good
SP
for
था
the
भाई,
players,
shit.
But the deeper players were
Shit,
so
bro.
ready for that push to come in. It ends up being quite an easy fight.
Not even close, guys. Not even close.
अरे भाई ठीक है भाई.
Yeah, like I said, there was no chance of them losing that clean. I thought something would be the hero, but Munyet, they complimented his calling and his play in the video we saw earlier. And I can see why.
Almost
He's
a
fragging
yeah,
out like that.
that.
But again,
but it's
close
comfortable
no
नहीं है ना bro.
cigar,
1 के
7-2.
overperform में round
finding
देखो bro.
next to no struggles.
Why is
Close
why is something in the
PRX
open
to
bro?
clutch it, and this could have looked very
वो
different.
cross कर रहा था
Instead,
Rams के
they're
लिए.
on an eco. They've already lost something. Stingers to play with. Sheriff on Forsaken.
Texture को डर ही नहीं लग रहा.
Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down into vents after them.
The thing is, they've got so much control towards mid that they have to just be wrapping out from another position.
Flash,
Look how passive the players
मरा
are.
नहीं कोई.
They know that there's going to be weaker weaponry, so they're just not giving them any of the close
Problem is
range
लेंगे
fights.
कैसे?
Powering up from
Retake
above.
कैसे करेंगे?
There's not really an easy way to kill him.
बहुत बना
Maybe
दिया
there
Monet
is.
कहाँ से oh
Somehow
Prince.
Munya got past all the defenses.
But no one's
Even
heaven.
still, though, this post-barn looks strong. Nade still available. They've been taking these sites so quickly that they've had no problems just having late utility. Wow, the time almost looks like it's gone. Trying to bait some space, but it's all too easy for Gen.G.
भाई SEN का मैच है yes sir. SEN versus Loud.
8-2 on the board. And this is the pay. This is.
आज हारने का कोई गम नहीं है. दोनों
They
टीम
have
अपनी
lost
है.
8
But
rounds in a
technically
row.
yes.
Other than the
Technically
pistol in
yes.
second round, they've achieved
That's
nothing.
It's hard to think about. Even the round that was close, Tom, it comes on the back of the player needing a 4K to get it across the line. It's not what you want to see.
क्या PRX
Early
वालों?
on the
अरे ऐसी कोई बात
series,
नहीं है.
on a map that
मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना,
previously
ये उनका
Gen.G
comfortable map नहीं है
absolutely
bro.
obliterated on within
I don't
their
know why
region.
they picked it.
Now they come to the
I
international
don't know why they picked
stage.
it. क्यों pick
They might do
Well,
one better.
Yeah.
Odd.
13-4 us, well 13-2 you. An opportunity here at
Okay.
least to shut down the first and the second.
First
one.
push
Yeah,
इसमें काम आया.
that's on
Nice
point.
one.
And with Lakia down, it looks like PaperX are set to finally put another round on the board.
Alright, Karen,
Long
alright,
if they
Karen, alright.
waited. It's Karen to try to challenge, and he
Oh,
got an
shoot.
opportunity. But it was shut down eventually by something with only
Nice one.
one standing. It's an easy win. 8-3. PaperX finally back on the board, but hell of a distance yet to go.
Yeah,
Sure.
and again, it
And
comes
these are
off
comfy
some
down, bro.
individual brilliance out of
9-3 करेंगे ना 8-4
Forsaken.
करेंगे.
Definitely
क्या
had
बताओ?
support.
ये वाला अच्छा मारा.
I think he doesn't get
अच्छा वो इसने click नहीं कर दिया, bro.
Yeah, being able to kill off the close player, but
Yeah.
it's at least a breath of life. We've seen them have
अरे, अरे,
strong
अरे.
attack in halves before, so even a sort of 8-4 scoreline would
8-4
be
लग
a
रहा है ना?
complete death
I
sentence.
guess so. Attack में कौन ऑफ कर रहा है?
Looking at two operators on the attack, though. That,
कौन? अच्छा,
obviously
दो
it's
operate
something
कर
that can
रहे
be
हैं.
dropped, but they are waiting for aggression.
Texture and
It's coming.
Meteor.
It's coming.
Oh भाई.
Ain't waiting in the
वे
right
पुश कर
spot,
रहे
though.
हैं.
Those
अब खेल रही है
elsewhere.
PRX की तरह
I
सी.
think control's going to be completely conceded. The golden gun on Lakia. Good to see him showing up.
थोड़ा
Really
मिड दिखा के
swinging.
पीछे चले गए. But sound चली गई उनकी.
I think he's currently 12-6-2 KD on the board and a chance to push it even further at 8-3. PaperX tried a mid push, got denied. Now it seems like they're caught. 1 foot in the grave. They don't know whether to continue on that aggression or reset for the later play. And Gen.G have
बड़ा अच्छा है
not
ना,
made a
they are
decision.
skeptical कि
Minute
mid को
5
फिर से
seconds
clear
to
करना
clock.
पड़ेगा उन
They
लोगों
don't
को.
need to rush. They're
ऐसी बात है
holding
एक तरह
tight,
से.
waiting for PaperX to make the mistake.
They're so nervous of someone being within the smokes that are placed. Most of the time, those smokes are being put down by Munya just to
Spot नहीं हुआ.
deter aggression, which is exactly what it's done. Texture, though, might have a fight because they're so passive. The operator could be so valuable here. There's no one on the backside once again, but the spike is looking to wrap around in the other direction. A peek
Bro,
out from
Tommy,
something.
timing.
I think Meteor's seen him, but
इस वे थोड़ा
doesn't
just
matter
आगे
too
अगर
much for
something
now.
peek करता ना
He's
मार
gonna
देता उसको.
activate the dash, something goes peeking, but now I'm just looking at that timer. TP into the
Okay, it's
backside
B
once
entry.
more. It's been cleared out, so the spike will be able to go down. This almost has to be a
Oh,
complete
मिड में बवाल होने वाला.
Oh, nice shot by Lakia as well. There's his 13.
Spike drop.
An opportunity indeed with that spike down. 15 seconds left. It's time for Gen.G to get a
he
move on.
matters.
Munchkin has to step out from that corner and he's being caught. They need a dive on that spike and get it planted, but PaperX are in their way.
8-4 it is, guys. 8-4 it is.
It's not a death sentence like you said.
इतना
Tom,
खराब
but
नहीं है. 8-4
certainly
it
nothing
is.
to celebrate. This has been a strong
Be clear मिला था
performance
उनको.
from Gen.G.
Be clear.
Lakia leading the charge.
Still,
and
अच्छी बात.
plenty more left in the tank for this second half. You have to hope that PaperX have got something
बहुत
special
प्यारा मारा
planned on
रे.
their attack because
बहुत
this was
प्यारा,
a
और भी
really,
प्यारा.
really rough scenario for them.
Head on
to
in
fight
कैसे
back
bro?
from.
Yeah, it is definitely a troublesome position to be here, but the fact
हिमानी
is
नहीं होने वाला,
there's
ठीक है
definitely
ना.
still opportunities.
I've chosen my teams.
Even still, though,
मेरे लिए
so
मेरा
Lakia
team
is
बहुत flat
performing.
है.
Let's hear from him now.
अब मैं तो स्ट्रीम के आगे ही बोल देता हूँ, मैं इसको सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, बात ही खत्म मेरे लिए यार, मेरे तो उसके बाद ही खत्म यार। I joined at 8-2 back to 2 round just saying। आप यहाँ पे प्रकट हुए, आप डिस्कॉर्ड में प्रकट हुए, आप चैट में नहीं, यहाँ पे आइए। If you want to say you are lucky, DC पे आइए। मैं बीमार हूँ ना, आप वॉच पार्टी कैरी कर रहे हैं।
너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
It leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in though. Karon might be able to just ruin their day, and that's exactly what he'll do.
Hi Ankit, कैसे हो? Welcome back.
저희 게임
साला मुझे इग्नोर कर रहा है सब चैट पढ़ रहा है। अथर्व भाई love you. Hello चुम्मे।
이제 네 개개인의 실력 또한 이제 먼치킨 선수가 저희 되게 많이 해주는 게 피드백을 많이 해주는 게 있는 것 같아요.
What gaming white
자신감은 늘 넘치고 우리는
तो कल से यही लिखा जा रहा है।
그리고 이제 진짜
नफरत
더 잘하는 모습
you hate me or something is wrong
잘 저희가 준비해.
I just my stream have to come
이제
to
플레이오프
get मेरा टैटू का डर्मल या कुछ।
또 경기들이
कौन सा डर्मल लगता है? कुछ नहीं लगता है।
텐데 그때까지 더
कुछ नहीं लगता है।
좋은 모습.
ड्राई हीलिंग करो, कुछ नहीं लगा उसमें।
저희가
Best is it your first tattoo? हाँ, then you'll be very skeptical like हाँ ये सब। बाद में एकदम ड्राई हीलिंग करा रहा, मतलब कुछ नहीं लगाना उसमें। ऑटोमेटिक सूखेगा। The best color comes from dry healing, unless it's a big tan. कहाँ पे थोड़ा सा लगाना पड़ता है।
Well, it was third time lucky for Gen.G
But dry healing
last
is
time
very
facing off against PRX. Now fourth time fantastic, at least kicking off in that first half. 8-4 when we left you. And now it's time for Gen.G to close this map out. At least that's their mindset going in. PRX, their attack side is about to be put to the test, and the big thing to write home about last time was something.
हाँ, Vax is
diving
good.
into
Vax
sight.
is good.
The thing
Vax
is, he had a Yoru causing
वो
a lot of
मॉइस्चर का लेवल
chaos
को
for him.
लॉक
Now
करता
it's
है
a
ना,
little bit more
वो अच्छी बात
conventional,
है।
but
मॉइस्चराइजर
that's
अच्छा
the name of the
नहीं
game with PRX.
Vax
And he
is
goes. Something's looking for a fight. Paranoia is
Bro, नहीं
perfect.
मार-
Snake bite's even better. And with one HP,
कहाँ
Lucky
जाओगे,
doesn't stand a
bro?
chance. The rest of the squad comes in to save him.
अभी
They've ended
कैसा
up
trade हुआ
falling
बे?
to a 3 versus 1 with Meteor left standing and his
अरे
back
अरे अरे अरे
wide open. That's
Yo!
a mistake.
Yo! Mind freak! Yo!
Yeah, Manya needed to hit that headshot at the end.
अबे
It looked
भाई।
like there was a realm where Meteor
भागा
managed
भाई।
to turn that back. Even still though, it is the pistol round for PRX.
नीम
And
गोल
that
शॉट
is
ला
the
के
thing,
देखो
even
भाई
with this
पीछे रहो
compositional change,
बेचारा
the thing that it adds is
first tattoo
firstly,
है।
you're going to have that paranoia available for Manya to sort of set them up in, as we saw at the beginning of that round. But
घोस्ट
also,
में
it's just
whiff
almost-
करना
we're gonna
होता है।
continuously see the switch up of
और
who's going
एलेक्स
first.
कभी
You're gonna
खुश
have
नहीं हो
Forsaken
सकता, ये भी
sometimes
ध्यान
taking
देना।
space for something, maybe if he has that operator in hand, and something in that round taking space for Forsaken. They are a deadly duo, whether the Yoru's there or not.
There's a reason that they went to this comp after all. Nice shot by Meteor.
Oh, bro.
Opportunity for more, and he's landed
Oh,
that
एक
shot
और
as
मारा।
well. Forsaken's very
Bro,
low, a
Forsaken's
big
low.
help to any teammates that end up taking that fight. We may talk about the Outlaw, but this man's making it work with the Marshall, the cheaper weapon. And okay, an opportunity if they had have spotted the player in the corner,
mad
but
है।
yet though able to deliver the killing blow. Mind Freak fell to a snake
Oh,
bite after being
yo!
Oh, what is that push from Meteor? You will rarely see a man
Oh,
with
nice
the
one, bro,
gall and the
Monet.
gumption to do such
भाई
a thing.
संभाल रहे राउंड को ब्रो।
1 versus
So
2.
far away.
A serious opportunity. Yes, he's far away, but that might mean by the time he gets here, he could pick up a weapon.
It depends though, because PRX, that's the thing. The
Timing की
blitz
बात है।
plays of PRX have been so fast that there's actually still loads of time. They don't need to over-aggress. They've just thrown
They're
out
thinking
the
कि हाँ वही
guiding
flank
light,
आ
the
रहे हैं।
flash to get them a little bit of extra information. Still no weaponry found. Now, Karon does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt of utility. If he can somehow isolate one of these duels, for now at least, it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away, the spike being planted, and now he can look to try and see if there's any gun to be had. And,
बुलडॉग।
well, there you have it.
Thank you, Yeti. Yeah, we've got a Bulldog to play with 100 HP.
Bulldog.
Paranoia still online. Both
You
smokes.
got bulldog, bro. Nice
Timing's
play angle.
key.
दवाई हल्के से
Slice
nice
it
one.
together. That's a
GG's.
3-2-1.
GG's, man.
Perfectly on cue.
Itachi tattoo is
They won
motion.
the
bro.
round, Tom.
This
3
one,
players
मेरा ये
down,
Itachi
this
tattoo, bro.
definitely
This
isn't how
is.
they would have wanted to start it. When I
भाई, ये
add
तो
to
प्यार
that
है
it's a
भाई।
Marshall headshot, okay, what can you
ये
do?
तो प्यार है
And
भैया।
another Marshall headshot from a guy pushing a smoke close range, using it like a shotgun. That's not
Oh,
going to feel
बेचारा।
great. And the other player died to a snake bite. So, few kind of random engagements.
I think Mind Freak का थोड़ा सा
that ended
खराब
up,
चल रहा है ये।
well,
बेचारा
rocking the
का।
boat a little
कोई
bit for PRX. We'll see how they recover.
When the thing is as well, the player you really don't want those ults to be going over to is Meteor. 3 away from the Blade Storm. Even just a bit of damage in this round, and he'll have something for the next. Now, this purchase from PayPRX has players now fairly low on cash. You've got Forsaken and Mindfreak down at 150 credits. So for the next round, they might be in a little bit of trouble. Forsaken, though, he's just going to walk. He's sprinting after Lakia, but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. And at least for now, it's only going to be the control that's lost.
भाई अगर मैं होता ना स्मोक के थ्रू मुझे हेडशॉट पड़ के मैं यहाँ मर चुका होता.
No heavy price
4 सेकंड बिंदास वॉक कर रहा है, उसे गोली नहीं लग रही.
This is an uncouth hold. 2 players and they're dropping in.
ना ये तो नहीं करना था ना bro.
Easier for Lakia, signed, sealed, and
why do you not check?
With the heal up for his teammate.
Why do you not check?
Up in fighting form, and in a 5v3, that's another nail in the coffin for PayPRX. Tied up a little on a ranged fight, and what an adjustment from Munchkin. Clinical, as now there's only 2 attackers standing. Their chances are looking pretty slim.
Yeah, he almost killed Devi through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP entering the site. They don't even know Munchkin's there. A perfect reposition. This might be a flawless return to form as Devi's the only man left standing.
I think wall की timing से हुआ.
A 1v5 scenario.
Wall went down. वो ऊपर देखने लगा.
Can he do any semblance of damage? As said, they invested some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding onto a gun here would have more value if you just concede. Knowing exactly where he is now. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him within those last few seconds. First one gets the job done. Gen.G will extend their lead.
Hello, Shiro. Why are you late?
You know,
भाई मेरी आँख लग गई कल की तरह.
Since the very beginning of some of these.
आज कैसे सो सकती है यार? Look at the game.
मैं रेस्ट करने गई थी just अभी 7:30 नीचे. भाई पता ही नहीं चला कब सो गई.
मैं तो खुद सोचा कि मैं लेट हूँ, तेरा 8 का शेड्यूल था. बोला भाई ये चलो अकेला तेरा बात कर लेंगे तो मैं आ जाऊँगा. मतलब यही नहीं आ रही.
मैंने सीधे जल्दी शेड्यूल की थी ताकि मैं सो ना जाऊँ.
हाँ मैं समझा वो.
And a sheriff light shields on most players.
मेरा शेड्यूल तो
अब मेरे चैट ने सही बोला था, बोले सो गई है.
I mean, it kind of has worked because Munchkin fell into it, but
अबे इसने अभी भी वो सेम ऑर्ड मिस किया. Heaven वाला.
Again, an explosive start to the round.
What the fuck is happening?
I say almost ended up with 3. This is exactly what PayPRX does.
Easy
The
बोल दिया
fast-paced
भाई.
plays into the site. As mentioned, this was a weaker purchase.
Good morning, yes,
They
there's
had
good
some
morning.
pieces
Morning show हो
missing
रही है.
with that Sheriff and Stinger. Now though, you look towards the players of Gen.G. In this 2v4 scenario, Flash is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've spotted Karen as well.
ये क्या एंगल है बोल यार?
The peek out never really came in. The player behind the back of the site.
एक साइड पे राइट से आप देखना चाहिए था ना, but
it gets a little bit more interesting.
What is the cross?
Space given to Texture, but it's both shots landed by Mindfreak. He's been quiet so far, but
It's like साइड के एकदम राइट वाला वो नहीं होता, वो कर्व वाला जगह. वहाँ से अगर कोई ऊपर दे तो वो दिखता हुआ है.
Caveat coming into the last half, and then Gen.G ran away with it. But here, a challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many.
अंकिता को नहीं लेते, बेचारी अकेली बैठी है. हाँ मैंने अंकिता को बोला हमारे साथ नहीं वॉच पार्टी करनी. You're fucking jealous of her, उसको मैं hate करता हूँ. ठीक है? तुम चूती हो गए तुम थोड़ा सा.
It was even a classic jumping around the corner to find one of those opening duels in elbow.
It's also now, you've talked about, it's 8 rounds in a row that were lost. An 8-2 scoreline. The difference is now just 2. That's how close PayPRX have managed to bring this. Going on to their favored side, the B site under serious pressure. Half the team still waiting patiently. Karan's reposition. It's Sublime. He's managed to TP behind them. He gets away with murder.
ये बंदा bro.
We talk about picking this player out of rank.
यार ये तो गलत है.
ये एक बंदा है bro.
And it works. You know, sometimes you just
as a fucking anchor bro, हर बार.
हर बार. I think the Lunatic's going to be up top, but
what is this?
My goodness, what a reposition from him, and clearly one that wasn't expected on the other side. And again, we fall back into economy discussion around this squad.
अंकित का height छोटी है इसलिए उसको invite नहीं किया. That's funny. That's funny.
They were able to obviously rebuy in this round because of the damage done early on. And well, they only really
कल एनिमे वॉच पार्टी होगा किस जरी? आज ही कर ले.
आज ही कर सकते हैं. Feel that it's getting very late into this game.
I hope मेरी तबीयत ठीक है.
We're at a stage where if Gen.G picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's door. So, yeah, 17 and 14. He's had a great game, but I think that double kill from Munchkin, that tripled his kills.
मांगे तो WhatsApp कर रहा है इस बार.
Mindfreak.
I said Munchkin, sorry, I meant Mindfreak.
Yeah.
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's got
He's been
triple his
fragging
kills.
out.
That'd be impressive. But yeah, no, Mindfreak's definitely had a quiet performance. I also
अंकिता, I hate you, ठीक है? तू मुझसे और बात नहीं कर रहा, समझ रही है? हमें साथ watch party करने भी नहीं आना.
A little bit underwhelming. It's been other players stepping up in this matchup, and I think that's really what we're seeing at the moment. Is
Looter पे हाया को देखते हैं सरी? हाया को कर
just
सकते.
that interplay. I think we're seeing much better fundamentals out of Gen.G, and it's mostly been
हाया को
those
तुम्हें देखना मिलेगा.
explosive plays
It's a
from
very good
PRX, like going off the back of a paranoia, everybody diving in together, and you see if it's even a slight bit disruptive.
बंदा कैसे
like that
पलट गया
round,
ब्रो? जिसने वो
just
क्वेश्चन पूछा था ना
pulls
अंकिता
out
कहते हैं NS के
crazy
गेमर आप
play
बोलता है
and is
which is
able
the
to
most
win the round.
expensive skill in Valo. What the
10
fuck?
to 7, as you said, everything on the
Unhinged.
brink here.
Unhinged.
Seekers available. On the other side, a Bladestorm as well for Meteor, but I don't know if he'll use that in this round unless he sees the value. An immediate setup for the paranoia, but this is a ruse. The spike is over on towards B.
Costly ruse, perhaps. Forsaken. The decay is going to fade, but he's still half HP, and Munchkin finds it too easy to deal with him. One well-placed shot, and he's down and out. Now we need to see the return for Gen.G as another is found. Something falls. 2 rifles still in play. Seekers still in play, and a few flashes here and there. 1, in fact, just on Divide. Not a lot for them to fight their way back through with utility, but it's this man's position that might get them something. He's found another with the weaker weapons. This man's
please, check करना, please.
He's been put down. And for PRX, they look to take it elsewhere, but those steps are heard. Meteor's in position, unbeknownst to them. You might have her trail, but, well, it's a little more difficult to deal with her cleanly. Mindfreak, the last man standing, 1v3. And Munchkin's already spotted him. He's a known quantity with a flank underway. Munchkin just needs to buy some time. Back off, let his teammates take it. He gets this kill, he's got himself a Viper's Pit to play with. If he does, I suppose.
That's the thing. He's literally just playing with it because he knows that flank is coming. I really love it. It was brought up by Lack here in the halftime interview.
It's like high Q.
Like playing with someone like Munchkin has brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle. But I mean, he literally just pulled Mindfreak towards him. He had no plans to fight him at any stage.
Bro is low
IQ. Just play the higher percentage.
I have enough IQ to kick you, right? Fucking no.
A lot of these advantages, and for PRX, a lot of the time I don't mind these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get something, otherwise it's just now a push without him.
Sukhpreet Singh, thank you for the membership, buddy. Welcome to the members family. I was just asking, वो गंदे आदमी, आप ask नहीं कर रहे थे, ठीक है? आप allegation लगा रहे थे.
4-round gap, it's not that bad. It's a chance for them to fight back, albeit here with weaker weapons, but they've looked good there. The problem is, they've won 4 of those 7 rounds off the pistol.
gas खत्म हो गया, lighter नहीं मिल रही. अरे lighter आ गई. Lighter आ गई.
Much closer game than it is, but Gen.G have been dominating in rifle rounds. Now they've got 4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weaknesses, but no Lakia. A big opening kill for the side of PRX, as Heaven could now be there. Gen.G might start to panic, might make a mistake, and with Munchkin inside the smoke isolated, that might just be the mistake they were looking for.
चिंता ना करे. Oh, bro, कैसा मारा texture ऐसा?
And it's just going to be the shutdown, surely from Meteor. He starts off the round and ends it as
Ankita
well.
DM check. हाँ,
12
Ankita
to
DM
7. This map looking over, as you said, in terms of buy rounds, we've barely seen anything. 3 of them, in fact. Well, guess what?
मैंने मैप वीटो भी नहीं देखा. मैप वीटो वैसे लग नहीं रहा है कि PRX
Only the Bladestorm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, Gen.G have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit, with a Showstopper from the shadows. And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll close out the game because they're winning almost all of the buy rounds thus far. The closer rounds for PRX have been individuals, and they need to show up individually and together. 5 in a row needed, and the challenge already underway.
Down early utility to try and slow this push a little bit, but
oh, table favorite टूट गया है.
estimated the pacing.
Table violence नहीं दिखा सकते. अरे ले, nice one, nice clear.
अरे बढ़िया.
It leaves now Karen.
इतनी देर से ऐसा क्यों नहीं खेल रहे थे लेकिन?
हाँ वही. अब देखो flow अलग है. ये PRX लग रही है मुझे.
Bouncing past him. Now there is a flank, and no one really watching it. Although it seems like Texture
Mental shift होगा इसके बाद
Doubting the player behind. Also a
बेचारा
1v1
something
taken,
मिल
but
गया।
it won't matter
आज
in the
किसको
end.
सपोर्ट कर
A
रहे
1
हो?
versus 5.
साइंस
Some
को।
serious mistakes needed, and Munyet's going to put him down immediately.
किसको?
क्या बात
अंकी
है?
DM check again.
Okay, there it is.
यार रेवन
The
तुम
start of the
किसको
way
सपोर्ट
back
कर
for
रहे
this
हो?
squad. They actually managed to
I
deal
don't
with
know,
the
PRX
vast
side.
majority
ये
of the
सब 12
ultimates
बजे के
involved.
बाद
Now
करवाए
Number
GEN.G
one,
बच्चे देख
are
रहे हैं
left now with just a Viper's Pit. We listed
तो
all
आज
of them
कल के
last
तो
round. They got
रात
used, they found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy.
Mr. Steve,
They've still got some left to play
Yeah,
with
the
themselves.
Gala
The Blade Storm can help out.
क्या बताऊँ?
A Pit can win rounds. And with 4
नहीं ऐसा मैं।
needed, GEN.G are finally seeing some negative
Bro, मैंने पहला
economics.
देखा था
They're all no, that peek from Blacky was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with him, and they're absolutely extinguishing the flame of Paper X's early fight. This squad's gonna have to
like
go
तो
back and
मैच है
reconsider
रेवन
surely.
क्या कह रहे हो?
अरे 2-0 मतलब like PRX was on 2 and GEN.G was on 0. वो लोग
अच्छा wैसा round
Pistol
का
round
सकते हैं।
गए थे।
अच्छा।
A little bit dangerous, spamming.
Oh, that was a bonus round. हाँ,
And because of that, being able to get rid of Meteor is a big pick, because that was looking like map control
think
and a
खतरनाक।
man advantage for GEN.G. Instead, much more of a problem. And also bear in mind, Lackey is the only one who can't be healed.
This, I mean, that cam
bro,
there is
मुझे लग रहा है ना
just
PRX है ना
seeing something
फिर से
through
ये
the
जाएंगे
spawn. You see how much space they lost because this
क्लियर
Viper's
करने के लिए
Pit
कुछ
isn't
है
just
ही नहीं,
stopping a
कैसे
push,
करेंगे
it's stopping
वही
all of Paper X's
मतलब
plans.
अब
Their
यही
plan was
झूठ
to
रहे हैं
blitz A, they get slowed, they get
अगर
stopped,
B
झूठ
टावर
रहे
का
now they have to go back and
अब तो
reclear
घूम
everything.
रहे हैं
Even if there's not a player flanking, if they're just pushed up in B main holding that aggro
कहाँ
intel,
मार rहा?
you're going to find it very
कहाँ
hard
गया?
to dive in. Now this
I
team
know.
needs to be
उसके नीचे
top. It's
ओए नीचे भाई मॉन
something
ओ
down below, spotted and
मुझे
taken
लगा
down.
फिर से नहीं देखेगा।
GEN.G have the advantage. They're going to
चले।
challenge Munchkin inside the pit. And what a mistake
बोला
that
था
was.
हाँ,
Welcome to
done,
his
done.
world.
GG.
With Munyet, the last man standing and a free kill
अच्छा।
presented. He's got
अच्छा
3
लग
more
गया,
to go.
अच्छा।
He's found the 4Ks in the past.
Let's go, Munyet, let's go, let's go.
This would be exceptional.
Boom, shotty.
Impossible.
Yeah, it just
बोला
wasn't
ना।
enough there. And the fact is, the running through
मैप बनी है ना
of
अभी,
that
हाँ,
Viper's
मैप
pit with
बनता
the
है।
spike, they needed to
ये
clear that
ट्यून
man out
वो
immediately.
गाने का
It
वीएना
did
का
not happen. A stellar map, losing both pistols and only losing 8 rounds.
Vienna,
What a performance
NCS.
for the side of GEN.G.
It's even more impressive.
यार मुझे
considering
तो लग रहा है
Munyet
टू
on paper
होने
as a
वाला है,
player
ऐसा
who we
फीलिंग आ रहा
highlighted
है।
again and
No.
again. There was a big
One
talking
is all
not
they
just from
get.
the desk, but even from the team themselves. when they're
Reverse
being
sweep.
interviewed.
यार लोटस
On-
कितना
on-
स्ट्रांग है यार
calls were
खेलने
good,
का।
they had some good
honestly
fake plays,
speaking, मेरे को भी
but at
2-0
the end of the
लग
day,
एकदम
this
भी
was a
नहीं
है ना?
shut up
मेरे को मेरे को सच्ची
अरे
में-
तो रुको यार
This was
यार,
convincing,
खत्म है।
and now they move on to their pick of Lotus after this.
आज मैं फाइनल टाइम पर हूँ, प्राउड ऑफ मी है ना मैं भी यार सेम।
जरा why don't you try a stream with Bengs for watch party? Bengs को अपने जोन में watch party करना पसंद है। हम लोग ग्रुप पे बोलते हैं, ठीक है? Everyone से जो भी साथ में बैठना चाहता है, मैं ग्रुप पे मैसेज डालता कि साथ में देखते हैं, ठीक है? तो उसको अपने जोन में ऐसा अपनी तरह करना पसंद है, समझ रहे हो? तो वो साथ में watch party ऐसा करता नहीं है। You understand? That's why. ऐसा कोई प्लान करने का ऐसा कुछ है ही नहीं इसमें ना। तो रेवन को बुलाते हैं, सबको बोला, जो भी कंफर्म आ जाता है ब्रो। उस दिन अंकिता आ गई थी, आशा अंकिता को मन करे थोड़ा अकेले करेगी बस पार्ट, तो अकेले कर रही है, समझ रही हो? That's how it is. Hi Aminza, how are you man? I बीजी में मैं सिट की पनौती और वैलो में तुम्हारे जिसको भी सपोर्ट करो उसको तो लग गए ब्रो। मैंने बोला है ट्रस्ट मी इन दिस, PRX विल विन द नेक्स्ट 2 मैप्स, तो चिल करो, ठीक है? इट इज द PRX द विन, एकदम चिल। PRX गया फॉर श्योर बिकॉज बाकी तो मैच PRX का बहुत बुरा है। यही तो बात है, यही तो बात है, समझ रहे हो? Zeref take a name for tomorrow, RCB versus CSK. ये नहीं करूँगा, ये नहीं करूँगा।
Gave it all I had left. I can't do agape. My conditions written out. Take it up a guy.
Hey Zeref, PRX for the win. Noodles, I appreciate that you're in my team, but it's a 0-1 right now. But yeah. कौन सा गाना है भाई? अच्छा आरसीबी वर्सेस पीआरएक्स का नाम लेना है। अच्छा क्या बोल रहा हूँ, आरसीबी वर्सेस सीएसके का एक नाम लेना है ना। और तुम लोग बिलीव कर रहे हो क्या मुझे इस चीज में? Do you really want me to name some? सब बोला केकेआर बोल दो। मुझे इस चीज के लिए तो जीपे लेना चाहिए वे। नेम वन जरी। भाई मुझे नहीं पता। चिंता मत करो, चिंता मत करो, कल आरसीबी जीतेगी, कल आरसीबी जीतेगी। कल आरसीबी जीतेगी, डोंट वरी, ठीक है। मुझे पीएस गेम प्ले इज लव। दैट्स ट्रू मैन। थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप राने एंड जेरे, शीरो एंड रेवन को हेलो बोल दे मेरे साइड से। बोलता आरसीबी फॉर द आरसीबी। ऐसा तो बोल रहा, अभी तक हार गए यार, कुछ भी बोल रहे हो मैं तुम लोग। भाई क्या मजा आ रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों। ओके सिद्धार्थ, थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप। 2024 में सोचा था कि बर्थडे एंड होली दोनों एक साथ डबल मजा करना 25 को। 24 में सोचा था कि बर्थडे एंड होली दोनों एक साथ। ओह नो, अच्छा मैं सोचा था। नहीं मैं सोचा नहीं था रे, मतलब या ऑब्वियसली मैन, दैट्स लाइक आउट ऑफ द ब्लू। डबल मजा करना 25 को। बाय द वे वॉच पार्टी दिस टाइम मेड मी रिमेंबर लास्ट ईयर सेम टाइम वॉच पार्टी एंड Navi बोल रहा हूँ, Navi came for 11 to 3011 Neo. I remember man, I remember. Yes sir. Bro. ये मैंने क्या रिएक्ट किया, ये कॉफी का कप मैं तो दिखाता हूँ।
Here and I'm with Solo and Gen here to help with some translation. So Solo, of course, a lot of teams talk about how PayPRX is a very shocking team to play against if you don't know them well, but Gen.G does know them well. So how do you as a team dissect their style?
페이퍼렉스가 익숙하지 않으면 그 플레이 스타일에 상당히 당황하기 마련인데 좀 젠지 같은 경우에는 페이퍼렉스 스타일.
But I like how they spell English words. PRX the play style I love it. ये Japanese में भी होता है. I'm really not you know
많이 공격적인 팀이다 보니까
not making a joke here. But yeah.
게임을 많이 하는데 저희 또한 피지컬이
이제 predict चल रहा है, predict चल रहा है ऊपर देखा?
저희도
वो चैट वाला।
इसकी भेड़ की क्या गांबा चल रहा है। नहीं पीआरएक्स ज्यादा है।
हाँ क्या सही में मुझे लगा था सब यही बोलेंगे कि Gen.G जीतेगी।
But I feel like Gen.G players can match up to their firepower as well.
Still
and I feel like
higher.
we're shooting more heads too.
1 million points.
So we just came into this
अभी तो और लगाएंगे लोग।
और मेरे पास के चैनल पॉइंट्स नहीं है।
Aggressive attitude. You know, don't be afraid
नीचे कलेक्ट करो ना।
Don't give them too much respect.
पर 0 लिखा है।
We're just having a really good.
क्या लॉगिन नहीं किया क्या?
Yeah, it's looking really good for Gen.G. So thank you very much. Let's see if they
अगर लॉगिन नहीं किया तो नहीं होगा।
It's not just a good day, they've had a great tournament so far. I'm back here with Mimi and Hypog. You heard it from Solo there. They're confident, they're hitting their shots, they know how to deal with PayPRX. And Mimi, it's not looking great on the other side.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I think that Gen.G looked like a better PayPRX in this game, right? They had the ridiculous individual moments, they had the pop-ups, but they also had excellent fundamentals. You compare the info these two teams were getting on their
accent बड़ा अच्छा है.
Gen.G was always on point with the rotations, setting up reclears, swinging together. Whereas PayPRX looked like a team who was, you know, playing for the individuality.
Yeah, and the telling
very
is
cute.
Gen.G willing to step into that zone with PayPRX, where you know you have the flat pre-techs or
अरे उसको ट्रांसफर कर यार.
Very aggressive engagements. Gen.G were getting.
मेरे पास एक पुशी है, उसके पास 8 पुशी है.
बेचारे.
You guys are hyped up the rookie.
इसकी कुछ वैल्यू ही नहीं है.
And here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment round 17. I mean, you gotta check your corners, man. You gotta check it.
This is exactly the sort of scenario that I'm talking about, right? Making.
What's up, Riyam? कैसे हैं?
You lose to PaperX,
Who's Shizuka's
you allow
one,
them
yeah?
to execute
So
on
I
it.
want that wingman plushie. I asked a friend to get it for me. I hope I get it. एक मुझे भिजवा दो यार. Please एक मुझे भिजवा दो. ये क्या किया? अच्छा anti-flash खेल गया.
Their level of unorthodox.
I think that's exactly the point, right? They're used to teams playing back, cowering in fear, playing
Bro.
for blood retakes against a squad like this instead. Gen.G can give it to them. They're so willing to get
Sen versus Loud. Sentinel जीतेगी. अब याद रखना मेरा वो reverse psychology Sentinels पे काम नहीं करता. Remember that. It is never over. So no that.
Their players were trying to do the same thing, and they were getting owned by the executes.
Yeah, and you saw it in the vibes
Hey,
as well.
Ronin says hi to Sherlock and Raven.
Crowding across the stage, and on the other side for this, for PaperX, as we take a look in the AIM lab.
आप वर्जन मोबाइल नहीं खेलोगे?
Again,
मन तो नहीं है.
we're really looking forward to watching, but what else is he going
Translated.
Looking pretty deadly.
What is this
Cute
Again, super aggressive, almost like in the pistol.
Please don't support Sen. Every game I have supported Sen has won that. What do you mean? What do you mean? Every game I've supported Sen, every single game Sen has won. एक game नहीं है जो Sentinels हारी है. एक game नहीं है.
As opposed to the typical PaperX, two
अब बताओ.
on the front line fighting together.
And I think that's
Kick off पर तो count नहीं होगा because kick off मैंने Watchparty की नहीं थी. ठीक है? I will travel for you too. Thank you. Please do.
It's not familiar with them, but Gen.G knows them so damn well. They're used to dealing with these individual plays and not
Bro,
letting it
मुझे
get
भूख
past
लगी
them.
ब्रेंच.
I mean, we've
मुझे
been here
snacks
before. I'm
चाहिए.
not expecting a smile from this man, but I am expecting a solution. Let's hear what Alex had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. So we did see that, you know, although the team struggled on that map, once the side switch and PaperX was on attack, you got some of that momentum back. And we do know that the team is a very momentum-heavy based team. So what do they usually need to hear, like maybe from you, in order to get that push, in order to, you know, get that swing into their favor?
My life is a struggle, bro.
I mean, usually momentum comes when you win some rounds, you know. So I try to just figure out how to win the round.
Game तो हारे थे देख लो but match
जीते.
What do you mean?
And I guess calm them down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
Yes, sir.
So riddles में बात ना
Yeah. Okay, let's see if PaperX can wrangle in those nerves and get
COD Warzone में try किया क्या बस की
Alex, you've done this before. You made the comeback before. Come on, boys. I want to see them have some fire in their bellies.
Dude, Yinsu, we gotta get you down there. They need this energy for map 2 or they're gonna be in the lower bracket. Looking at this comp, what is this, Mike? The 4th new comp they've played on this map?
Yeah, we've gone back again. We've got the Cypher back in and Monya back on the raise. So
let's go.
We did see
Easy peasy.
Split. He's going to be the front man here on Lotus.
This does fix the issue of having these flanks open. It fixes that issue. But I think there's another issue in this comp. You're lacking stall util, and on the attacking side, you're way more readable because you only have one piece of smoke util. I think that Forsaken is going to have to be very specific with how he uses his cages to make up for not having this Viper.
And the big concern last time actually is that eyes go towards Divine.
What is this? People will be on diet.
Alone on
Who will
his
be on diet?
And opening up opportunities for PaperX
Steel
in
cut,
mid-round was
not the rolled one.
It was absent last time
with
the Astro comp, so really going to be scrutinizing him.
Oh well, PaperX, if they don't win here, they will be be going into elimination on day 1 of playoffs.
उसमें raisin डालना, raisin
how are you guys feeling about this one?
Berries जो होता है ना, dry berries का ना collection मिलता है ऐसा, multi berries रहते हैं उसमें, वो डालना, दूध use करना, Amul Gold use करो, and steel करो, bro, you'll love it. क्या मस्त खाना है bro.
Now Tom, they come in with momentum on their backs and a map that they've put the
तुमसे
pressure
क्यों नहीं हो रही
into. For PaperX, it's looking like elimination might be on the line soon.
तू मेरा काम वाली है क्या?
तू कुछ नहीं जानता मेरे घर पे क्या बन रहा है? This isn't the comp they played last time, but it is the comp they ran versus Heretics. I think it's slightly better for them overall. Still has something on the Jet as well, because they had a similar comp to this, but with him on the Reyna.
यार ये लोग ने फिर से कॉम चेंज कर दिया, देख रहे हो? बहुत चेंज करते रहते हैं।
तो स्टडी हो जाता है ना मैडम, अगर चेंज नहीं करेंगे सब चीजें तो डिटेक्ट कर लेते, फिर स्टार्ट बना देते।
हमेशा नया होना चाहिए, हर दिन नया होना चाहिए, 5 डिलिस्ट होना चाहिए, स्टडी नहीं कर पाएंगे
और वो खुद भी प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर पाएंगे।
लॉजिक नॉट फाउंड।
Winning the fights, leaving Devi all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up, and he's out of ammo.
What the fuck are you doing? Hello. और फिर पागल हो गई है।
This guy's been sensational.
हाँ ऑलरेडी 4 सेकंड रेंज पे बढ़िया था, पता नहीं क्यों फिर से चेंज कर दिया।
I'm not going to be the coward. I'm not going to go and reload.
Respected it.
I'll take you in the 1v1.
एक दिन 5 सेंटिनल हाँ यार ऐसे ही करना चाहिए एवरीडे न्यू थिंग
वेट तो वही 100 kg है अबे वो 50 सुनो तुम्हारे वेट के ना मैं डंबल उठाता हूँ ठीक है मारुति भाई आप तो वेट का मुझे ना बोलो एंड करेक्शन इट्स नॉट 100 इट्स 90 पे है ठीक है और मैं 6'2" का हाइट है
to be able to convert, not the start they were looking for. And again, we're going to see the same proactive
यार पर
approach
इवन
to
क्या
defense,
सीन है
constantly
PRX को
looking
स्टडी करना
to
नहीं आता
garner
क्या
extra control. And PayPRX,
यार
they
वो
go
तो
straight
एलेक्स से जाके पूछा आज वैसे भी उसको दिखा नहीं रहे
नहीं तो जेकी तो हमेशा सेम कॉम खेलती है आज पर PRX वाले
start, but Spike should at least be plantable.
अब
No
वो है ना
nade left
तुम
online
दोनों
for
के
GEN.G.
कोचेस से
Nothing to really
पूछ
force these players out of the corner.
Spike planted.
With that sees, it's keeping them in position. It's only deducted.
कौन डीसी में वॉच पार्टी की थी ज़ेरेफ मी रेवन
The problem now is you have
कोई
to fight
वीडियो
back
जिंदगी
through
में
all
नियो
these
बोलो
close
आगे बढ़ो
jangles where PayPRX have the numbers to play with on a lot of the fights they're going to take. Decent damage on the headshot. Good follow up. And it's clean house for GEN.G. 2 players lost.
never mind next try
could have been much worse. Interestingly, yeah, something buys shields into that round. So maybe hoping that they can get a kill, he can steal a gun away, but doesn't come to fruition.
जिम भी जाता है
one off a
we technically own a gym
so
ठीक है
especially
technically
this map, it definitely is a little bit
ठीक है हम जिम जाता भी है
to
हम
challenge
जिम
for those
करता
orbs.
भी
It
है
might mean that we see
और तुम यहाँ पे कीबोर्ड वॉरियर बनते रहते
an
हो
opportunity
तुम्हारे फिंगर्स में
to
डंबल
find
आ गए
something there.
हैं कीबोर्ड
This
वॉरियर
is where we are going to get the investment. Mitch, you'll be happy. Forsaken is already bringing in an Odin.
Listen, he's a wise man. I've always said that, Tom, and he's just proven my point, isn't he? You won't expect this off rip if you're GEN.G, and a little bit of danger for texture. That crosshair's lined up on his head, and it's done some damage, some serious damage by the looks of it. Down to 77. Texture's tagged. Lucky is dropped.
2-0 incoming
Continue on with the spams. Heals for most players. Divai the only one to stay quite low, not having anyone to bring him back to full fighting health. The reality is, though, they're in a pretty good position. The close range spot by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Divai. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing, and the same thing there. Exactly. Clean trades for PayPRX.
he got stuck.
This is going to be fight after fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some individual brilliance as well. I think a little bit too predictable when he make his move. Munchkin on the other side of the map, and the thing is, he could just hold this through to the next round, but I don't expect him to.
मैच 11:30 के बाद
When there's an opportunity to
अगर VC
have an upgrade, maybe
जो
they
जो
could
होगा
go
obviously
away.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I mean, not a position you're going to be clearing a lot of the time. Done well to
One
start.
more.
Player close is low. Divai and Mind Freak both playing without shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Forsaken also with no shields and no head anymore. This is getting very costly for the attacking side. Munchkin not stopping anytime soon.
bro एक लॉस हुआ था 4 लॉस कर रहे हैं
Now he's quickening his pace to the side. The time is so desperately low, and he
तुमने
doesn't
बोला
know
ना
where
उनको सुनने में
Divai
अच्छा
is.
नहीं
The element
लगा
of surprise.
बहुत costly हो गया
The kill and the round.
भाई एग्जैक्टली मैं उल्टा चीज बोला था कि हाँ ठीक है एक मारा है चलो अच्छी बात है इट्स अ वेरी गुड बाय राउंड
That is too costly.
Every single gun
एक मारा है एक ही जिंदा है से आ
was
गया
going to have a gun in the next
तभी
round
तो देवर
anyway.
लाइक ऐसे कैसे यार हमें और
I understand wanting to earn those extra
इनमें
orbs.
जो हारेगा लोअर ब्रैकेट या
This is one hell of an overextension, just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. Munchkin, wow, you can already see him smack talking. And, well, it's not the only thing getting
यही
smacked.
देखना था
शांति
भाई टेबल को तो मैं छोड़ ही देगा भाई ये
उनका कोच उनके प्लेयर्स पूरा डिफरेंट है उनके कोच इज लाइक उनके प्लेयर्स इज लाइक ब्रो ओह बच गए और यहाँ पे टेबल
The way back through for PayPRX very early on. We know this is a map that both teams can pull to tight contention, but with GEN.G having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series. I'm worried for PayPRX. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Munyet's on the way, head caught on the arcs on the way through. It slowed him down enough and actually bought some time for Meteor to escape. And for Munchkin to round the corner, no one's going to go down to that showstopper, but it's claimed a lot of space. Yeah. Oh, they didn't realize how close Karen is. He had to move because of the Tiger. Monya's going to try and grab this is risky.
नहीं इधर तो 3 लोग हैं
He should be dead. Almost manages to catch one, even still though for GEN.G. This is looking fantastic. Timing couldn't be worse for something either.
भाई something के साथ क्या timing हुआ?
For PayPRX, they need to find a miracle through these spams. at least been able to get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tap will definitely help them out.
भाई ओडिन और माँ कसम माँ कसम Thank you for the 1000 माइन भाई क्या हाल है सर भाई all good man थोड़ा सा तबीयत थोड़ा सा down because of throat but all good man आप बताओ आपका ट्रिप कैसे चल रहा है how is the trip going
Well played showstopper by Textures. We said there were 2 online, only one found its mark.
ये मैप वन साइडेड लग रहा
chaos
मैप क्या भाई 2 हो
Every time
जाएगा
you see someone on PaperX turn their crosshair to look towards an angle where they've just seen someone swing or they've just lost a teammate, they get shot in the back because that's the exact timing that Gen.G go for the retake on all sides. Gorgeous stuff. 3-1. Odin being kept through. Lakia going way up in my estimation, let me tell you, buddy. And the spams, well, they're not having too much success, but they don't need to. In this round, PaperX have basically nothing to play with. 4 sheriffs.
Well, also they've already taken the control. That's the main reason. You've got Karan aggressively up. It's allowed for a gamble rotation, so he's just moving that Odin elsewhere. Not the most common door to spam because you are open to a couple of angles, but it won't matter. And this is the thing. We've seen this scenario many a time. Find a kill, TP back. Karan is excellent at knowing when to reposition as well, so they can lead those.
Oh,
timing.
Where is he going? Where is he going? He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that was risky. If they came through that wall, Tom, I'm not sure that would have went the way he was thinking. Spray good for Munchkins, a narrow alleyway to fight in, and wow, that's a lot of damage. No chance for PaperX here. Of course, we did mention they have those bigger weapons. They don't have a lot to play with. And they'll get nothing done. A flawless round. I hate to harp on the economy, but Gen.G off to a flying start with it yet again. It's feeling reminiscent of last map, but it is still very early days. Plenty of time. They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when Gen.G don't have money. We'll just save time.
Yep. It's the play.
They've had it the whole time throughout the series. I like the pause though coming out for PaperX because this has been rough, and even looking back versus
I don't know, man.
KC, they
trying this
attack inside.
Problem here,
a lot of that was
when you see them trying, it feels different.
PRX loses bracket के लिए बोल रहे हैं.
When PRX tries, one of the star players steps up.
There was a moment or two at the beginning where I was like,
the PRX is different.
Looks like he's hit the play. But ever since then, they're just getting boomed. And everyone on the other side for Gen.G has looked utterly
on the other
fantastic.
Hand, trying a new comp.
At least one off a Blade Storm. Showstopper, the only ult that isn't going to be playing a part in this round for either side. And Munchkin already having that Viper's pit online. Clearly, this is a time where Alex needs to earn his money.
Unnecessary चीजों को बोल देते हैं कि वो fix है.
Taking that fast track straight to the lower bracket.
We'll at least get that third map out. You know, officials are a different ball game. To talking about regional play, especially against a team you've already played on that map. You're testing so many deeper things, and I think for them, bombing out like this in the uppers well for what's to be seen because Loud
loses
goes to lower bracket.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to face off against either of those teams right now. Here we go though. Again, early paranoia. I think this one is not really going to be played upon. I like the idea again, using that haunt. Get them space, but something, I think he's just going to disrespect the utility. Had enough of these pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is. And Josh is already there to support.
That's it. They're trying to punish the Oath.
It's not even smoke.
Not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets open. And now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on Gen.G. Filling in the spaces and being able to fight afterwards. But with a return from PaperX, they've got a real chance. The headshot angle held by Mindfreak, but Meteor's just ducked underneath it, playing the limbo. And he's winning this game with Mindfreak down. It's 45 HP and a dream turned to a nightmare. PaperX losing out on another. They had a good pacey take.
भाई Mindfreak मारता ना उसको तो round आ जाता है.
Every gap that Gen.G were trying.
Bro,
this is sad to watch.
PaperX had someone to take the third. This time though, they lose out when it comes to the post plan. You gotta say, they really could have used that round.
Yeah, this is one of those things as well where Meteor's in the 2v2
feels like they are playing under pressure.
I feel like I've watched him just get both kills and his teammate's still rotating. Like he's just so confident at this stage in his individual ability. Even just ducking.
Like whenever you see PRX under pressure, bro, किसी को तो एक
was
step
again another
देखते
big
हैं, कोई
round
step
for
up ही नहीं कर
PayPRX.
रहा.
A lot invested, even having some decent
Everyone
early
is just
trades.
playing like a
but
default,
it
is
isn't
like
to be. And
oh,
now,
keep
well,
walking,
Bladestorm
peeking,
is
but
really
that's
all
it.
we could talk about. And there's
वो plays नहीं दिख
his
रहे bro.
initial play almost goes down, but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Yeah, I think is that SEN and
Oh,
elsewhere. Forsaken was trying to claim some space by sneaking through. We saw good success for that. I think Monyet on the previous map was throwing out a few of those little feelers. But the idea now is you can't play up against that up. This ain't the round for it. Your Bladestorm's already gone, and everyone else has pistols. Close range, numbers advantage is the way to go, and they've done it. At least trading out the first. Karen, though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2 right now. Teammate ready to swing, and luckily because Karen was drunk very quickly.
How can you flick back and kill you, bro?
It's winnable for Divine, but his knife was pulled out. Tried to evade some spams or some, well, players emerging from the smoke. Unfortunately, he jumped right into their crosshair. 6-1 for Gen.G, and 4 ultimates online coming into round 3.
After this.
It's one of those scenarios where, again, PayPRX have made some of these rounds look somewhat competitive, but Gen.G are consistently able to clutch out the late round. Again, as you said, ults are in their favor, finances are in their favor. There's at least a lot coming online in this round for the side of PayPRX. Counter operator going to be invested into on something. Here's at a very quiet start to this game, and a reaction shot from Texture already puts down Monyet.
Shank nahi hota, Shank.
You see the idea as well? We see the aggression, we try to take space elsewhere. Denied on A, because Gen.G are getting aggressive, giving PayPRX a taste of their own defensive medicine. This is a really good start with 4 ultimates to fall back on 3, which will help you out. If you're in a pinch, PayPRX,
it's too late.
Where do they go? Where do they take it? Maybe they can get a neural theft if they can even drop a body. And they cannot.
Oh, no.
A wallbang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's the op down. And he's looking for a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
Forsaken's been quiet as well, and reposition. Nice shot at least.
Shot, babe.
Make things that little bit more interesting.
Crazy shot वाला है.
The reveal as well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though, keeping things disruptive. And Meteor, again, full sprinting to help his teammate out. It gets close for a matter of seconds, but Gen.G continue their utter dominance in this match. 7-1 on the defense. I don't know. Yeah, second pause is going to be called for PayPRX. At this point, I feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tidbit as well. Last 3 times, Gen.G have won, played and won this map. 8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack. They're 7-1 up on defense.
There is this guy who comes late, घर late आता है. I think
You're a
वो
PayPRX fan.
Quite poor.
अब क्या कर सकते हो? उनका ऑफिस रहता होगा शायद. So he comes home late from office and उसके पूरा देता है. There's no time to pray, right? You can do it anytime. Honest, you can do it anytime.
But the funniest thing is,
मेरी माँ बहुत particular
was
है.
on the Reyna and he
शाम
was
को
popping.
6:30 के अंदर ना fresh होके शोंधे.
Maybe not, but we know on a good day he absolutely can. This time, I don't care what agent he's playing, he's having a damn tough time. 2 and 8. Compare that to Split last time, finding so many opening entries on that attack side. Now listen, I'm going to be the last person to complain about Jet dying on the attack, right? Often that's your job. But here we haven't seen those dive plays as consistently, at least that hasn't been the crux of their attacking side. The problem is, how many rounds have we seen where literally 10 to 15 seconds in, it's 3v5. No control, no benefit for it. One guy goes down, they push somewhere else, that guy goes down, then they sit there with nothing to do.
Think about the spots that Gen.G are also willing to play. Like, they pushed out 2 players in all the way past Mound. They weren't even holding the deep angles anymore, because what's the point?
And they pushed A
swing through
with 2 players in the same round.
have given
right?
up.
So like, this is the thing, you even peek your head out and they go, oh, are they rubble? Yep, they are. I'm dead.
Yep, they're everywhere.
Now we have no advantage. We're playing
from
behind.
Push B. It looks like they are. Insta smoke. B control being taken by 3 players. Just waiting to see if the push will come through in that direction. It's going to allow them the fast take back of this control. Paranoia immediately put through. The trade's not awful in the beginning. Quickly divulge into nothing to the side. Trying to claim it back though. Finally, he comes alive.
Well, this is the round that he needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the seaside once that door is closed. 16 HP, Mind Freak on 42, but Texture's got an op. and an nade.
Very
and
difficult.
a snake bite left. This could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though, Texture's not deploying the nade. Instead, sitting down. Op in hand, 16 HP, turned to 0. Nice shot with the operator as Mind Freak now has a nade below him. He's safe. The angle could even pick off Munchkin. That could make it
इसको गन दिख गया ना?
Texture too quick. I love it. I didn't think he could fire.
हल्का सा आ गया है उसका गन ही
He's
दिख
got
गया
it
था
all
उधर से.
as a negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
Wide swings it. Like, all right, we're quick scoping now, but that's the level we've hit for Gen.G.
111 से comeback होगा.
Yeah, I almost wanted to say coming into this map, well, it can't get any worse. It just has. It was 8-2 at least last time.
Yeah, it definitely is looking like a golf in class, which, again, considering this is the #1 and #2 from the same region, that we've already seen them play a best-of-5 series that was a 3-1, and a lot of the maps were close. It looks like Gen.G have leveled up, and for PayPRX, I don't know if they've fallen off, because that's looking like the difference between these two is not the same we've seen before.
Very heavy head.
All 5 ultimates, by the way. Gen.G don't need them. That's actually the point we're in. They don't need the ults. They're just winning the rounds anyway.
Normally you'd be thinking at this point, oh, let's just throw one out just to see.
There you go.
There it is.
Well, simply rank they're just going in.
Here comes the big rocket, and it's not landed. It's not found the value it needed to. The lockdown has been destroyed, and Meteor was tagged down quite a bit.
That's the value, right? That's the value. They got rid of the they got rid of the lockdown, so they can at least claim some space. He's screwed. There's no way he's
Oh, khade mara.
It's a little messy. It's giving PayPRX a chance, Tom. They haven't planted the spike, but they don't need to if they win these fights again and again, and they have. Lakia dropped, leaves Munchkin 1v3. If he wins this, I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount of HP, and they've lost Mind Freak. Okay, but it's all right. They've still got 2 players, no utility to play with.
Never know कौन सा player क्या step
Gotta just take these fights, not one at a time. That's the only thing I beg of you. Not one at a time, not up against Munchkin right now. He's 11-4. He's been winning round after round, but a reposition by Forsaken. The swing is good. And the double peak wins the day. 8-2. Deja vu for PayPRX. Well, Gen.G got to be feeling confident. The good thing is they used 3 ultimates there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They lose their rounds, they use the ults. That's the weird thing about it. And again, a lot of this just came down to finally putting a couple of kills on the board. The fact is they did peak Munchkin individually. First player peaks, dies. Second gets finally they reposition. I think we would have needed a new test completely for Alex if they managed to lose that round, but it's scary that it even got close.
I think just get rid of the desk, man. Punch it back with an LED screen in it.
Whose face is on it?
It depends on the game. Make it interchangeable. Well, Forsaken's picked off Karen. That's a fantastic kill. Look how open the A side is. And they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no reaction from Gen.G. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open, and he gets caught by Lakia. That timing was near perfect. You have to, well, I mean, you can call it a mistake. At the end of the day, he was open to like 6 angles, so he has to just be clearing those, constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and PayPRX will find the plant nonetheless.
Showstopper online. Not wanting to allow them to set up, something's going to try and get aggressive, but managed to land the shot. I think the flash through the back might have actually caught Munchkin, so he's going to actually reposition through B instead. Move away from
open.
Having to check too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in. He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammates going back, and that means he'll be able to kill off Mind Freak. The remaining players, a bit of an obscure position. Munyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he's going to be able to deny the defusal. The spam doing so much damage, and now it's all on to Defy with an operator. First shot missed, but he just needs to kill the guy defusing, and he's done enough. There's no time left.
कोई नहीं भाई इसने काम तो कर दिया भाई.
Rounds we've seen from them, but everybody will go down with the ship.
Let's go 9-3
guys. Resurgence towards the end of the half. This time, PayPRX didn't have the pistol to help them out. They weren't both on the previous map, putting them up 4 rounds, and they ended on 8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in the clutches as well. As close as they may come, it's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat to continue on forward. Now, this round, the last of the half, Gen.G come in with the Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to fight through on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong tool for retakes.
Man, it's scary when it's a a Red Bull clutch that gets you your third round.
तो flank नहीं हो रहा है. Should not go flank anymore. एक flank उसे successful नहीं हुआ है.
As long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously Karon being solo, and now it's Texture, and his operator has been fierce.
Always check out.
Looks like they're going to go back into it.
कोई नहीं, all good round arrow 9-3 curse, 9-3
it's
curse,
just a
let's
dry
go.
wide peek by one yet. Players up top looking to trade, but Texture's out of the angle too
यार but
quickly.
9-3 curse ना आजकल काम ही नहीं करता है.
Giving him another
क्या
shot.
मस्त काम करता
And it
था.
looks like another bite of this apple as around comes another, but finally the miss is there. Texture gets the reset though with low HP. He's dancing
वो knife
around,
मार
but
रहे क्या
he's
था,
being
hello?
caught. There was no escape this time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance emerging
Okay.
for an
Nice,
8-4 half. It looks like PaperX have finally woken up.
Somehow they are converting it.
Some punch to be packed. Let's see. Meteor's on his way in.
आवाज तो आई.
Up close with a teammate further away. Munchkin's making a lot of noise. They're trying to find an angle to deal with him, and instead running into Meteor. Well played. Now they can group up and try to force this 2v2 with the Viper's Pit. That was a little scary. Thought Munchkin was about to be spammed, but now they've got a lot of space as they close in the distance. No snake bites to play with though. That could help out, keep them way out of this pit. And with Munchkin falling, it's done.
Bro.
PaperX 8-4 at the halftime. They found some legs to stand on, some foundations laid. But the second half will be tough if they lose the pistol.
Yeah, it's almost identical to what we saw in the last half. A
क्या
of rounds. That's just disgusting. I was thinking from Forsaken's point of view, I was like, I didn't even really see anything. That's how good Texture has been. But again, it's those player
Even
deficits
I think
that are actually
क्या बोलते 4 second
over
के
there.
व्यू में ना उसका elbow दिखा था सिर्फ elbow.
Well, Tom, it's time now to toss this one over to Divide, who had some words to say earlier.
I think it's like a stressful game. I feel like, for me personally, I feel like we are playing against ourselves because the way they play is kind of like similar, you know. I mean, trying to outsmart them. I mean, they were very good. I would say they are smart. And they kind of one step ahead, especially on purpose. We kind of like
I think Gen.G is more aggressive than what they used to be before.
They did exactly
ये तो बात है टेक्सचर के आने के बाद थोड़ा तो वो हो गया है टेक्सचर का फ्लो ही अलग है ब्रो वो तो लगता है PRX वाला बंदा है जो Gen.G में खेल रहा है
Masters and yeah I mean very surprised with how
कोच इन गेम इंस्ट्रक्शन देगा क्या इन गेम नहीं दे सकता ब्रो मतलब टाइम आउट में जब बोलना होता है वो बोलता
That's rough.
and any other team can
Monye just popping off, yeah, farm him up. Even spotting the right there. Over towards Shybox, this guy's on for it. He's absolutely on the money today.
Yes, one of the best aces.
Gen.G, I mean, the good thing is probably we might be able to get some revenge, you know. I mean, we lost to them in the Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, I think Texture is giving us a lot of problem, like killing us, like punishing us over and over. And also, Karon was playing insane as well, even though he's a newcomer. But I think he's probably like.
But technically most impactful दो लोग यही है शायद. It's like एक साइट नहीं छोड़ता और एक बंदों को मारने से नहीं चूकता. समझ रहे हो?
Go back and cook some.
Gen.G का ये दो मतलब एक है Texture and other is the Karen. Meteor तो चलो है Meteor is like obvious.
With the next closest player being something pretty good player, pretty well respected. He's got 6 kills, almost a third of what his teammates rocking. It's been tough for the side of PaperX. They haven't found a lot of success.
Every day वो form को continue करना is actually not easy. अरे
man for that comeback. Oh shit.
Audience में मॉनिटर बैठा
था. We want this to be a competitive match that it definitely has not been.
Replace कर दिया already.
Gen.G looking like a competitor for the crown, and thus far we haven't seen the PaperX that we know and love. This pistol round might just be a deciding factor, but a great start from Audio. Already pushing aggressively on the other side is something waiting for someone to try and make their move, and he's going to go back for a little bit more. Has to use the dash to get out of there and is now waiting for the cavalry to arrive as the rest of the team somewhat far away. An opportunity, but Forsaken with a good trade.
I saw me,
keeping the numbers in their favor. Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PaperX. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something though delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted. Easy.
ये नहीं होता पिक भाई
I
ये.
really like how something
Looks
is
like even
playing.
he's starting to heat up.
आराम से भाई आराम से मार
Just
रहा है
him
आराम
having
से.
confidence because you look at some
देखा
of
वो
the fights
तीन
he's
बंदों के साथ
taken,
डैश
there's
लेके
definitely
कितना
risks
वाइड
about
है
it,
कि एक
but
गोली
it's
मारा.
always been his play
Yeah,
style.
वही.
And वो connection भी था. It like it was a body shot also. Headshot नहीं चलो ठीक है.
Then get the finances built up early, get the orbs rolling
भाई मस्त
on the
था.
duelist, which is exactly what's happened thus far.
That is something.
Sniper into his hands.
ये है PRX. ऐसा अगर ये aggression नहीं देखे ना, अगर ये aggression नहीं खेले तो नहीं होता. Point नहीं है. They actually cannot handle themselves. वो passive नहीं खेल पाते. Time and again proved that. Time and again. ये वाली team.
Pistol win.
On the other hand, Gen.G can also play fast. They can also play slow.
Now the follow-up.
But they slow नहीं खेल पाते. Look at this guy, bro.
To play with for Gen.G, and even if they drop
Bro,
something,
क्या
he's the
damage
player
है
that's walking with the pistol. So the margin for
वही
error has
अच्छा है,
already
कोई
been
तो
reached
पैसा
here.
invest
Any
नहीं किया था
further
उसने.
kills will be costly,
Direct
will
था
force
वो ये
some
round
level of reinvestment from the side of
thank you,
PaperX.
thank you.
But on the defense, they can keep distance, and with the buy that Gen.G have, they're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
Defiant will be solo, but you can see the rotation already coming out from Munya. Jump peek will give him the info to go back in with that Marshall. This is a round that they shouldn't really have any opportunity to win. The weaponry
There you go.
not falling into their hands off the kills
Oh,
they've
flash
garnered,
roll.
and the players they're pushing into are actually just going to start pushing into them. A good
चलो,
round
जो
for
मारा उसका तो
PRX
भाई
as
भी
they
नहीं था.
managed to bring things
Yeah.
again back
Achhi.
within 2.
PRS definitely losing today. Karthik
fact
bhai.
is it
अभी
has
से ऑफ
been the
निकालेगा
buy
क्या?
round.
हाँ
Believe.
भाई लगा ही था
Been
मुझे.
Believe.
Level above.
Well, just look at your screen. Besides something, this is a round that often you're going to look at as an eco, but 3 orbs away from a Blade Storm means he can force up here, buy an operator, and potentially have a Blade Storm, even if they lose the round. With how consistent he normally is with that op, I would definitely put stock in him finding at least the 2 orbs. One
भाई
kill and a
bonus
death. We'll
जीता
see
तो
what he can get up
it
to.
is
It
सीधा.
also means they can gamble the control. They've got him
Okay,
holding
they
onto
went
the
for
A side, an
A.
aggressive position from Munya. This is not really the gun you want to have here.
Bro,
Somehow
नहीं हो रहा.
he
No,
gets
no,
out of
no,
there
leave it.
unscathed. They also had an initial setup for players outside
Once
C,
crossed to
but
double
after
up.
that spot comes through,
उसको
fading
ऑप
back.
लॉस ना हो जाए बस.
Now the
बहुत
cross
दुखी हो
has
जाएगा.
already happened, so something now in a pretty deadly position. And honestly, I think Meteor's a little bit lucky
Right.
if he can get one.
Well, here's the chance for that operator to finally show its ugly face.
No!
Ugly for the
Oh,
side of
shot
Gen.G.
taken
They
against
lose a
him.
player right
Bye.
off rip, and it's Texture, the man with the responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just perfect for something. He had to be
अरे
watching the
मछली
right
ने
way, though.
बढ़िया मारा
And
इसको.
Munchkin
अरे
on
यार.
the same happens with Divide, though, leaving it to a 3v2 defensive
चलो, इसे
advantage.
देखा जा रहा है,
And
अच्छी बात है,
Divide
अच्छी बात है.
walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his
Nakia को
3rd
मार
of the round. And it looks like he
Just
might,
one,
he will get
just
the
one.
opportunity, but he's being dropped. Doesn't matter, because Munyet's there to
Nice
catch him when he
one.
falls. 8-7. And
बढ़िया.
now this
Bro,
gets me
अभी
excited
को-
for
full
PaperX.
support,
That
bro.
round
Let's go.
puts them way back in contention, because Gen.G got an eco.
Yeah, I like the way they play it as well. After the initial spot, that there was at least one player lurking.
Bro,
They know that there's an opportunity.
Bro, ऐसे लगता है something को already पता होता बंदा कहाँ है. वो बंदा crosser के साथ चल रहा था. Did you see that?
Not too bad, knowing there's something's on the other side.
Something ने
Even
सिर्फ
though he
click
only
मारा
gets
है.
one kill, he does enough
Bro.
to delay
This
and
guy.
allow for those rotations. Devi as well, though.
बोलो
As
जी
you
क्या
said,
भाई?
he's been fantastic.
बस
19
मुझे
and
डर
10,
लग रहा था
topping the entire
रबल के
scoreboard
उधर
right
से वो
now.
मंचकिन पिक ना करे.
Something once more. They know he's going to be here. They know there's a high chance he'll be here, and they're actually going to really put the pressure on early.
I don't mind this from Gen.G. They have players lurking elsewhere. Trap just got broken on B. So now for PaperX, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own. And again, he finds Texture. That's a big part of this take. They tried to seize the space with him blast packing in, but instead, they've been left to try and trade it out. 2 versus 3.
Bro, check it.
फिर भी यार विनेबल लग रहा है बहुत Gen.G के ले रहा.
हाँ, इसका position थोड़ा सा. वो flank आ गया. Oh, they know.
Wait even for the plant to come through.
Okay, Lambert की आवाज
Yet
तो.
finishes this flank. Looks like they're
Bro,
aware.
ये लोग hug नहीं
Well,
दिए थोड़ा
they're
plant
very
ना
much aware
करके.
that something is going
Flank आ
on.
गया.
I mean, PaperX haven't made a move. Why haven't they? Why are they not trying to fight for any bit of control? And that's not something they'll find an answer to until they plant the spike.
Bro, the alarm bot.
Because they've
You know
spotted
what,
players
Paul?
near B, and they're worried about their spawn. They're actually going to go
Off कौन लगाया है?
fighting
अच्छा, off Meteor लगाया ना?
This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. 1 bullet left.
बाजू फट रही है.
And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect, and he goes back with the pistol. He does it alone. Meteor's going to confirm the MasterCard Thrifty. And what was looking like a round firmly in the hands of PaperX falls to one man.
One man with one big gun and one medium gun also. Very ambitious to go for this. Not going to put it to a 1v1 top.
Yeah, just
that's what I said about this guy. He knows he'll hit the shot. For some reason, when it's him, a 2v2, and he goes, okay, I've got the first one, he always peeks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets it. That's the thing. Every time I'm sat there going, I'm ready to critique, and then he gets the kill, and I'm like, well, fine then. I guess that was the right play.
Still have an off,
but
off.
It works this time. Certainly caught his opponents off guard with Gen.G 9-7 and claiming that round. PaperX have weaknesses. An operator in the hand of something.
यार ये round cost करेगा.
Angle देखो रे something का.
Hopping angle normally, is it?
Does something know कि left में बंदा
nice
है?
flash, that's good.
Oh,
but he hasn't
he knows now.
anymore.
He knows.
It's faded out. But Munchkin,
the
shot's missed. And Munchkin's been given a second chance at life. Well, the showstopper is again just. Oh, I thought just used for space, but if he fires it out close, no, he doesn't pull the trigger. And now he realizes his mistake.
Oh yeah, boy.
From PaperX.
मैंने शूट क्यों नहीं किया? मैं कोई वैसे समझा नहीं, but ठीक है.
Forcing them back, but it hasn't happened at all. They went aggressive, made this one problematic. Spike already planted at least, so they're going to have to respect it and just fall back. Munchkin's still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be born. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. Something really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages to land the burst almost onto the second.
5 HP.
I think वो cross anticipate कर लिया था उन्होंने.
So far,
since it was a Viper and Viper के opposite वाला angle
again to just one round.
सही है.
At least random तो मार देता. To be honest, मुझे सही में नहीं समझा उसने ult shoot क्यों नहीं किया.
हाँ ना.
या तो करने बनता ही था. देखो कितना time test है.
That's got to be so infuriating.
उसका instant regret हुआ होगा bro अंदर से.
या तो पता नहीं वो ये maybe ये try कर रहा होगा कि position नहीं बताना है, उनको नहीं पता कहाँ पे हूँ मैं.
Can be,
वही हो सकता है और तो कुछ बनता ही नहीं logic.
PaperX, it looks like they've really got their hands dug into those reins. The economy is low. We've seen Gen.G win low by rounds. There's a Viper's Pit online with 1 kill from Munchkin, 1 orb, 1 plant. The main thing is something has got basically an all right now. That's a Yassine dash. But it works out for him. No punish. The reposition gets him another swing out.
Bro, this guy, bro. Executing people, bro.
Yeah, they have somehow made this comeback happen.
इसका नाम रख दो somehow.
5-1 in this second half after
somehow.
What was basically we were at a scoreline where this looked over. What was it? 8-1.
Bro,
and they went 3 rounds in a row. And that's the thing. You don't really think it at the time because an 8-4 half is still great, but it seemed like Gen.G just let the foot off the gas. A few big plays coming out.
Second shot में और ज़्यादा आवाज़ आई यार.
Now we're starting to see players rise up. You were mentioning it. The distance between Devi and everybody else was a lot. Well, something has been closing the gap. I'm also just looking at Mind Freak.
No, Mind Freak is बहुत ज़्यादा खेल रहा है Mind Freak bro.
ये नहीं करना था.
With Texture finding a field day, 2 HP left on Devi.
वो flash करके तो निकलना ही नहीं था भाई, वो एक angle थोड़ी
enough to take him down.
अभी तो मारा उसने bro.
The flash covers his retreat. No more flashes and they don't regen anymore. An opportunity still. No. Shut down. 2 versus 3.
बस उसे value निकाला यार तब भी यार. 2 HP में एक और बंदा मारा उसने क्या
किया? As quickly as humanly
possible. वो तो सही खेला. Mind Freak का बोल रही थी मैं.
Leaves it onto something. As said, he's had a real resurgence.
Mind Freak बड़ा पता नहीं अजीब खेल रहा है bro.
They just fall
back. मतलब वो straight lane थोड़ी है कि वो flash करके swing किया. वो मुझे समझा नहीं.
Looking to reposition completely.
और कितना बड़ा paranoia है कि side step. नीचे देख please नीचे देख.
He's already going to spot one, but he's now just out to the classic. And it's a classic v classic. Lucky is the one to take it.
Bro,
insanely close.
And
it's about
bro, he did everything perfect.
Really is like a pendulum swinging. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds for PRX and
इतना बड़ा तो एंगल है, छोटा पैरानोया है.
The fact that it comes down to this, that the Viper is dropped outside the pit. And then that's the result. Clean as can be with a final right click to close it. Gen.G, they've got a lot set up in front of them. There is a showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody is just on the rifles. Credits are low. Gen.G could be on the home stretch very, very soon, and Forsaken in that corner needs value. They've not seen him. He's good for 1 and damage on Texture.
Texture 8 HP है, अच्छी बात.
Very, very pivotal facts for us as PaperX look to move back through. So many players are low. One extremely low corner. It's the rocket.
Thank you.
That's the thing though, that trade's all right. That was the low HP player that goes down. I don't think they're going to mind that whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this.
Exactly.
His teammates a little bit further behind. No flash available for Device, so it's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a rifle, but every member falls. Gen.G now get a double back of their own. And the major worry here for PaperX, they don't have backup credits. They don't have anything in their pockets other than a Blade Storm. This could be the beginning of the end.
भाई बट
It feels that way,
आज भी मतलब दिख रहा है यार इतनी साइड से कितने थ्रो और मिस्टेक्स हो रही है.
Rifle rounds, and again, it seems strange that 13-8.
ऐसा सीरीज में आके देख के बहुत बुरा लगता है कि भाई ऐसे मिस्टेक्स हो रहे हैं.
But not damning for the other side. But when you look at both pistols, that's a 4-0 start based off of coin flips, and PaperX managed to just about come ahead. When it came to rifle rounds, they weren't able to succeed. Now early push, it's not quite a rifle. Instead, it's a set of blades, and those don't even get fired off. They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down, so too is Devi, and they're ready for another player close. There seems to be nothing that PaperX can do to surprise this Gen.G roster in the last few rounds. And with 12 looking like it's on the board, these players, they have to be feeling the crushing weight of this series. The lower bracket is beckoning them, and there they'll face elimination against the Sentinels are allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
Seems like Gen.G have got their number. This round at least was a weaker investment, but they had to use one of the ults, and it got absolutely the second we've got into these post-plants, that's where Gen.G have looked their most fearsome. A team from last year that started strong, had a massive fall from Grace.
क्या 3 round निकाल पाएंगे for
a huge overhaul of this roster with risks taken.
Not happening.
Players brought back who had been at a Masters right at the beginning of Valorant. The player they got from ranked. Players have not found success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight. Like in G,
consistent
but to go into a Gen.G roster that's now playing for a minimum of top 3 if they win this match. Unheard of, surprising, and now looking like that pinnacle of Pacific. Looking to try and do what no Pacific team has ever done before. Take themselves to an international victory. The PaperX are not dead, not down, until you stamp them out.
Definitely looking injured.
मत मारो भाई.
Path to recovery, 3 straight rounds in OT in a 3rd map. A lot of win conditions.
The other side stacked.
Gen.G, 3 ultimates to fight their way through. PaperX don't have reactive ones, not impactful ones.
Mind Freak, कहाँ है Mind Freak?
Where's the lockdown, the showstopper? And of course the Nightfall. Any one of those can open sights, pull you out of sticky situations. Door open. That was the defenders, but it's covering Munyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's going to force that player out in the open. Problem is, Texture was covering it. And now the push on mid is caught as well. 3 players left for PaperX. And it looks like they've still got a fight in them. Nightfall won't evade it. He's being caught. But, oh, it's fake information. The Shrouded Step has bought a little bit of an advantage for Mind Freak as he's still alive, his HP recovering, but with something down. And Devi, very much known towards that spawn. Mind Freak's on the wraparound. Wants to move towards that singular door. For this, Devi needs to buy some time. He still has a flash to play with. There it goes. It's popped and it's cleared out this corridor. Devi's even won the fight. The smoke is down. A chance if Mind Freak can make it to Devi. If they can take this fight together, but they don't know where the last players are. Nade has even forced them back for a second. The time now very low. And with 2 players still to root out, it might be too low. I just dodges that siege, but Mind Freak down. The time now.
What the
not to be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out swinging. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose, and short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. 13-9 and 13-8, a consistent showing from the side of Gen.G as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
एक साइड के बीच वाला स्मोक दिया था ना माइंड फ्रीक
Huge statement play for Gen.G. No doubt at this stage that they wear the crown when it comes to Pacific.
Like just under नहीं होता मतलब बीच में ड्रॉप
They said
करके
at the
नीचे जो
time their goal was to make it to the playoffs. Well, they've made it there and they've continued to push forward in that upper bracket. The team has said that last year
Gen.G too strong.
The better team wins.
do too much.
Yeah.
Didn't really give us much to be excited about. And then bringing together
just accept and आगे बढ़ो.
Is
the better team.
To do well.
They are much better. पूरी team perform की है. पूरी team perform की है.
Representative as they face Americans. And they
अब तो Sentinels. Yes, yes,
a previous finalist of one of these events down into the lower bracket.
Just so done. PRX love. Oh yeah, obviously, man.
Forsaken underperformed क्या Forsaken, Mind Freak, मतलब वही पूरी PRX ही strong नहीं दिख रही थी.
To a close scoreline.
They're very पता नहीं PRX थोड़ा वो है, like it's like a wave. When they are up, they are like top of the world. जब down है वहाँ का ऐसा down.
That's a big concern.
There's like a difference in flow. एक difference in flow ना तुम समझ में आता है. This is I've always seen in PRX.
Off the bat for Gen.G. They get to watch their opponents play, figure out who it is, take some notes. This is a very nice position to be in, and a chance to make it.
Are they out of championship? No, sir. They are to the lower brackets. They will fight the one who loses against in the match of SEN versus Loud. The SEN versus Loud में जो हारेगा, they go against PRX for the elimination match.
They have so much depth to them in terms of individual plays, but they have such a solid structure, great trading, and also just looks like the individuals on that team have leveled
Guys,
up
if
from
you are
last year.
not
They look
subscribed,
like
please
different players,
subscribe.
even if they're in different roles, some coming from the tier 2 as well. They are an absolute
इस वाले
joy
स्क्रीन
to
में नहीं है, मुझे
watch.
कॉपी करना
And the
पड़ेगा
fact
किसी
is,
और
I don't
से.
know where this ends for them. They could genuinely be
लगाना है.
lifting the trophy.
It definitely feels like they have a long road ahead of them. Hopefully no bumps in that road. And the reality is, you know,
Let's send for them. Let's go for them.
certainly someone to take notes on, because this guy,
So they still win the tournament. They can still win the tournament. उनको lower bracket में जीत के
he's leaving his mark. He's already left his mark.
upper
And it could
bracket
get so
के
much more beneficial for this squad as they now get to watch their opponents play, take those notes. I really put so much stock in that.
upper bracket
I'm
के
excited to see what
loser
this squad can
के
do.
साथ खेल के
I
then
love
final
the
match
fact that
जाएगा
just even
उनका.
hearing them talk
Yeah,
about each
they need
other,
2 more
it's
wins.
Munchkin
To
elevating
continue.
his teammates. Like I think that's such a huge compliment. Like you could say someone come in, oh, he's a great leader, he's playing great individually.
What are your thoughts about the
Like,
new
all of
agents?
these
I
compliments,
do
it's
not
a
know
nice
anything
thing,
about
but
it,
to
man.
say he's come in, as someone has said, one of the first players coming out of Korea, Lakia, to play at a Masters event, and you're going, yeah, this guy has made me better.
आलसी बंदा
As
कितना.
someone who's
अरे
coming in as
Watchparty है रे,
a relatively
इसलिए
new leader,
गेमिंग नहीं कर रहा हूँ ना, इसलिए मैं नहीं
that's such
लगाया.
a huge compliment to hear from, and I think that's the great thing
No, no,
about
no.
this team. You look at them on the
That's
stage,
the
you
only
look
reason.
at Texture, just having a great time, everybody like standing up, like
Hey,
bows
Rudra,
and
कैसे हो
arrows,
bro?
like
Long
this is
time,
looking
obviously
like
long
a
time, man.
completely
तो ना भी
different
बहुत दिन बाद
squad.
देख रहा हूँ
And
मैं.
honestly, I am so
कैसे हो?
impressed with what we've seen. Luckily, now we get to hear from Munchkin as he's going to be down on the stage.
La victoria más convincente para Gen.G hasta ahora. The most convincing
interview
victory
देखें.
for Gen.G so far, and it had to be in playoffs. Tenía que ser en
Yo.
playoffs. Esto que con Munchkin para
Yo, Londo, हटो यहाँ से.
Y lo que ha sido este recorrido. And the first thing I'm going to say is, can we hear it for Munchkin? Can we hear it for Gen.G? Where are the Gen.G fans over here?
Thank you.
La segunda pregunta es que fue una partida en la que se hacen algunos cambios por el lado de PRX. ¿Había alguna idea y en qué se enfocan especialmente en este segundo mapa para que el cambio de composición no
Oh, Team Heretics घर गए, ठीक है? Oh, madam. Team Heretics गई घर. ठीक है? Next year.
What goes behind the scenes when we get to see that PRX.
But Team Heretics वाले मस्त लोग हैं यार. ये लोग सब Team Heretics से जर्सी पहन के आए हैं. उनकी टीम बाहर हो गई, सीधा Gen.G की टीम में चले गए.
To make sure that map would go your way.
로터스에서 페이퍼렉스가 조합을 다시 한번 바꿔들고 왔는데 이제 젠지 선수들은 그거에 대해서 어떻게 풀어나가려고 대처를 했는지 궁금합니다. 아무래도 갑자기 이렇게 따라잡히는 모습이 나오기도 했거든요.
일단 저희가 사이퍼 상대를 많이 만나봤었기 때문에 사이퍼 대처 방안에 대해서 일단 첫 번째로 이야기했었고요. 그리고 저희가 중반부터 좀 따로
Bro, ये अमन नहीं लग रहा है.
좀 방심하고
अबे थोड़ा अमन लग रहा है. अमन जो अच्छा दिखता है. He looks like our Aman who is good looking. This guy.
So first thing we talked about was how to play against
Mr. Beast.
And I think when PaperX were making the comebacks, I think we had some
Vedant ne bhi likha Mr. Beast
going on, but we were able to, you know.
ये बंदा is like.
Lo que nos cuenta de ese mapa de Lotus es que ya habían jugado en contra de composiciones de Cypher, así que el enfoque principal era cómo tenían que jugar en contra de ese Cypher, y cuando PaperX en esa segunda mitad estaba ganando rondas, el enfoque principal era en que la comunicación no estaba de la mejor forma y después la podían
Bro, ese side move भी अमन की तरह है. Oh, look at that.
Más vemos Gen.G mejor se ve.
But उसका सब features अच्छा है.
Que bajo presión puede brillar más comparado a los otros tres que tenemos en estos playoffs. The more that we get to see Gen.G, the brighter and the better you're looking. This time around, closing it in a 2-0. Do you find
Sadma,
one of those teams
hello Sadma, thank you Ashik sir, thank you for the Zeref Stars membership. क्या बात bro, you will be added to the WhatsApp group today. Thank you man, thank you for the membership. Thank you. हारोगी प्लीज उनका नंबर ले लीजिए, उनका व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में ऐड कीजिए. एक सेकंड. सदमा आशिक आप लड़का हो या लड़की हो? सदमा आशिक नॉर्मल लड़की हो?
사실 저희가 부담감을 아예 안 느끼는 건 아니지만 그렇다고 해서 또 부담감을 많이 받는 건 아니거든요.
Aman from Misho.
부담감이 저희 경기력에 영향을 끼치는 것 같진 않고요. 그냥 저희가 연습하던 대로 계속 대회에서 성장하고 있기 때문에 그래서 더 잘해지는 거라고 생각합니다.
I would say there's a little bit of pressure on us, but not a lot, and it's not going to be a lie. There is a little bit of pressure,
but
just
look,
bro. To crack us,
just a better looking woman.
You know, affect how we perform, and I just feel like we're that type of team that gets stronger and stronger, and that can grow as we play and as we make those runs today here in Madrid. So I am very glad that we're able to pull this one off as well.
Thank you for the 100, Vishal. Hello, Elder Bro. How are you? Good? All good? That's sorry, kind of busy due to study. CA inter चल रहा है. Hope you're doing good. And आंटी को ढेर सारा प्यार. Take care, man. And best of luck for your inter studies and all. Thank you, man. Everything is all good, man. Here.
Llega a esa gran final. Esperaría tal vez más adelante un rematch en contra de Pepe.
भाई अच्छा लगता है रे. सब जितने ऐसे old जितने भी ऐसे viewers हैं धीरे-धीरे.
Que siguen tomando esas victorias for the next matches here.
तो आप CSP जब बन जाओगे, तो उसके बाद तो आपके पास आपको सुपर चैट करोगे ना? Just kidding, man. बस लोग मेरी जान.
PaperX를 만날 것 같으신가요? 아니면은 다른
कास्टर नहीं दिख रही, कास्टर दिख रही है.
일단 제가
WhatsApp
원하는 건 페이퍼렉스가 아메리카 팀들 다 잡고 다시 결승 오는 것까지 다 원하는.
अरे मस्त.
그래도
अरे क्यूट लग रहे हो वे.
만나보고 싶기 때문에
마잉 भाई.
열심히 골랐으면 좋겠네요.
Bro, you are actually photogenic. क्या बात?
I want PaperX to kind of eliminate all the teams from Americas, and then we meet again in the finals. But I want to play against Sentinels because they're a really good team. So hope they do well right now. But yeah, I would like to face Sentinels.
Dice que si plan, la idea es que PaperX le gane a todos los equipos de Américas para que se encuentren nuevamente en esa gran final, pero que aún así dice que le gustaría mucho jugar con Sentinels. Espera que les vaya bien en lo que viene siendo esta partida que ya se viene. Y hablando de eso, nosotros nos vamos a pausa. We're gonna take a break real quick and we get ready for that Americas match.
What the fuck? उसके मुंह के सामने क्यों हिला रहे हैं?
Last time Gen.G became the king of Pacifics, but this is a different stage and a stage that PaperX have conquered over and over again.
Sid bhai, thank you for the 100. Zere Gande Flair, what do you think PRX will make comeback? PRX will make comeback. देखो, adaptability of PRX is good. PRX adapt करती है, yeah, that we have seen. They can ditch a composition completely and make a new comp completely and still win in it. So adaptability तो है उनका, but considering teams at this stage यहाँ पे adaptability का ना जगह नहीं रहता है. Literally, they perfect a comp. For example, एक team एक specific map choose करती है because they know they will play this agent, they will fucking execute this, they will win it. ठीक है, otherwise obviously team का अच्छा कॉम्स होता है, ये तो कर लेंगे. तो वही बात है, अगर they can make a better comp at least for split, वो split खुद चूज किए है और आज कट किए उसको. For that मैप अगर एक नया कॉम्प बना सकते हैं तो चांसेस है, otherwise
spawn. This means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect.
Saken there to help with
And also, I think there is also a factor if you see the game. तुम देखे ना ये वाला game. तुम यहाँ पे एक चीज तो for sure है. The form of PRX is थोड़ा little shaky. थोड़ा shaky. उस दिन something नहीं चल रहा था. उस दिन 4 सेकंड गंदा मार रहा था. आज 4 सेकंड और माइंड फ्लिक बोल लो ये लोग नहीं चल रहे. आज something मार रहा था. तुम समझ रहे हो? If they are all on the same page, then ये टीम के लिए easy हो जाता है bro. They are not on the same page. थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट है. Choose SEN और PRX. Bro, SEN. Come on. उनका मैंने बोला था ना PRX अगर ये गेम जीते तो बंडल लूंगा, मैं बंडल नहीं लूंगा. अब देखते हैं PRX होती है. See, if it's a SEN versus PRX final, तो मैं PRX का बंडल भी ले लूंगा. This is the only condition on which I'll take. The stream trying to adapt with money. नहीं, I won't say that, bro. They are just pure aimers, bro. PRX वही तो है ना, bro. उनमें pure aiming बहुत ज़्यादा है. मॉनिटर के साथ कुछ एडजस्ट करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. दवाई समवन जो अच्छा इनिशिएटर खेल लेता है ब्रो फॉर मॉनी है. एंड मॉनिटर उसके बहुत ऐसे गेम्स गए जहाँ पे अच्छा मारा भी है. सही बात ना. लार्ड विल आई थिंक एज पर योर स्टेटमेंट. नो सेंटिनल जीत रही है. डोंट वरी. सेंटिनल जीत रही है. कुछ भी बोलो, मैं जेरी को ओपोनेंट साइड वालों को सपोर्ट करूंगा. अमन भाई कोई पॉइंट नहीं होता. सेंटिनल में तो काम नहीं करना. जस्ट इस मास्टर ट्रॉफी में देखी नहीं, ध्यान नहीं दिया. काम की तरह क्यों लगा. लेकिन फाइनल तो सेन वर्सेस एफएनसी है. हाँ, वाइल्ड कार्ड है. जी भाई. काश सेन हारे. गाइस लुक एट दिस गर्ल इन द चैट. हिमानी 73 बोल के लड़की होगी, बोल रही है काश सेन हारे. गाइस एंड हिमानी कर दो. गाइस जल्दी से फट से एंड हिमानी कर दो. Vishal bhai, thank you for the 100 again. Obviously, bro, I think you forgot. I made a promise that I'll do super chat on my first earn. Your streams are my healer for me, and my mom is happy. भाई क्या बात bro, क्या बात. I see, मतलब ऐसा होता है ना कि I feel जिस दिन मेरा थोड़ा सा ना ऐसा ना head heavy रहता है ना, मेरे थोड़ा सा याद नहीं आ रही है. But I understand what you're saying and understand. I remember. इतना चाहता हूँ कि bro, देखो सुपर हिट तो भाड़ में जाए. तुम अपने दिल से करोगे जब होगा. तुम उस जगह पहुंचो जहां तुम्हें पहुंचना है. ठीक है ना. उसके बाद ब्रो हम सब यहीं मिलेंगे. यू नो everyone who's going for studies or going for a new job will all meet here again on this stream only. Stream तो खत्म नहीं होने वाली. Right. So yeah, I'll be really excited to see you pass your exams, become a CA, है ना, open your own firm or join some very big firm, whatever man. But yeah, all supporting you. All the best of luck to you. क्या एंड हुई है? बैन कर दो. माँ कसम जेरी ने हेट देने को मना किया. ईमान जी वाट लगा देता है. अच्छा यो या ऐसे कुछ नहीं, ऐसे कुछ ठीक है. उसे एंड कर सकते हो और कुछ नहीं बोल सकते यार. कम ऑन यू. वो भी मजाक ही करती है. हमको ट्रिप उपेंद्र बोलो ना. मतलब अब देख ले भाई ईमानी दुश्मन बना रही है फालतू का चैट में. क्या पॉइंट है? क्या पॉइंट है तेरा? ये नहीं कैसे हम लिटिल सिक थोड़ा सा वेदर अंडर द वेदर हूँ. इसके माँ का अंडर द. एक तो मुझे ना कुछ चीजें मुझे समझ नहीं आती. इंसान बीमार होता है तो अंडर द वेदर क्यों बोलते हैं? इंसान घूमने जाता है तो टच द ग्रास क्यों बोलते हैं? क्या पॉइंट है? मैं अगर जहाँ घूमने जा रहा, अगर मैं लद्दाख जा रहा हूँ वहां पे घास ही नहीं है तो मैं क्या करूँ? तो मैं क्या करूँ? ओ नहीं हिमानी वो पावर टेक्निकली मेरे में था. नॉट इन यू. ओवर द वेदर उसका मतलब हाँ? क्या मैं याद हूँ? बाबू गोड़ा हाँ तुम्हारा नाम मुझे थोड़ा याद आ रहा है. यस आई थिंक आई रिमेम्बर यू मैन. और मेरी आंखें भी जल रही है. क्योंकि वेदर आपकी ले रहा होता है इसलिए अंडर द वेदर. Are you मनीष भाई तंग तो 40 जलपरा की जलपरी आने के बाद स्ट्रीम छपाक। तो मनीष भाई अगर मुझे अपनी जलपरी मिलती भी है, आई विल मेक श्योर कि वो मेरी डुओ बनेगी, है ना? समझ लो, है ना?
Welcome back, everybody, to day 6 of Masters Madrid. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back
ऐसा
on
तो
the desk
non-duo
with
वाला
Mimi
जलपरी
and
तो होगी भी नहीं
Hypok.
यार।
We've had our
I'm just
first
saying.
regional rematch already, and let's get into the second. It is America Sentinels versus Loud, and I believe, Mimi, the matchup that you're very, very excited about.
Yeah, this one's going to be fantastic.
Thank
It went all
brother
5
for
rounds
remembering
in
me.
the finals
Huge
in
respect.
America.
Hey,
Sentinels
man.
pulled it off
Isn't
there
that killing?
against
Exam
Loud, but Loud has really leveled up at this event thus far. It should be a great match again.
Yeah, I think so. A
तू तो
couple of
engage था ना,
stumblings
टूट
along
गया।
the way. It is a concern for me. The Loud have
वो
really
होता
kind of
टूटता
shown
रहता है,
some
वो
bad
everyday का
tape
चीज़।
here. Obviously, with the permaban even being shown here now, Breeze, there's no questions left over their map pool.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the
पिछली वाली
same
कैसी
three
नहीं
maps
बनी,
before in the
दिमाग
first
का
match of the regional, but I wonder we're going to get that again here. But the thing is, Hypok, as you would know, Sentinels have played an obscene amount of games coming into this tournament. They continue to do so here in Madrid.
Yeah, a lot of tape, obviously, to go through. An opportunity there for Loud. They've already shown that they're willing to switch away from some of these Phoenix compositions and pull out.
I can guarantee ये पक्का 20
up.
मिनट
So
जींस किया
there is actually a real opportunity.
वो अलग उसका अलग धंधा
playoffs. Loud, I don't want to say in terms of prep, but have the upper hand.
They played less maps than some of these teams, but remember they were playing back to back. It was something like 12 hours of prep between playing Heretics to then play Casey.
Girls note Zeri is a red flag.
They played more
What the
rounds
fuck?
than the rest of the
Why the
team
fuck
in
am I a
America's
red flag? भाई
combined.
क्या scene
But
है?
finally, this team has had a bit of a break ahead of playoffs.
मैं क्यों red flag हूँ?
I mean, this break is going to be very, very important for them as well. And speaking of that, here is what Coach Kaplan had to say right after they secured playoffs.
Bro, I ordered SL to much. Love it, bro. The hoodie and a red cap. Nice much. Very W streamer. Thank you, Kazishan. Thank you, man, for ordering it.
Have such a quick turnaround.
Yo!
Showed everything.
मैं जापान घूमने जाना है
in kickoff.
मतलब अंदर से ऐसा फील आ रहा है कि इस साल अगर मैं जापान नहीं गया, अगर मैंने इस साल जापान नहीं देखा, तो मैं अंदर से खत्म हो गया। Sai Pranav, thank you for the membership, buddy. Thank you.
Be better equipped
तो हाँ,
to handle opponents studying us is
refresh करो.
and a confidence boost for the games ahead.
क्यों refresh क्यों करो? ठीक तो है.
I mean, this is the thing. They've already achieved everything so far without that a little bit of a break. So how much stronger do you think Sentinels are about to be?
वैसे सेंसर यूरो को +1 देख सकते हो, बाकी तो रेड फ्लैग है. हाँ तो मतलब मैं एक काम करता हूँ ना, सिंगल ही मर जाता हूँ.
Against both Heretics and Casey, I think the squad came in with really good game plans to fight forward, to punish their opponents.
लड़की छेड़ रहे जाना
I think
जाता
they're
है.
really good when they have even more time. And we saw that
जापान
in
में अगर
Americas
किसी
when
ने
they went
लड़की
into
छेड़ दी ना,
playoffs,
याकुजा
they
उठा के लेके चले जाते
leveled
तो पागल हो.
up. This is a squad that when they really take that effort to study their opponents and come prepared to a match.
Yeah, and I think the individual.
ये हमारे इंडिया के गली का नुक्कड़ नहीं है यहाँ पे से छेड़ के भाग जाएंगे यार. सीधा याकुजा को डालने की जाएगी भाई. चिल करो. जापान है वो.
There's room there to put them on anything potentially outside that.
कोरिया का तो बात ही नहीं बोल रहा.
Individually standing up so far here in Madrid.
Yeah, let's talk about Tekken here because we say Tens and Tekken. Okay. We've been kind of debating, you know, rookies here and there, but there is no debate when it comes to these two. Mimi, they are just the best.
Right now
Yeah, both these guys are looking like top 5 players in the tournament, and they're on the same team. And the thing is, they're always playing together. These guys out of the server, they're good friends. Their teammates call them the kids of the team. They're always hanging out, and they're setting each other up together in the server as well. They're a very aggressive duo. You'll see them take risks. The difference between them and maybe a team like PRX and a player like Forsaken,
I think that's the most noble profession you can have after doctor, army, and teachers and बहुत से profession के बाद ही वो बोल रहा है ऐसा नहीं कि there are nobler professions.
The rest of the team is calling around that. They hear Zach and say, hey, I want to make this play. Tense knows how to set him up, and the rest of the team adapts around that really, really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, just to double down on that, the support system here is really the difference. To have everybody here delivering individually, Zach and Tense being the ones to lead the charge, it's terrifying to have to go up against him in this sort of form.
I'm going to make Tekken a thing. But let's move on to the other side for Loud because they had a slow start.
Japanese people can Tattoo is being very rowdy.
They've had a slow start in the past.
It's being very rowdy.
Really deep.
Oh, that I don't care.
Yo,
Sadma, that I don't care. ये उनका, this is very, कैसा बोलते हैं उसको, stereotype. तो उसमें मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? but देखो, but एक ऐसे अगर जापानीज लड़की हुई, जो तुम्हारा दिल, you can see through all those tattoos.
Series has less been playing in particular less having another
like
MVP
coconut नहीं होता.
You look back
You can see through the shell, you know.
Yeah,
what
and
is
I
inside
honestly
it.
think that this team has leveled up yet again to a form where they can be
Who
a
is the most
contender
underrated player
for a
according to you in the
title.
whole
I think they
tour?
worked out
Underrated.
some of the issues they showed in the kickoff event, where they're playing these like Phoenix comps. It's not really working out. Here, I think they really narrowed down their map. They showed maybe some weaknesses on Breeze, but on the maps that they're committed to, their Sunset, for example, they've looked excellent. The strategy is really coordinated. Players have also leveled up quick in their last game. Looked so much better than the rest of the season thus far. This is a loud that always wakes up the deeper they get into tournaments. It seems like they find the ability to hit the peak at just the right time in like every event.
Yeah, and I think as well that they've already shown here that they are willing to kind of detract away from the commitment to the Phoenix and Breach. Obviously busting out.
मयंक भाई तंग तो 1000 मैं क्या बोल रहा था वो फाइनल्स की टिकट करा ली जाए.
Pretty incredible. I keep saying that nobody plays this much Phoenix and comes out looking
I would have,
a great
but
job.
honestly, ये मैं दिल से बता रहा हूँ. ठीक है, there is
Yeah,
no
you guys mentioned
superficial
Les
thing.
already, who's also having a great tournament. I believe he is standing by.
अगर मेरा
Take a look at
25
this.
तारीख
Not
को
just
मेरा
quite
बर्थडे
yet.
नहीं होता.
What about this?
I want to look at this because
And
this
for all
guy's
देंगे
stats
तो
have
मुझे
been
पोस्ट
ridiculous
मॉम
this
है
tournament, but
जीवन
they are every time. Les is the consistent member of this
अगर
squad.
नहीं होता,
Osmus out of the
we
team,
would have
he's the
gone.
number one guy
Honestly
you
बता.
have to look
Vlog
towards.
करते
He's
हैं.
always playing Viper, but he's competing with the star
क्या
duelists
मैंने
in
गलत
every
टॉपिक का
role.
क्वेश्चन
The
किया
guy's
है?
ridiculous. And
मनीष भाई
if
क्या
Lad's
आपने
gonna
आपने
win a
कुछ क्वेश्चन
trophy
किया? आपने
here
क्या
in
क्वेश्चन
Madrid,
किया?
it'll be because he's keeping that up.
Yeah, that was Les. We got Les as well because
हमने
Les
क्या
is more.
क्वेश्चन
So
किया?
let's send it down to Mika Babs.
हाँ एक व्लॉग विद रेंट जीएफ के साथ.
Hey Les, I like that little groove you had going on a little bit back there. So you've been on the team for forever. You know how
I promise
it's
that I
like
got a
to
job or
get
become
this synergy, to win
become
championships. I'm
something.
curious how
I'll super
this level of
chat
synergy
to
has
SETL
been
sir.
from like the
I
beginning
love
of this
SETL. The
roster
new
all the
video
way
is
up here
W.
to
Happy to see
Masters
Caitlyn
Madrid.
back.
What's
अरे
that
क्या
journey
बात
felt
कर.
like? We have Arthur here to help with some translation.
Oi Les, então, primeiramente eu gostei você tava ali
Bro,
mandando uma vibe bem legal.
bro, this guy looks like a ninja or something.
Com a galera, com o time, e agora com esse novo roster, vocês estão com a sinergia.
Bro,
A sinergia tá
look at
boa,
the
como é que tá a
necklace, bro.
sinergia de vocês agora?
Yo, look at the chains, look at those rings.
A gente tá começando a
पूरा
evoluir,
swagger
né,
है
querendo
बंदे
ou
का.
não, tô no início do
यहाँ
ano.
यहाँ
A
से
gente tá
यार
com um
chain
jogador
लेकर
novo, step
chain
nova,
खोलेगा
então
सीधा
a gente tá
कटाने के लिए.
planejando a longo prazo, mas estamos evoluindo aos poucos no campeonato.
Overall, step by step, we're evolving not only in the championship because we also have a new player. We're working on with like new staff as well. So I would say we're just on the way.
After a while, hey, ओमी कहाँ गए थे? क्या
Eager
सीन
to see
है?
the next step. Keep that vibe going and best of luck.
और कोल बात है आपको रेड फ्लैग, आप पूरा ग्रीन फ्लैग हो. जो रेड फ्लैग बोल रहे हैं उनको सबको टाइम आउट दे. Thank you, Phoenix. I'm just clarifying, guys. Phoenix is a girl who's saying I'm a green flag, so it's validated. Tens, let's go, man. Buy some. खरीद लिया, पागल कितना खरीदूं? Bro, कुछ हो ना हो, इसका मार्केटिंग मेरे पे काम कर गया. I bought it.
पता नहीं ये लोग क्या आते हैं ना अच्छा वाइब आ रहा है कि अब मजा आने वाला है.
तालो कुछ इशू है. Okay. No worries, man. बिंदास
नहीं करना है.
Relax. Take your time. बिंदास आओ.
GEN.G को.
These are two of the best teams Americas have to offer, but being here is about being the
क्या
best in the
सीन है
world.
हारुकी?
And as he stands at this
ऐसा
stage,
hater
it
का
does
बन रहा है
feel
आज.
like both of them have a great chance.
It's the new versus the old guard for Americas in this match. It's the third time they've played this.
चलो,
game,
इन्होंने नहीं कर
and
रहा है?
already into the veto, Mike.
बोलो ना, बोलो
These
ना.
teams have a lot of
मैं पढ़ रहा
similarities
था
in their
तभी.
strengths, and I think we're
Interesting
going to
chats आ रही
expect
हैं.
to see maps like Sunset, maps like Icebox that was just picked that both these teams love to play. This honestly, what we're getting already is a bit of a rematch of that finals.
Yeah, definitely. Well, actually, yeah, with Sunset to round things out. Concern, a massive concern to kick things off on Split. Obviously, two.
Bro, you wanna get banned, Akshat?
Results, obviously, regionally looking back at this, but last one being a 13-3. Sentinels absolutely.
You wanna get banned,
slapped
Akshat?
out.
Yeah, Split is far and away the best map for Sentinels that we have seen thus far. They look lights out on that. In particular, their defense, their protocols, the way they set up for the retake, everything has been on point. And yes, so much of it is Zekken, and so much as it is also John QT. It feels like his calling is
इसका
perfect
veto
on
कब
the
हुआ,
defensive
Sherlock?
side of that map, on how this team sets up. This first match
हाँ
is
ना,
going to be a challenge.
दिखाया नहीं.
Yeah, just how close do you think?
या फिर हमने ध्यान नहीं दिया.
Match we saw today, very
नहीं
one-sided.
नहीं
So what we
नहीं pretty
expected,
sure
but,
नहीं हुआ. नहीं
Hypog do you feel like it favors one team or another coming into this?
I'll be honest, I do give the edge to Sentinels here. I don't think we're going to have a
क्या कर रहा है ऐसे
series.
कर
I
रहा
think now maybe looking to reinvent themselves once again and have that bounce back factor. I don't think this is going to be an easy run.
Yeah, the question for me is what has Loud changed? Because they haven't had to
anime
really
ki
show
girls,
their split since that
Hinata,
grand final.
Sunade.
So there has been a bit of time to kind of
What
look
the
back,
fuck
see
are
what
you, idiot?
went wrong there.
Kal
Even
lava
the best
hot.
teams haven't been able to beat
Nice.
SEN there. I look more towards the rest of this pool.
real
I think
good, every
Icebox
तरफ
and Sunset, both teams are incredibly close on how they play. In particular, Icebox leads towards Louds. I really expect us to get a third map, to get Sunset, and that's so exciting because these teams are both excellent at the map, but with very different reads. One playing the breach.
चलो guys,
the Phoenix,
बहुत
the
बकचोदी
other
हो गई,
playing
बहुत बकचोदी
the
topics हो
Gecko
गई.
composition.
Focus
Both
is
have
SEN versus Loud now.
Both have really cool ideas.
Best of 3 तीनों आप देखना है, please, please.
Yeah, and I also, you mentioned a little bit of doubt perhaps.
Let's go, Sadak.
Here, but,
Let's go, John
Hypok,
Cutie.
he's going up against Sadak. You know, they've been looking forward to this matchup for a long time.
Guys,
Take a
game
look
शुरू
at,
हो.
the agents
Give me
select.
like
How much pressure do you
2
think
minutes.
will be on
Washroom से आता हूँ, ठीक है?
No surprise to see the composition.
क्या बात, क्या
I
बात.
think it is a little bit concerning Sassy's performance in areas, but
What?
I mean, you could argue again, it's another one of those familiar opponents, very, very comfortable ground, and obviously regionally, Sassy's performances were above what we've seen so far in Madrid.
Sentinels are starting on the attack. A lot of this comp is built around how in the mid-round they take space for Zekken. I think shutting down Zekken has to be a priority for Loud. He is looking like the best player in the event right now. And if he can keep that up in this one, if he can get the openers for Sentinels, give GEN.G those options in the mid-round, the way they've been able to for most of this tournament, it's going to be really tough for Loud to recover.
Yeah, well, I've just been told that Brand and Sideshow are in fact contractually obligated to cast every single Sentinels game. So here they are, over to you guys.
That's extremely true. We have so much influence and power, actually, over Riot Games here at the caster desk. But we decided to get started with our second match of the playoffs, and it's bound to be a barn burner. We've already had it, you know, a sneak peek of it, at least. In the regional finals, these two teams clashed, and they're kind of taking over that mantle now. You know, me and you, Josh, we were talking about it just before we got into the game, but, you know, you think of that Optic Core versus Loud matchup. That was, you know, El Clasico. And now maybe the passing of the torch over to this one. We've seen Sentinels versus Loud now many, many times so far in 2024, and it's always pushed both of these teams to great heights.
It's possible that we'll see it even later on in the playoffs too. We've yet to really discover which of these teams are going to be able to battle it out against each other and make it deep in a playoff kind of situation. Gen.G looks scary. You do not want to be in the lower bracket if they end up down there at some point. Obviously, PRX no pushovers either. But yeah, this is a really cool regional matchup that you have between these two teams. You know, last year we only had one regional title in Americas to fight over. That was Loud that ended up taking it away. This year with Kickoff, Stage 1, Stage 2, we're going to have 3 potential opportunities for regional fights like this. And then also all of the opportunities at Masters events or at Champions, where Loud and SEN, they're not just fighting here for the rivalry, but they both believe, and I think a lot of the fans do too, that they've got a serious chance of being able to win the thing.
Every team does that's at this event as well. And winning here in the playoffs, of course, you know, not in the danger zone just yet. There's not elimination on the line per se.
इसी हाथों से मैं ये पोल बना रहा हूँ, इसी पोल पे आप वोट दें. मैंने हाथ नहीं धोया.
Gives you a really decent chance as well of lifting that trophy, lifting that title, which, you know, every team here is looking to do.
Now that we've got a little bit of time too, just to dig into the map veto, it's going to be electric. You look at the opening map, the analyst desk has talked about it, and then Icebox. Yeah, Loud won that in the 3-2 victory that Sentinels ended up putting up. But Icebox was close, man.
Really close.
And Sunset too. There's no guarantees that that goes the way of SEN again if we do end up going to 3.
भाई Sentinels में क्या वोट है भाई?
Yeah, but I think for Loud too, they cannot afford to just get battered as they did previously. Hypok was talking about that scoreline. It was devastating for SEN.
Let's go, guys!
Early presence showed here by Loud into B-main with the boombot.
Let's go.
Looking like they want to fight through. They've got a flash ready and waiting. Potentially, no, just literally the smoke. Zelsa's going to be holding for this one. Jiggles it. Stray shots going wide here. Might be calling for reinforcements. And so far, a little bit of damage done. It looks like just a 10's not a re-clear. Going to be called for B-main.
And 10's prepping the paranoia in case this Trailblazer caught contact. It didn't.
अगर हाथ धोके नहीं आए तो lick your hand, बाबू.
taking
Why
that
the
territory with body.
एक second,
Instead,
क्यों
looking
भाई?
forwards to a fight in
क्यों?
mid. Kawanzin did not use a fault line at the start of the round, so he's still got that.
तुम
but it's
बोलोगे
gonna
मैं
be
अपना
a
हाथ
one
क्यों
fight
चाट?
instead.
Yeah, just straight up. I mean, just dry into it, no kit being utilized. Again, want to face with the bodies.
And to be honest, I think that favors Loud. Yeah, they've lost the
Imagine
breach,
Loud
but no
EDG के against जैसा
smokes
खेले,
if they
भाई।
decide to go over and commit to
वो
B.
तो बहुत
And
बुरा हो
Loud will be
जाएगा
exploring
फिर
down mid as
Sen
well.
के
John
साथ।
Cutie and Sewers.
Massive proactivity being caught here by Sadak, but well,
Nice.
John QT left to do so much more there. Just the one before the trade comes through, but the B site now opened up entirely for them. Will be that plan. Sassy's out wide into the open. Could have been
John
danger
QT is
there.
a very good
Blade, I guess,
space
saves
maker.
it
बहुत
away.
space बनाता
A
है।
call is made to try and fight into the spawn. Zelsis. Snakebite now being held, but he's got 3 targets to deal with. Luckily, Zella. Okay, Zekin right there. Vulnerable. Will he be able to get the damage? Of course he will. Followed up in the end with the snake.
उसमें मर गया। जी जी bro.
Vulnerable का
I love
क्या
watching Sen
मस्त
set up
use
these
किया
kind
है।
of
हाँ ना।
little plays. You could see it constantly
Easy
when they were
right
playing
click पड़े
against
है vulnerable के
the
वजह से।
European teams in the Swiss stage.
So
They
he
didn't
was like
want to
picking
offer them
first.
opportunities to go for retakes.
Zekin.
Where they would
उसके लिए
cook
3
up
बंदों
some
से
kind
swing
of
किया,
post-match
उसके
aggression.
बाद उसे split
They've
किया।
always
आगे
got a
split करते तो
different
cross
idea.
नहीं करते वो।
That's the great part about this Sen team that took the off-season so
Small
seriously.
play.
These players now
बढ़िया
have
play.
just a depth of micro plays that they can have. They just want to snake right off.
Awesome play. No, 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 cutie, no, no, no.
Already seeing examples of both of these teams just trying to be proactive.
Yeah,
so that calling that mid-push
Choose
earlier,
the wrong
finding through
team.
into spawn. So I think what I said earlier, both of these teams, they're going to be pushing themselves to brilliance. I think you might be seeing it. At least we certainly hope so. Les Korani open no man's land, so he will fall.
And I think what you're seeing, at least at the beginning of this game, is Sen
Bro,
taking a
bundle
very
लिया है
slow
भाई।
approach.
Ay,
That's a
yo,
big kill.
bundle लिया है मैंने यार John
Down on
Cutie।
A means that this side of the map no longer has any offensive threat.
Oh, second reactions there. Fault line stunned up. Well, there it is. The classic damage coming through. Flash in the end as well, so Tenza shortly behind him with a flash repeat. Kawazin can't get too much more done. 1 player left. 2 years. Can't see too much danger in the round.
No. And Sentinels were forced to accelerate there once John ended up dying because they don't have information about what's happening on the other side of the map. But if you want to talk about info as it relates to these compositions, Loud constantly need to be jiggle peeking corners, need to be going for those proactive explorations. And that's going to incentivize Sen to play a little slower, to try to punish the jump peaks and see if they can get damage or kills that way. To try to punish the info pushes
FW को
into
अगर
mid, that
सीधा
kind of thing.
पढ़ो
And
तो
Loud can't always
for
run
the
around
win.
the map
उल्टा पढ़ो
pushing
तो
on
what the
defense with
fuck? What the
utilities. It
fuck?
just makes it so
क्या
easy to
हुआ?
play. It's a
तो क्या हो
difficult
गया?
comp to play on defense.
अबे यार कैसे कैसे क्वेश्चन कर रहे हो? ओपा ओपा.
Might just get even harder as well when Sen end up swapping sides. They look like one of the better teams here at this event when it comes to their split. Largely due to their retakes. The fundies here for Sentinels though. Standard. Not a util being thrown out wide here for that ramp control early. Now setting their sights out into the A. Sadak! Anchor in position. Tucked nice and tight and safe and really just buying time for the rest of his team. Where other reinforcements into the smoke as well. Damage has been done. Vulnerable up. Sets it up for an easy one for Zelsis. 3 versus 3.
Bit of a blunder there for Loud,
bonus
offering
round.
Sen another opportunity to
Very,
get
very
back
good
into it.
team.
बोनस बढ़िया
Not
निकल
planted,
गया इन लोग का तो
Heaven.
Oh, pit to be a lol, GG.
Now Sassy is pretty
ये तो
far away.
ये तो
but
प्लान
I
के
think-
बाद आया शायद.
I mean, look at the way that Loud are clearing this. They're expecting a reflank back up.
क्लियरेंस के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है लोग
Really going to be the bread and butter of a team like Sentinels, just trying to fight, scale for it. That paranoia, the timing on it.
Oh, timing था अच्छा
Immaculate as soon
bro.
as the
अगर
nade
वो
comes through,
लगता
yeah,
और
just
वो
hearing
नीचे
it
गिरते ना
to the
जीजी था.
corner. Sassy removed. Taken out now, just 2 will stand, and it could be just a bit of random spray, a bit of random spam. The Sadelsis traded, pit
This is
going
okay.
down.
Tens, let's go.
1v1. Doesn't really have to gun for it as a bulldog, but will it be all bark or all bite? Tends to be the latter.
वो
but
स्टिक
Tens
क्यों
is wielding
करेगा
it.
मेरे को नहीं
don't
समझा
fake up.
Great
Don't
clutch
fake
there.
का scene था
Enormous
उसका.
round for Sen to be able to
नहीं,
pick up.
नहीं,
The
करना तो
momentum
एकदम नहीं
piling
बनता
forwards
था.
for Sentinels as they win the
मुझे
bonus
लगा half
and
कर
knock
क्यों
Loud's
उठेगा.
economy down. And what a fumble after Sadak's able to get a 2K at the beginning. And it's a 5v3. The stun just comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up on. And then the flood that comes out is late too. And they've taken a huge player advantage situation
क्या
set
बात.
up by their IGL.
आपको सेंड क्यों पसंद है?
Tossed it away.
Look at the
Keep
game.
playing together.
Glimpses
Look
of the
at the
comps
game.
here as well. Keep playing together. Fundies on show for Sen. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
And I do think that that's such a key. You know, Loud thrive against teams that opt into the individualism. You saw what they did to EDG.
Oh, yeah.
It was a massacre.
तेरी बात बोल रही है डीजे वाला बात में बोला
Chances, no gaps when they're playing against that. I mean, you can argue as well a team like Loud had a relatively easy path into playoffs, only beating out the Chinese representatives at Madrid.
Neither of whom played that well in
Mid
their
में
games
पांच
against
लोग
Loud.
हैं,
Put up a fight, really, did they?
But having said that,
ये
we
क्या
know that
setup है बे?
Loud are an extremely good team when they're on.
Sassy feeling the danger there. The dog spotting
Oh,
out
miss.
too. John is so
That's so
damn
much info.
wide. Yep.
That is so much info. John's like, guys, there can't be anybody B because they're all looking at me in mid.
He cannot pay with it with his life. Nade waiting for Loud. Could be some danger if they find a few initial picks rattled off maybe with the sheriffs, but
Thank you for the $2, Mr. T. Sen is the beast. What do you think, bro? Bro, this combo, ये team
really much to do with in terms
absolutely
of
crazy हो
face it
चुकी
wide
है.
though with the aftershock being played for. So much damage done to these Loud players. Positionings known and noted.
Oh!
So survive into it with Zekin picking up 3.
Yo!
The big critical ultimate
गलत
attack
खेल
side.
रही
That
भाई.
showstopper is going to be putting in some work if he manages to earn it.
Miguel का chat उड़ाओ. Miguel क्या लिखा?
Loud are going to be one way from having a broken
देखने में हारो
combi
कि क्या
again. And Sen are starting to get up to key ults. Look how nice as well the Sentinel's utility usage is when they get into a plant scenario. Zekin's holding nade to try to deny someone who might try to stop the plant. But he's also ready to throw counter utility with that nade
Very
as
disciplined.
soon as the retake starts happening. They know how Loud are going to play and they've already prepped the counter to stop them.
Truly one-sided affair. I want to see some bite back from Loud, really.
Oh, this is interesting. Zelsis went for an orb lineup.
But every time Loud is so heavy in mid way.
You see how there's 2 Viper orbs layered on top of each other. And that's going to disincentivize what Loud have been going for. This is Sentinel's Viper orb. You're going to take a lot of damage if you want to try and fight mid.
They can walk A.
Loud.
They are walking.
And that's broadly speaking what Loud have been doing on this.
But mid में वो sound maintain कर रहे हैं while they're walking A. The sound's cut off. Mid sound cut off हुआ तो यहाँ पे dog हुआ. Yeah, but spotted only one.
It's going to be broken
That
for
is
a bit of
John
that mid-round
Jotai.
information, but only shown by the one player, so...
Yeah.
Loud still left scratching their heads ever so slightly in terms of wondering where this might
They know the
land.
dog
They are starting to
happened.
guess now correctly with the Seekers. This will point them directly into the right targets.
Sassy's going to pick up the ult orb and get Seekers himself.
Seconds left. Which direction is this going to go into? They've still got 2 players planted into mid here for Sen, but the spike over towards A, they are struggling to get themselves in. Push and pull, ebb and flow of the map, not really working out in Sen's favour, and they need openings and they need options right now. Maybe to be granted to them, a bit of
very
speed
fast.
with the damage, the bullets going wide.
ramp
This
पे
is
जा रहे हैं
such
because
a
वो vent से
difficult
आ गया ना.
setup to break
20
into.
seconds left.
What are they even going for here? Slowing it down, but really time is going to be their worst enemy. It's a team flash. GEN.G there, close to the corner, cut to wide. Sassy through and over the top. Kabazine still
Oh, he's planting.
Tucked tight to the corner. Sassy planting the balls on the
It's
map
low.
to go for
भाई
the
late कर दे. Council आके जल्दी मारता ना. Plan नहीं होता.
around. Now Zelsis becomes a key
भाई.
player in the game.
He's managed to pick up his orb and reposition it too, so he's got more control over towards heaven. So he's set to try to blind someone with flying elbow. Tenza's already repositioned up top.
कोई use नहीं है elbow flash का. कोई आगे ही बढ़ा.
With the stun finally now to try and at least attempt that reclear, but you're gonna have to be giving this one up. They don't have positioning at all. Zelsis is backed away, playing a really passive position. 10 spots it, backs away, not favoured for that fight, and they've won out the at least critical ones. Now no mollies to Zelsis.
Let's
tap onto it. Les is holding for it and watching for it.
Good round, good round. बहुत confused हो गए.
Really nicely done there by
Super
Loud.
slow नहीं हो गया
Coming
round यार.
back in, they had so many different things that
भाई
they needed to
उसने
navigate.
aftershock नहीं
You
मारा
saw
तो
that
मुझे
there was
लगा
no
throw हो
follow-up
गया
on the
बस
paranoia.
निकाल
That's
लिया.
because they're expecting some utility in response or
Yeah.
aggression in response. Look how good Cowanzine is at being able to deal with Zekin flying over the top of him too. Unless, as usual, the backbone
Hey, Mr. J,
winning
टू
duels
करे.
against
क्यों
Tenz
भाई लाउड
and
भी तो टू
Celsius
कर सकती है.
to shut
कैसा
the round down.
हेटर वाला
That's where you
वो
see
है
the
तुम्हारा
slower pace of
behavior.
Sen get punished.
वो तो नहीं.
If Loud are not going to give
मैंने
them
bundle लिया,
things
ठीक है?
in the
अरे
mid-round, give them
क्या तुम
openings to
सेंस
punish,
सपोर्ट कर रहे हो ज़ेरिफ?
Obviously.
ये एक तो हो गया.
success the
Excuse
executes
me.
at the end of the day.
What? हाँ मैंने bundle लिया भाई.
कब लिया?
कल.
Familiar
क्या
setup.
बात है?
Doesn't look
मैं
like
उनका
this
कार्ड भी
the
यूज
same
कर रहा हूँ
fight
जबकि उनका
forwards.
कार्ड अच्छा नहीं है.
No, not this time.
Zelsis.
The other
Acceptance
thing
तो
that's
है.
amazing about that Viper orb though too is it keeps people in
कार्ड
mid
तो
because
अच्छे
you
थे.
can lurk through it.
हाँ,
बेस्ट कार्ड
पता
तो
नहीं
वो है
है
जो
मतलब.
मैंने लिया है.
Yeah, मतलब Lev is like way better.
For the present show though, now
अलग ही है भाई वो.
Oh wow.
Yeah, handshake.
Handshake बोला.
QCK and Kalanzine are really close to huge ultimates too.
चलो कोई भी टीम जीत जाए भाई आज 2-0 हो जाए बस ताकि मैं जाके सो जाऊं.
ओए ये क्या बात है यार? तू स्ट्रीम पे सो जा यार.
भाई. अरे नींद से उठ के आई उधर.
Shows it. Body
गलत
check.
नींद में हूँ मैं.
He's one away from it.
गलत नींद में हूँ.
Onto having control, but now here it is. Showstopper. Fault line to stop this one. Zekum was blind
Bro,
as anything.
अंधा है
No
bro
way with the
Zekum.
movement. Just evades capture.
Blind है.
Still low enough though. Tens now with a TP into the back of his head. That was not punished, and it does that full retake protocol. But already ram control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Celsius is so far away from the
Zelsis
rest of the
is
squad.
the
Just
late
trying to find
flank?
the timing for a late lurk. He might be too late.
There's a kill. Here's a showstopper. Finally online. Rocket
Last round में जो late आया था.
Sassy is dropped like
Okay,
a fly. Tens
good
has to do
bye.
the most now. He stands his ground and wins his one out. Kawazine falling out. Sadak though.
It's been slowed down.
Oh, spit बहुत बढ़िया है bro.
बढ़िया मौकी.
Celsius is here.
Finally. Arriving to the party though, Util in his hand. Sadak adjusts
दो
it.
मारना
Watching
चाहिए
for
था
a Tens now 1v2. The double face is there.
Nah.
Terrific
बढ़िया.
together.
Well played.
Jeez. His partner in crime, Mr. Sadak himself. So with that defuse online, that's going to be that
Stream
second
पे
round.
सोने
ऐसे
तो
तो बाकी टीम में खेली है भाई सेन.
Handle now in terms of how to
यार
tackle
यहाँ
these
बैठ
ASAP.
के
बाकी टीम टॉप 4 में क्यों नहीं है?
The timing there to re-push ramp before Sentinels were anywhere near set up for it, right?
Goldie
Sen's general
Bell
game
से
plan
सो
is we're going to get to site, we're going to have some kind of
Just
post-plan
मारा
idea for
रखे.
aggression, or a backup plan like Celsius going for that late lurk. But if you can find the
One of the
timing
best.
between them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud
Ninja
did,
diffused your nap.
be very disruptive. And also, one of the big crucial factors in round 5 and 6 to Loud winning is that they just had players able to
obviously,
take
man.
ones and win
यार
deals.
इस पर
You saw
Loud
Tens
क्या
at the
Loud
end
क्या
there.
वैसा
We've seen
13
do
to नहीं आ रही
magic
bro.
in those positions
Come on.
sometimes before. But Loud are shooting back. Might sound reductive, but it's very important. Here's that same orb lineup, but this time it's just going to go straight into a pit. I don't think that's going to have the value that Celsius was hoping for.
कोई वैल्यू नहीं है.
Kind of risky to.
हाँ मतलब ऑन ऑफ कर सकते हो
Yeah.
just to fake a walk in.
Lost, isn't it? Can't really be reclaiming it unless you have a plan to re-clear, which is stacking bodies, don't get me wrong. Just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium of Les, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
Scout destroyed.
If Sen get a read that Loud are playing heavy
Must
over
be
mid at
jealous
the
of
start
my
these
cat.
rounds,
मेरे
which
को
they
लेकर भी सो
generally are,
जाती.
there's normally two,
मेरे को
sometimes
नींद का
three
इतना
players
नहीं है
there.
but अभी मैं
Sen
सो
might
के
be able
ना
to make
इसलिए
an
फिर
adjustment
नींद आ
and go
रही
for
है.
more burst executes. But all of this is so based on having a read of what your opponents are doing in this
Let's
match.
go, ball
And they will
buff.
be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Pretty clear called, it looks like, was the dog John QT. He's been pushed forwards now, tucked. And there it is, kill.
This
Claims
is such a
QCK,
good one,
fault
thank you.
line.
Nice.
Definitely there, initially laboured enough, but still, the trade
That's
online. The
BSB.
call's being made to try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Util, look at it. I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drop down,
Tens
cuts up the side, and with that lurk,
Oh, Sassy was still trying to walk in, bro.
rewarded for it. Tens has the spike here, looking eager. Potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards the
Oh, nice! वहाँ से pick आ गया. Let's go.
More, look at that! Coordination
नहीं.
on display. Sadak creeping
What is
across, he managed
this?
to weave his way into the site there while all that chaos was going on, but not enough to get too much more done.
And that was a tricky round for Sen to be able to convert. When John Cutie goes down over towards A,
मुझे पता चला न्यू एजेंट डुएलिस्ट है. It is right. अमन भाई जब हम ऑडियंस करेंगे तब हम बोल पाऊंगा, उसके आगे नहीं बोल पाऊंगा मेरी जान.
Celsius destroys that attempt to flood retake. Dodge the flash and pick up both players.
याकुजा तो जापानीज माफिया और टैटूज नहीं, ऐसा कोई बात नहीं है ब्रो. टैटूज तो बहुत लोग करवाते हैं. वहाँ जितने भी लाइक जितने भी इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हैं, मॉडल्स हैं, मैं बहुत लोगों को देखा हूँ कि उनके पास टैटूज हैं, उनका टैटू का ऐसा कोई बात नहीं है. ऐसा फुल बॉडी टैटूज वो अलग चीज होती है. ओनी फॉर एग्जांपल जो मेरे बाइसेप पे है, दैट इज मोर कंसीडर्ड विद याकुजा एंड ऑल.
Savage will keep any of the money running. Keep smoke. Going to be disrespected apparently. At least with the flash, they know that nobody's close, tucked to the corner. A lot of players now looking for a punish on John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot, solo play. But they're just going to posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can find a pick on John Cutie,
तो जॉन को बोलना पड़ेगा रे, पूरा अकेला एक साइड पे हो, मार्क करता है वो. भाई ये सब मेरे से नहीं हो सकता.
I think they've got a very good read that John is playing.
क्या नहीं हो
solo
सकता?
A lot.
ऐसा अकेला खेलना है, ऐसा वॉक करके खेलना।
expectation that maybe
मैं बहुत पैरानॉइड खेलूंगा।
लर्किंग वाला गेम प्ले।
हाँ।
लर्किंग ना सिर्फ साइफर पे कंफर्टेबल लगती है मुझे, क्योंकि ट्रिप्स वगैरह होते हैं ना तो पता है कि कहीं और से नहीं आ रहे कोई, वरना तो बहुत जीते होते हैं।
situations like this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we saw one of the rounds go down to only 15 seconds on the clock.
I think you can get really punished.
And Bren, the spike is going towards A, which is where Loud are going for their gamble
एक
stack.
B smoke के लिए अब
There are
2 लोग
only
rotate कर
30
रहे हैं।
seconds left
नहीं,
on the clock.
they didn't.
Zen are
They
quiet,
stayed.
but so far away.
अब shit हो गया।
They're faking like it could be going towards B, blocking off Les's sight lines, but no one's budging.
No one's budging. Kawazine looks to be the contact for Paranoia play that's being held around the back now. The nade flying forwards.
Oh, let's go!
Still doesn't win it out with a stinger in the backside play.
yeah!
Are brutalized, eviscerated. Sadak.
कैसे मारते हैं उसने?
Oh, nice covers and saves.
Numbers.
What a swing and great dodging movement by John as well. Can Les pick this up?
V3.
Yeah, आप किसे support कर रहे हो?
The rifle to do it still.
Winning team
There's going to be
को.
no gaps there. Not with Sentinels.
Yeah.
They know who they're up against.
यार
And another round where Sen, it looks
Stack
dangerous.
side
on the
में भी
minimap.
गई भाई
You
तब
see
भी।
them walking into the trap. UCK even manages to get one. But everyone on Sen is playing really tight together. Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent.
Yeah.
It is.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
Outlast खेल
And
आज
they're
तबीयत
running
खराब
away
है
with
यार,
this.
Outlast नहीं खेलता।
If you wanted to have
चिल्ला भी
an
नहीं पाऊंगा।
expectation
दिमाग
coming
में नहीं
into
चलेगा।
split, I think it's a little difficult. Because the 2 times we've seen these teams play before, one was an extremely close split, but Loud ended up winning, with Sadak just popping off at the end of the game to drag
और
him over
कौन
the
सी
line.
टीम जीतने
And
वाली
the
है?
other was a flattening. It was Sentinels
I
just
think it will be
utterly tactically
America's key
dominating
team.
the game. And this is looking to me to be more like the latter. Obviously, the scoreline would suggest that, but the
Let's
approach,
go, man.
the way
ये
that
कर
Sen
लो
is
बस।
so patient around the map, dealing with everything that Loud throw at them.
Ten's my goat.
I think that time, having been the first team to qualify for playoffs, has been used very wisely.
Oh yeah, rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen, I've seen these players wandering around the hotel and the coaches. Kaplan.
Yeah, very
Drew,
nice
they had,
answer. Huh?
very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
And you saw there in that shot of the stage, actually, Sadak popping off, making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Attack timeout taken for Loud.
ज़ाया का
They're going
phone
to be
फूक
able
गया
to find the
relationship
adjustment
पे,
that
क्या
gets them
मतलब फूक गया मतलब
a
क्या
little bit
हुआ?
of a cushion to work
फूक गया
with
मतलब
because
क्या
the
है?
economy has just never
भाई
been in a good
क्या
spot.
हुआ मतलब? फटफट गया क्या
Really
भाई?
Quite vital round.
ऐसे थोड़ी
coming up
होता
here,
है?
just because of what you mentioned, the economy situation is a deep fault line. That's just
Loud
off the
first
rope
round
from
हारी गया
Kawazine.
always. नहीं यार मुझे
Mark
2
it,
चाहिए
but
भाई,
don't very
मत
much
जीतते
follow
चाहे
through
Loud.
with it. Looks like maybe it was
2-1
just
in
a setup
favor of
being
Sen.
controlled
Let's
for 2
go.
years.
और वो भी
Look
2
how
map
difficult
OTs
this is from
होंगी।
Kawanzin's point of view.
2.
You know, when
और
this
2
war
map
goes up,
OTs
it's
भी
very
होंगे।
difficult
2
I
for
होगा
want
ही।
someone on
to-
Sen is just
No,
quietly taking
impossible.
it
नहीं,
through.
भाई I believe in absolute
And so
cinema.
these A players have to be
Yeah.
cautious.
Quality tactics for the
Cinema
win.
बोली।
हाँ,
Portion of
तो
the round though, with a minute 10 onto the clock, you see those
तो
seekers
तुमने तो no बोल दिया,
uploaded,
अब
pointing in
कैसी?
various
Yo,
different
no, अरे
directions,
तो वो
but
बाद में
doesn't
hit
really
किया ना
give Sen
मुझे।
an indicator. They do know that
मुझे मैं
अरे
मारूं
सुनता
आज
नहीं है,
register slow
सुनने
है।
सुने बिना रिएक्ट करता है ये.
अरे मुझे
That
मारूं मैं आज
Seeker
register
a long
कम
way
वो
before
थोड़ा
it hit
slow हो रहा है।
Kawanzin over in A heaven. So Sen have a
This
pretty
is
good
slow.
idea that path to A heaven is fairly uncontested.
Absolute
And
cinema.
the dog here actually might give such bad information.
My goat engine जैसे तबे तुम्हारे
Didn't see the
goat
second
daily
player of
change
John
होते हैं
QT.
maybe.
We'll see what Sen end up going for. Certainly relying a
हाँ,
lot on
सही
the
में.
mid-rounding here from John rather than having set game plans going into the rounds.
अभी boaster होता तो वो goat होता, ten दे
the
तो
way
वो
through
है.
into mid, everybody bursting through. Now the snake bite used on the Q as he hears that
My
trailblazer.
good
Where's the
Shiroha,
follow
मैं
through
ठीक
now
है.
from the rest of the team? B main lost control of this one. There's going to be questions asked now of a lot of these Loud anchoring players. They want to give it up entirely. Don't want anything to do.
Yeah. That paranoia thrown from Tens is lovely. Would have caught anybody over towards rafters, and yes, the time is low, but look how devastating this looks to retake.
How do you retake this? We have a rolling thunder, yes.
Utilized hopefully now to clear through into the bit
Boom,
of
boom,
timing.
boom, boom.
Look, the flank from Sassy.
Bro, Sassy का flank, bro.
With his life close to the
Goat
corner.
बंदा है भाई.
Still, John QT. The tactics, quality time now with the whole family as he's sat back into the spectator. CQCK.
They delayed it
forward.
enough.
Leading it with the team, but
एक
it's already
Caster ने
wrapped around.
कुछ
So
तो
they
story
don't
बना दी
expect
मेरे
Sassy
ख्याल
to
से.
clearance. Not enough 2 years TP
Oh,
adjustment.
bye.
He's on that high ground position, just propped up, unless now he needs to get
Nope.
more done, and he
You are
can't do
denied.
it. It's going to come down to just a bit of spray and pray. But already time ticking, so 2 years no chance in hell.
And
can
it's
save it,
another
but the round is
situation,
ours.
Bren, where Loud cannot get any level of economic cushionry going. They're going to be knocked straight back down onto a low buy. And that adjustment, whatever it was that Sadak came
I
into the
would
round,
call you Indian
trying
side,
to
but तुम्हारा
inform the
duo
rest of
tense
his team,
नहीं है, tension
it
है.
did not
What the
work.
fuck?
They weren't ready for Sassy here in B Heaven, and they weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main. It completely disrupted what Loud were going for there with the retake. The timing could not have been more perfect.
Aye.
The way SEN are working this map, I mean, it's a masterclass.
Yeah.
About the new agent, देखो लोग तो बात करेंगे रे हारू के about the new agent.
There was a lot of
कर नहीं
talk
सकते, but
coming in
we won't talk
based on their
about
regional
it
performances
until
on Split that they might
we
have
get
the best
early
split in the world.
Leaks तो होते ही रहते हैं
You know, I
उसमें
was
कुछ कर नहीं
saying, be
सकते.
cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the
It's
other
our fault
teams in
that
the
it
world,
got
but man, is it looking clean. I think the believers in the Sentinel split are getting
Any respect
beliefs
to Molly?
confirmed
No.
every time we watch.
Yeah, now heavy group up. The weaker by
क्यों
here.
यार मौली
He's
को
got
बुरा
trouble, he's
लगेगा
trying
यार
to
ऐसे
fast
नहीं
onto the
करने का.
approach. Chance
Molly
here,
is cool.
Zekin tries to adjust the spray, expecting
Molly
Oh,
is
shit.
left
side.
Oh fuck.
Tens. Evacuating. Has a paranoia still left to play for, but the Mollies are really clearing him out of
Oh,
position.
but they didn't push me.
What's the call now for Loud? Looks like a pivot.
Yeah, very mobile though. They've made it feel like it's ramp and they're already pressuring the screens. There's still a trip here for John. And Stens is in their spawn.
ये क्यों आया है यहाँ पे क्या सीन है?
They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused them to
Le.
all just be looking backwards as well.
Le.
Les didn't have any sort of idea. He was just watching in case it was in mid 2 years. One with a rifle, but no
Nice
longer.
one.
Dropped to the floor, dropped to the deck.
भाई
Nice.
आगे मर गया अब टेंस भाई क्या सीन?
Quite able to do it.
Yeah, and it's not really Tens
Man
that makes
कर रहा
the
था यार
round
उसको.
winning play, but I think it
और
was
आपने new
that
agent
cypher
देखा?
trip coming
No.
from John. He'd popped it over towards screens, and I believe that's how Quarantine ended up falling off screen. Zels has got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep.
ये
hits the
आर्कस
trip.
भाई को ना मैं उड़ा ही
And
दूंगा अब.
also gets
बहुत
QCK
बड़ा
killed because he's right behind him.
New
So it just gives
agent
the
is
perfect timing
crazy.
and positioning for Zelsis to go for that spray. I mean, everything is working here for Sen. It must be devastating for the Loud morale. Bear in mind you
Masters
have a
जितने बड़े
full
team का
BO3
क्या?
ahead of you, and you
कुछ
knew
नहीं.
that you wouldn't be
They
favored
get a
here,
championship
but it is
point.
still going to be mentally difficult to bring your spirits back up.
उसको चैन मतलब Masters a tournament.
Hopefully have that experience.
जी भाई.
Speeds! Oh my! Showstopper! Let loose
Oh,
there. There's the
oh, oh.
3
speed online
points
for
होंगे और
Kawazin,
अलग
followed
से वो भी तो
up with
रहता है
the stun at
प्राइज
least,
मनी
but
वो
high
भी
ground
तो
angle
रहता
of
ही है.
10.
Yes.
Drops down,
Title
gets
हो
the
गया.
juice. Kawazin
Winner
taking
तो
a wide
winner
lead by
है.
himself, man. Taking a fight by himself. Yeda's back up there, but
Masters like a almost
fallen,
champions
heads have
man.
rolled,
But
and now
कोई क्या ही
exactly
बोले?
what Loud ordered.
Is that big on?
आज थोड़ा नींद में
थोड़ा
लगी मैं
सा
सो गई थी
looking
यार
lovely
मैं
for
सो
them.
के उठ
One
के
away
आई
from a
तो नींद
showstopper
में ही
too.
लगूंगी ना.
Sen, they're going to be able to get a plant down here. They're pretty
Will
certain that
Santalans
A
win
is
this?
completely
John
clear.
के लिए दो उड़ा दो.
Saw so many
Fancy
people fighting over
Lands
it.
क्या होता है?
But this one
Sentinels.
is going to be tough, and Loud cannot afford to
Pick
throw it.
and tap. Oh,
Sure,
GG.
look at that. Loud. Great awareness.
New
knowing
agent
that
कब
Sen are
release
gonna
हुआ
have to be
बहुत
a bit
जल्दी.
more proactively, making the moves into the post-plan situation. Sassy is the lone survivor.
भाई ये ऑफ
Shut down by his
ऐसे
former squad.
मार देते हैं ना
So
बड़ा
Sen,
मस्त लगता
for
है
about the
देखने में.
first
क्योंकि
time in
मुझे
this
आती नहीं
half,
ऑफ.
New
tried
agent
to do
after
something fast at the start of the round.
मुझे
And that
fascinating
actually
लगता है
results in
हमेशा
Loud getting the round win.
ऑफर्स को
Like
देखना.
every other round,
Master
we've
this time
seen
is a
मेरे
waste on his
first
speed.
video.
3
a
championship points is
tortoise-like
nothing.
pace to the beginning of these,
Anime
making
कौन सा
sure
देखते
that they are cautious,
कोई भी
diligent
नहीं.
about
एक
everything.
second. What?
And as soon as they step
Every
forward to
tournament
try
का
to take
winner
the
को
fight,
3 ही मिलेंगे.
Loud are so
And
happy.
winning important matches will give you
Players
1
behind
point.
Zekin.
Winning the whole thing
Wide
gives you
smoke.
3 points. And that is true for International League 1, International League 2,
Crucially as well.
Masters Shanghai,
One around in the
Masters
first
Madrid.
half. The money's looking good. The ult's even better.
It's nothing मतलब क्या scene हो
Showstopper
गया?
for QCK.
If you win it, तो क्यों नहीं
Much
भाई?
more aggressively now that he's got that one.
मैं समझा नहीं. Like how are you been saying it?
If they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol,
Makes no sense.
it's doable.
Last Masters में बहुत ज़्यादा था. Last Masters में championship points इतने गए.
Securing those wins.
Clean with the rounds that are available to them now.
ये एक
Viper
एक बात बता. Last Masters में
chaos in
championship
the mid lane.
points
Look at the amount
थे.
of loud players. It's just gathered all
ये
the way into
points
mid to
वाला
watch
तो
it.
अभी
They've got
आया ना
3
पहले
players
थोड़ी
checked
था.
Exactly.
Yeah.
क्या बोल रहे हो?
Tens is still holding counter utility over towards B main. That timing
अभी यही साल
was
से तो
looking
आया
pretty
ये
good.
सिस्टम ना.
वही.
Just
Out of
What
this
are we
one of
talking
the
about,
up,
man?
though, the call's been made to contact in through B main, so Sen have just got themselves a freebie there, can now utilize this Holds forwards.
Oh, bro.
ये क्या था?
Now no value
उसके
found there.
पैर से नीचे निकल गई.
He's on a swivel. Molly's vulnerable him up. Pushed him out into the open. The easy collection of the kill. Now there's 45 seconds left, chances to slow this one down, but it looks like SEN have no intention.
He knows.
Forward positions once more. Kawazin drops down from the ropes here, spraying.
Spam में मरा. Bro, Kawazin कहाँ से आ गया?
उसको कोई देख ही नहीं रहा, वो हेवन से कब कूदा और फिर उसको क्या उछाला है?
जॉन क्यूटी का पोजीशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है.
नहीं, ये निकाल लेगा क्यूटी यार. ये तो क्यूटी के लिए इजी है.
बहुत पतला पिक कर रहा है.
But another stick now. Les finally the trust maintained in his teammate, maintained in him, might be punished. The top out force with the jiggle.
नहीं, मैंने बोला नहीं क्यूटी निकाल लेगा यार.
Try, bro.
Such a good try, but क्या मारा उसने?
भाई cold as ice. Cold as ice, bro. मार कसम.
And Kawazin had done so much.
भाई हाँ भाई बहुत किया भाई, तब भी राउंड निकला भाई.
हाँ, इसका पोजीशन था प्लांट भी तो, और ये क्यूटी था ना इसलिए मैंने कहा निकाल लेगा, और कोई होता तो फिर भी मैं बोलती.
अच्छा क्यूटी नहीं होता नहीं होता.
नहीं, जॉन क्यूटी भाई बहुत मतलब अच्छा खेलता है. मेरे को अभी सेंटिनल्स में ना, नहीं सेन में सबका फेवरेट मोस्टली 10 है, मेरे को इन सब में सबसे ज्यादा ये जॉन क्यूटी पसंद है.
ब्रो मुझे सेकंड मस्त लग रहा है.
क्रेजी.
We definitely did our mistakes and we looked rough. We've had 2 rough days, but we made sure to rally the team. Everyone stayed focused on the goal.
Exactly.
We won 2-0. I watched
Are you serious?
I even came here and just spent all my time watching Split and Lotus. I've noticed their patterns and what they like to do, what's their tendencies. So it wasn't that hard to kind of guess what they were doing. I like to tell my teams that the devil is in the details. Just small things that adds up and
ये बंदा पूरा ice cold है रे. John. I've seen those patterns, you know. I realize what they want to do and how I've seen the patterns, and I know what they were gonna do. It's like भाई सभी जानते हैं.
ये एजेंट भी उस नेशनैलिटी का ही खेलता है जहाँ का ये खुद है.
What is the biggest tournament in Valo? Champions में direct entry है क्या मास्टर जीतने से? No. It's all based on the championship points. Top 8 teams or 16 teams. तो based on the championship points वो लोग जाएंगे.
But the fans still stuck with the team. Since I joined, I mean, I'm lucky to say we've only had high highs. We've won.
What does points give? Points
VCT so far.
On a board, जो ऊपर के top जो teams होंगे वो लोग जाएंगे. Champions. So champions, team selection depends on the team's performance throughout the season. Throughout the season. समझ रहे हो? The season includes kickoff. ना kickoff नहीं था. Kickoff पे नहीं था शायद. Masters, International League 1, Master Madrid, International League 1, Master Shanghai, International League 2. ये 4 टूर्नामेंट में जो टीम जैसे जैसे परफॉर्म करेगी ऐसे ऐसे उनको पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे, विनर को 3 मिलेंगे, ऐसे करके अकॉर्डिंगली they'll make a list.
Questions placed onto their split. Why do teams keep letting it through? Well, the reality is, it's a middle ground map for most teams.
Certainly true. Loud have come into this perma-banning Lotus, and Sen's Lotus looks good.
Oh, kickoff भी था ना? तो वो भी include कर लो. Kickoff भी था. मैं ये जानता मेरे को देखा नहीं ना. मैं देखा नहीं था kickoff. I was not watchpartying it even.
Loud has still got some people really,
just watching
really far away
like good matches.
Real fast.
Yo.
No connection. Just skip and hop away, but John QT is just as watch rely onto it.
Reverse bunny hop.
Maybe a bit unintentional there. Maybe just a bit rushed from 2 years.
SEN are also expecting there to be more players on site right now. Like, okay, well, where are the other 2 players for Loud? They lost track a little bit of where Kawazin and Tui's could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info too. There are still chances here for the Loud players to turn things around, but this silent jump spot not going to be punished.
Comes down to a couple of obstacles, really.
And look at the rest of SEN.
93 field velocity.
Clearing areas of the map, trying to regain some information, making sure that they don't offer any 1v1s.
Yeah.
Methodical.
Easy round है भाई SEN का.
And against it, slowly creeping forwards, making sure to regain some of that map control. No kill found onto Kawazin. Fight back. Turn of the fire, 10s from the wrap around. 2 years running all the way through, times against him. So pistol does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels again looking like just a map of pure domination.
Strong.
Yeah, This could be extremely similar to the last time we saw these teams face on Split.
No 9-3 तो होता ही नहीं है.
All five.
Doesn't work.
Sadak caught off guard by that one. Jumping into 2K. It's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too, lovely from Tens. They didn't know as far as I'm aware that Les was in that position. That could be dangerous.
Blind hero.
Windows, but now Loud
I
have
was
got to,
skin.
they've got to force.
Yep.
Right, you're down 3-10. You didn't win the pistol. You need some momentum.
All relying on this one. That full investment. No money left standing. Trips though to stop them in their tracks. They try and take
Is the
control
new
of the
player as strong as Aspas was?
triggered into it.
Joke,
They do
bro.
find it. Reface, Elsis, that
He's
is
not
incredibly
even
brave.
10% of Aspas.
Second, following through with the bullets as well as thinking that's just a wide bit of a gap there still. Sentinel's fully aware of all potential possibilities right now. Sadak has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach. That trip broken. There was a chance of a timing.
Sassy's going to re-explore. He's very favoured in a fight against 2Es unless 2Es gets the jump on him. That's bonkers.
भाई स्पेक्टर मूवमेंट हुआ है
But there's no real follow-up there. I mean, they can't really
और एक मूवमेंट के लिए वो मार्क भी करने की आदत है, मतलब उतना अच्छा सेट नहीं कर पाया.
Is making the A site weaker.
This marking की there is a walk-in path है, ऐसा कुछ शायद दिखा रहा था.
Aspas didn't qualify though because it's not an individual game, no, it's a team game.
Cam back online. It's going to be spotting the crossover.
30 seconds left.
There it is. Camera taken out. Going to be calling out now that they could have been compromised towards spawn, but now time running against them. Loud, get a move on. Cages propped up, pushed up. Behind it, John QT can't follow through after that trip. There's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult. Still, it's a bit of run and gun.
Bye.
Only a few seconds remaining. Oh, the
Bro, पागल है क्या ये?
And it gets the job done.
Of course.
Bro thinks he's Karen. Bro, he's almost as good as Karen, bro. Holy hell.
Inside of, but has a smoke there.
Bro, this guy, man.
Somebody inside the smoke that he can spam off.
भाई आज कौन सी बड़ा अच्छा खेल रहा है?
Really solid setup.
16 किल है बंदे.
Beautiful little team plays happening all over the place for Sen on this map. They've refined it so well.
And for the बोला ही था
Fucking
The force smacked of desperation. Down 3-11 with only sheriffs to work with. This one is a GG go next.
That's brutal.
Bro 11-3.
Caster was
The
the
other two
GG
maps
go
here
next.
are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly contested.
No.
It's not like Loud
3-11
have a map
से तो
themselves.
भाई
Bro,
Fnatic
Split was supposed to
dominate.
be a
It's
competition.
just a first level fight ahead of them, honestly. Uphill battle.
Huh, guys?
Icebox, both of these teams quite favoured on their attack side. Sunset, I would give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah.
So even if you do win on that second map to extend the series, it looks dire still. Anything can happen. Team like Loud, being around the block, they might be down and out right now, but they have that experience to
They have the
maybe
cross.
rally themselves here. They need a few more though.
Nice
Openings
one.
Not going to be given to
Bro,
them.
क्या discipline है bro? First
Set up
pick
the Sentinels.
is always the one in the mail room.
Two.
वो ही मार रहा है तो अलग बात है भाई, जेलसी से मार दिया.
By the send bundle
Everything
0.
looks. They've crossed every T, dotted every I.
Bundle लिया भाई.
You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting, but it's all the small things, the little interplays
अभी तो still
between
push नहीं कर रहे
players,
Sentinel.
the maximization of
अभी भी एकदम
utility, knowing to always smoke this
No,
spot.
मतलब कुछ teams होती है ना थोड़े outward निकल जाती है. Loud होती है ना अभी
वो
तो यहाँ पे.
PRX ही करती है. नहीं
PRX से तो Loud भी करती है bro.
Approaching
Loud भी
some
करती है.
levels of perfection on this map in the current meta. They are
उसके बाद
ahead of the
वो
game
team का
here.
बात बोलो ना जो
True
out हो गए
flatter.
वैसे.
It's
TH.
going to strike fear into the hearts of anybody else because if you have a
ये तो
perma,
छोड़ो.
you have to let this
क्या ही
through.
बोले.
Map पे किसका है? Sentinels का
Split
है.
against Sen, I mean,
Yeah.
almost guarantees.
Split बहुत
Sentinels
strong
will be
है ना
taking
ये
it. They've
लोग
only
का.
lost it a few handful of times.
ये लोग का तो समझ में आ रहा है ना
They're
split
playing
लिया.
against
PRX ने
now,
जो
Loud,
pick
but-
किया था वो तो मेरे को एकदम नहीं समझा.
हाँ वही. मैं तो तब
उनका
stream
तो
start
अच्छा
नहीं
भी
किया
नहीं है
था.
भाई.
When their losses re-clear its
उनका तो
core, they would
अच्छा भी
flash
नहीं है.
and
वो क्यों
well,
pick कर रहे
good
हैं?
one, yeah, from
Right.
Kawazine.
Yeah, very important counter flash there. Sen are trying to set up plays like this because they have looser weaponry to work with. The two Spectres, the Bulldog.
उनको chillings करना था.
So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version of their setup.
So goes the ebb and flow of the map.
But there are still chances for Sen to win this round and just dominate with the same scoreline that they did.
Less almost.
Tub bhi sadak ko maar ke nikal gaye ye log. Celsius just swinging wide, a bit of run and gun in the reaction. Called now from Loud. Into the side, will they be able to get the plant down? Too much pushback.
There isn't very much retake utility here for SEN. Normally their retakes are amazing, but there's really not a lot to work with.
Waiting for the right timings. I mean, the smoke up. 1 second here for TENS.
10 का speed 100% win rate है.
Block off the angles, just jiggling for now. There it is, actually dividing up the site. Paranoia flying with the fault line. Time.
Bro, imagine.
Crucial kill. Celsius falling on top
Imagine
heaven.
losing
TP forwards.
13-3.
Backside control, at least partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away.
Oh, shot. Usually का मार दिया उसको.
Out into the open. Plenty of util here. So Loud, really well played into that one. Just understanding how to play that fully. Just using the util.
And it's officially now a closer game than it was during the grand final, where SEN won 13-3. But man, it doesn't feel much closer.
Hater list. #1 Money8. #2 QCK.
This round was it?
Yeah.
But
it was a bonus.
Right,
you
hater
know,
list.
sending as much
मैं नहीं
util
करती
available
भाई
to them
किसी
still,
को.
you know, Loud.
Mad.
Round at a
Boy,
time.
बंदा notice किया है.
No.
Comebacks before. We've seen them.
I'm a SEN supporter too. Please gift me bundle.
Lose leads before as well, but listen, we won't talk about that one.
Soul Zeref हो, SEN Zeref नहीं.
We'll mention it a few times.
Look at the timing there. Just beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Les dropped. I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers who's going to offset that mechanical advantage that a team like SEN might have. Players like Second, like TENS, the desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here, your chances begin to dwindle.
Crouch.
Trip in their face.
Trap को क्या करोगी? ये trap को कुछ नहीं कर सकते
यार.
यार.
There, surely, if they were walking all the way up. It is just being toppled and crumbled. All the opportunities in this round here for Loud. QCK with the nade. Does get the one onto Celsius.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open
Yes,
position. It sends the close out.
Sadak, it's inevitable, yeah, the double face in the end. That is one of the most one-sided matches.
Too much domination, bro. Let's go.
Two of our top teams here.
Yeah.
Sentinels are primed and ready to
Send Loud home.
They want to go deep, they want to go forwards. They know they've had obstacles, they know it's been tough for them. But that was just a dismantling of the opening map.
I don't know whether Sentinels have, been talking to EDG and told them they'd get revenge.
Guys, imagine
they just stomped Loud in the same way that Loud.
वो शेरी बात अगर लग गई, हाँ तो मतलब मजा आएगा और वैसी तरफ से लगेगा. Yeah, yo, I see you.
ये ज़्यादा खुशी की वजह से ज़रफ अभी.
मैं cheer कर रहा था ना. I have to match the energy of.
लड़के भी cheer कर रहे थे उनको देख के तो नहीं.
नहीं उनमें energy नहीं थी. इसको देखा तुमने? अच्छा. Guys, देख रहे हो ना?
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Would you mind taking a picture?
You need Verizon. Trade in that.
तेरे को सोने मिलेगा. अब तो नींद उड़ रही है भाई, not gonna lie.
So you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A
preposterous amount of panos!
Oh, this is like Panesh, bro.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get
Gen
iPhone
PRX
15 Pro
GT?
and iPad and Apple Watch SE
PRX.
all on us, only on Verizon.
Gen.G, bhai. Gen.G wrecked them. Gen.G wrecked them. Let's go. Guys, make sure you like and if you're new on the stream, subscribe. ठीक है? जरा support. अरे देखो. तो वो लोग अपना घर बारी छोड़ के काम छोड़ के ऑडियंस का है ना मतलब सेंट्रल का बंडल लेके ऐसे ऑडियंस में बैठ चीयर कर रहे हैं ना तो अच्छी बात आईपी बचा
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, true. ये तो बात है रोल भाई. I think maybe that's a gamble कि उनको ये मैप खिलाते हैं और उसके बाद the other two maps there has to be a logic behind it ना कि सेंट्रल्स को अगर split खेलने they're allowing them to play split and not banning it. Possible finals according to you. देखो मैं दिल से चाहता हूँ कि SEN versus PRX हो, but PRX थोड़ा सा मेरे SEN versus Gen.G भी हो सकता है. Bro, Despacito के बाद ना any song like this ना मुझे उसको याद दिलाती है. एक गाना है मालूमा बोल के, मालूमा सुनना, मालूमा. आपने सुना है गाना मालूमा? Just search for मालूमा and गाना सुन के देखो. किसका गाना था मैं भूल गया. मालूमा मस्त गाना है. मालूमा किसका गाना था? हाँ, Felicious Lost 4. गाना सुनना, लड़की को मत देखना उस गाने में. हाँ, मैं आगे से बता रहा हूँ, लड़की को मत देखना, ठीक है? मालूमा है सिंगर. मालूमा है सिंगर? क्या बोल रहे हो? अच्छा, मैं उल्टा जानता था क्या? अच्छा, सॉरी. अरे पता नहीं, हम लोग ऐसे पार्टी में चलाते थे, ऐसे मालूमा चलाते हैं. इसकी बैठ की हो तो अच्छा वो था. सॉरी. I didn't know. ओह, मैं कंफ्यूज हूँ. ठीक है, मैं बीमार हूँ, आ जाएगा इसको मत. I'm बीमार टुडे. भूल जा. रोले की पहले जीते थे स्प्लिट पे लाउड इन क्वालिफिकेशन. That's long time out man. They perfected it. जरा कंप्यूटर का पेपर है, कुछ टिप्स दे दो. कंप्यूटर का टिप्स में क्या टिप्स दूं ब्रो? मैं अकाउंट स्टूडेंट हूँ यार. समझ रहे हो? Sentinels are giving India in cricket World Cup vibes, Zeref. बहुत बड़ी बात बोल दिया. Can you say the schedule of upcoming tournaments? मैं इतना जानता हूँ कि International League 1 happens in April, somewhere around the April mid to end के around होगा, and August में तो champions हैं. So May, June, July में they have to pack up with International League 2 भी है, Master Shanghai भी है. तो थोड़ा सा डिवाइड कर लो. मतलब अगस्त में सब कुछ रैप अप होना ही है, बिकॉज अगस्त में चैंपियनशिप है, मतलब चैंपियंस है. समझ रहे हो? चैंपियंस का अलग वाइब होता है. हाँ, चैंपियंस डिफरेंट. I just think it's more intense.
Hey guys, I'm standing right now with Kaplan of Sentinels. Now, of course, the team, I don't think I need saying, but the team is looking like the current favorite to win it all, and a big part of that is just how consistent the team has been. How have you ensured that, especially since you guys have been very vocal that it's such a hectic schedule, how have you been able to ensure that consistency in their performance?
Yeah, it's always impossible to perfectly control how your off days go. You know, you can't prevent things like jet lag or a hectic schedule, but the one thing we can do is control how we sound once we get in the game. So as a team, we really emphasize the atmosphere. Is it too high? Is it too low? Recognizing it as a team without me needing to pause, and you know, the whole team having the skills to call it out and know what to do to shift into the right space, and the guys have done an incredible job with that.
That's awesome. And have you guys been able to take a day off? Have you touched grass?
Yes, that is another big part of it, preventing burnout. So we had a really nice day where we, I think it's called Parque de Retiro.
But I also need to touch some grass.
Outside, walk the city.
मुझे burn the out हो रही है.
Glad to hear it. That's why
Sentinels
look so good.
खेल के हो रही है. खेल के हो रही है मुझे.
Oh, great choice of extracurricular activities there from Coach Kaplan. I'm the O's Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi and Mimi. They look so good.
It's the park, man. I went to the.
Remember your PPT on Phasmo while decoding Nimap name? क्या ही हालत है तुम्हारा, उसका white shot कभी ना बना.
For sure.
How could they
your
not 13
PPT on Phasmo while
How come we
decoding
don't
Nimap?
perform like this, Mike, after we go boating?
Yeah, I can't answer that one, unfortunately.
भूल गया रे, याद दिलाओ.
To take nothing away now, if there was any discussion ahead of this, I know Josh said on the cast as well, there is no question. Sentinel's split is seemingly flawless. Like, they do not.
भाई नया कैरेक्टर देखा क्या? नहीं, अभी नहीं देखूंगा. जब रिलीज होगा तब देखूंगा. जब early access आ गया.
The decisions of the individuals are automatic. They're firing on all cylinders.
They look so drilled. We talk a lot about
ग्रास करें. हाँ, कर रहे हैं सदमा भाई.
how good their retakes are.
Sadma, you didn't answer my question.
They're playing their post plans as well. They're setting up forward here.
I'm very confused. Are you a sir or a ma'am?
Ping-ponging off each other to take that.
I just feel like the master will go very wrong. Sen will eliminate #4. You are feeling shit.
Between Tens and Zekken, which
एकदम भी
always
नहीं.
looks incredible. And again, look,
Now.
Zekken has a nade prompt ready to go towards heaven. They have so many layers to these post plans, and really it seems to every stage of this map.
Sorry, just got caught my breath for a second there. I think as well, Loud, just an inability to really throw them off their game, right? There was no.
If you went to Japan, we want to rent a girlfriend wala walk, please.
Coming in,
sponsor kar doge?
Didn't really get a look in, and with the way SEN have been playing and how well drilled things are, if you let this Sentinels execute on you, you're losing.
Guys, I'm just saying, I'm not gonna read or not gonna react on anything about the new character or the new agent. जब ऑर्डर एक्सेस आएगी तब हम बात कर सकते हैं. I have embargo, signed it. आगे बात नहीं कर सकते. Sorry.
Plays the clutch to perfection. He's not always the flashiest player, but when you put him in a position he needs to step up, he seemingly always does, Mike.
Yeah, he does. It looked absolutely ice cold
after Watchparty gaming stream, we try to
close out the half.
The problem is
it's hard to see Loud lose rounds like this. But like I said, with the individuals on Sentinels, not even Zekin and Tens, in scenarios like this stepping up, this is the plan B. How scary is that for every other team?
I mean, everything is just coming together beautifully for them, but the job is not done. The job is not done just yet. They are one map up. But let's
if you are sending message about the new agent, I will delete those messages now. And I will give it timeout, please. So please stop. Itna bol sakta hu.
Mika Fabs here now with. Welcome back, Mika Fabs here now with STK of Loud, and now that was a very tough first map.
What team
nice
answer.
How do you guys plan to remedy that?
That's not even obviously, man.
I know. We entered in a game with a game plan. This game plan didn't work, unfortunately. They adapted themselves, so they have a lot of merit on that. So on Xbox, we have we are more comfortable on the map. We have more plays on this map. So I think that's about this. Reset about the first map that anything went good and go for our full power right now.
Well, Loud is a team that you can't ever count. So let's see if they're able to bounce back on Icebox.
Exactly, Mika. Well,
yes, but you do want to time out, bro.
What are Loud's game plans for Icebox? What do they do?
So they play this Harbor Viper comp that they've been playing for a while, but they execute on it
let me
time out. The thing that impressed me the most was their protocols in plant denial and retakes. They're very good at kind of timing how they're using their mollies to delay their opponent's plant, then going for these flood retakes that with the Harbor Viper are really effective. This is a map where I think you get to see the experience, the fundamentals of Loud on full display. They've played this comp for a while. They have a lot of variations of how they want to set up with it, especially on this defensive side. This is the comfort zone for the Brazilians.
Comfort? I don't know. Call me a doubter, whatever. Okay. I think obviously this being the anomaly of the grand finals for me is a very, very close fought affair, a 13-11 scoreline regionally, but I don't feel like we're getting the same Loud here. Other than obviously the EG series apart, I don't think really Loud are in a position today to throw SEN off their game.
Bro, you are a member, obviously.
Previously, Les has been the standout individual for Loud.
Guys, non-members chat ज़्यादा नहीं करता है. Seen members ज़्यादा chat करते हैं.
I just don't get it.
See, that's a
बहुत non-members जो chat नहीं करते. भाई लिखो यार कितने non-members हैं.
They are very comfortable on, but Sentinels is also so good at it. They run a very different comp. They're playing this KO Gecko, and I actually think that can play into this Harbor Viper quite well. You can be fighting through the walls, fighting through the smokes, combining those two pieces of utility, and Zekin just looks unreal whenever he gets to play the Jet on this map.
Well, this is the thing. Last time they faced each other, Mike, Sentinels did come out on top. You think
See, बहुत लोग हैं जो non-members हैं.
I feel yeah.
चलो बात नहीं करते यार.
It's going to be a long
अरे members भी high लिख रहे.
I think with that start, it's just so hard. Loud one-on-ones time and time again. We say they're never out of a series. They're never out of a map.
शज़ाम भाई तो कैसा रहा? मैं तो तेरे पढ़ता पे शज़ाम में थोड़ा गलत पढ़ा शायद शज़ाम. Anyway, but मैं पढ़ा. I read you.
I don't feel like they made an awful lot. Loud had no approach to really disrupt Sentinels gameplay that they've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys are home voted and you think that this is going to go the distance.
Anuradha, आप करते हैं, आप करते हैं.
In the MasterCard fan poll. But the question is, Bren and Saisho, do you guys have faith in
Admin को देखोगे? God or what? Admin looks like Kratos.
I mean, I'm praying. I'm on my knees here.
But on a diet.
So I'm not going to lie. I want a close game. I want something that's not going to be so lopsided between these two teams. We can certainly hope so. Last time these two teams tackled each other on Icebox, it was Loud who got the better of them. Both of these teams have very, very good fundamentally attack sides with their comps. They are very well drilled.
First round, first round.
But I want to see some fight back now from Loud.
I actually think that Sen's composition is extraordinarily good against Loud's too. It's just that Sen haven't worked on this map as much as some of the others in their pool. And if they've used this time accurately, maybe
ये मैप पे Loud 3-11 से हार सकते हैं तो 0-0 से तो हार ही सकते हैं.
That's not going to help. Sassy going down there at the start of the round. You know, he's a really important piece of the puzzle in terms of getting the plants down.
It's a massive one with less of that early phase, that early peak.
After 116 kills don't matter. नहीं, वो scene नहीं है.
And they won't
वो
really
तो
know
game
otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact. And at
stream
that
पे
point,
होता ना तो ही सबको पता चलता है कि मेरा score 116 kill था.
So just gambling the wrong way here.
Oh, he's low.
Sadak.
That
Flash through. Who's playing anti?
Are
Where's
you
the follow-up? There is none.
Oh, he
Just
gets
rips away
two.
to it, and Frenzy in his hands. A backside position being played here. Dash fading away, but second still holding his ground that he's earned himself. Dart dodged. Another play being set up as well. A 10s with a pop flash into the peak. It allows Zekken to recross back, playing together now, but they've got 4 players to deal with. Make it 3. Can't let this one slip now, Loud. Shot Dart. It's good for the damage.
Nice shot,
white 10s. 10s!
No way, what? You get through it!
Doesn't even matter. Sadak push forwards. That's a 2v4.
That's ridiculous. The push into Sadak there to give Sadak 2 kills was about the only way that Sen could have messed up what was happening. Not that it's their fault, they didn't know where exactly he was positioned. But for Tens to recover that, he's forced to take that duel there as he crosses back. The sidelines. Yeah, he's forced to take fights because of their utility, because of how they're positioned.
Who are they peeking? Who are they peeking?
Give it to him, man. Oh my god.
क्या मिस कर दिया मैंने?
Players on Loud are
कुछ मिस किया क्या?
Not so humble.
कुछ मिस किया मैंने?
हाँ 2v4 निकाला है सेन ने अभी.
What the?
हाँ Loud ने full throw किया है. और
बस सड़क ने वो 2 मारा ना पी पे. अरे मेरे कान में हेडफोन नहीं था.
टेंस का कैम दिखाया, पता है वो क्या बोल रहा था?
क्या?
अपने टीममेट्स को Who are they peeking? Who are they peeking ऐसा?
वो क्या बात भाई?
To have all of that extra mental bandwidth being taxed.
मैं तो गुड लक के काजू लाया था.
अरे बट full throw किया Loud ने. Full throw.
Player's going to be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Now look at this high tide. It's not going to have an influence in this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper Wall and the high tide to break the wingman, to deny the plant, to fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. Sen have just taken a very clean B exec.
Yeah.
The darkness has changed Tens.
He should be trying to hunt. Yeah, you see him swap the weapon.
Yeah.
Dialogue fumble ho gaya.
Offloading it, exchange there. Does want to go hunting.
Yo.
There he is. Top of the bridge, brings it down. Still 1 step closer.
And what are you doing, bro?
It's a fairly important
कल एक मैच है ना, कल 2 मैचेस हैं.
Start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud.
नहीं,
The
कल एक
attack
मैच क्यों
side
होगा?
on Icebox.
क्यों 2 हैं?
Very potent, and the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash re-peek from yellow
उसके बाद 23 तारीख को एक है,
that kind of thing, which
24 को
like Gen.G
so much work
Best of 5
micro plays on the defense.
A little bit of proactive fighting over.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams, is that Sen hadn't really built out those defensive plays, and Loud's comp it kind of relies on playing retake, which is easier to deny.
So the purpose of that Dizzy, just to spot if a player is aggressive up through B, but the Cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been noted. I mean,
Flash बढ़िया था भाई.
Bonus round here for Sen. All grouped up.
के वापस भी आ गया.
Not really an opportunity here for Tens to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, Tens is getting in position for this flash Dizzy combo that Gen.G were using. It's so good.
Yeah. Choose to break it. You're going to be staying right into the sun. Flash goes off. Now here for Sassy. Util a little bit delayed. So, yep, it's down. Close to the quarters. Underneath rafters. Kawazin wins his one out versus Sen. Into the position for it. Tens is starting to use his ult now for this. Making sure that they can't use any of that post-plant util. Keen and eager to take the fight. He's ripped Kawazin's head clean off. Over the top of the ropes. This is a real dangerous situation. Scenario flash. Peek. The rest of his team sets them up, but no real casualties. Now UCK finally. Abilities back online. Dash. Backing away. Gets the one. Needs to clear the corner here. But he's
नहीं है कोई उधर.
Wide here. Having a defuse from Sadak. Pushed back. Runs away. And a wide tip tap and a face there. For the
Very nice patience there from Loud. Didn't get caught by the flash re-clear, but I can see that
QCK was like bent. मैं वही angle check करूँगा.
है ना? वही देख रहे हैं.
The dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops catches so much of the area, and Loud had to wait a long time to get that high tide and the cove back online, and then played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum from SEN.
Calm the mollies. We
Kya?
really need to calm the mollies.
Calm the.
There we go.
Calm the
for a
mouse.
readjustment early.
I think over भी किया मेरे
Players are smart. They understand what the issues are. Kaplan's talked about it so much.
दिमाग भी.
Potential off the charts here, but clear understanding of what is really going wrong for them.
But इसमें तुम गलत सुन क्या सकते हो? तो मुझे ये
I don't
सोचना
know.
पड़ेगा.
I'm the moms.
See how Tui is using his high tide to make
What
it
the
difficult
fuck,
to set
Zeref?
unless he's pushing up on the other.
क्या आदमी है?
Walkabouts. So waiting for the high tide to now fade. So you're going to be using again. Flash Dizzy. Dash forward some Zekken. Make sure to clear all that space. If somebody was holding that aggressively, it would have been mince meat. But now, once they've gained control of B main, what's going to be the call? Maybe to go back into Zelsis?
Yeah. I mean, they either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for Tui's high tide to come, it now is. It's much more difficult to get the plan down.
भाई obviously.
Drone is going to confirm. I think that a lot of these players have left the area.
ये क्या बात है? इधर telepathy नहीं हो सकती ना?
Side effects है. बता रही हूँ मैं.
Looking like the fox in the pen, but with him notified now, he's really just caught.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
So 3 on him. Here we go. Coming through there. Dizzy firing a blind shot off, but it actually didn't trigger onto left.
That's so much damage.
He lost
My
full
God,
HP,
yeah.
bro.
Ten's lucky to be alive, facing top rafters Sadak. Taken out cleanly. Now Ten's going to be playing a 4 position here because he is so low. Might be able to get a 1 done.
And Sassy, with that ult plant, Wingman got the Thrash online.
Needs somebody to bring that down from Noah. Wasn't really waiting available, but still, like you said, the Thrash is now online. Sassy lets it loose, the movement clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment not quite online here. Now a bit of pace injected back into the thing. See it loud. Isn't that U-tilt? All available for
Oh, timing! Konzin!
And wide face out. Great with the movement.
Bro, किसी ने spike पे गया ही नहीं.
Take out QCK. Over the top of the rope. Zelsis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it.
So, no.
Okay, Les just a better player on the day.
कोई नहीं यार, the reveal was good, bro. और वो default पर reveal होता ही, bro.
He was the player pushed the furthest forward on A, last to fall. Everybody crumbling around. I just want to go back a little bit to their communication from the previous round. SEN were calling, or Zekken specifically was saying, calm the mollies. And the reason that's so important in this composition is because players need to be able to hide. Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break cove and fight while the mollies are online. They need to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe.
Why do I feel कि tension से overconfident ना went trolling? इससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है भाई? इंडियन जीतना है.
3K in the bank looks like he's trying to save the operator, but for now the sheriff will have to do it.
Oh, भाई, they were
Oh, shot.
Sexy shot.
Taken the hell out. Knife clears yellow, but really they've got nothing to try and cross and take control of B main here. Just putting that emphasis.
अबे तो वही बात है ना guys, वो mollies बोल रहा था, मैं अभी समझ आ रहा था casters बोल रहा. I was like, calm the mommies की बोल रहा है. Moms मैंने बोला. What I heard was like,
mommies की बोल रहा है. Whether they rotate, whether they re-hit, and you can see Loud here, just trying to figure out, is it correct to stack onto B? QCK looking to explore through mid. They think it's a re-hit. They're keeping players on this site.
Might be some serious danger here. I mean, 2 years just holding on to the high tide's wall.
आसपास लेवियथन.
There, flash through into the back.
Ulta spam out हो गया रे.
He didn't really stand a chance.
Oh, okay, nice position.
Second survives. Flank attempt from QCK.
Oh, sneaky peeky or what? Smoking की आवाज आई है. Oh नहीं.
They're gonna get distracted.
They are distracted now. They're
दूर होता है ना
being
थोड़ा.
applied is less here, and QCK.
He closed it down,
Good यार, good flag.
He's there with a trade, but one
QT
now. Diffuse online for 2 years. Not going to be pushed away from this one. There's no
QT को
more
मारो बे.
utility left available for them. So a thrifty round for Loud.
बढ़िया.
That's what you want to see.
That is just in time. What we saw on Split was the economy just getting ruined for Loud over and over. They could never build up a bank to work with. They're going to call a timeout after the winning this round as well.
Epic nikala, usne flank bhi kiya. Did a lot of work.
Queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round. But QCK opened this up with a beautiful Sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The Cloudburst.
These are the moments when you realize कि हाँ QCK needs to do work and he is doing it. इसके बाद क्या देखो people already underestimate him as a duelist player obviously bro.
क्या है
उसका after image उसका इसके आगे before image क्या है? It's like bro Loud ass pass. So he has a image to stand up to. तो हाँ these rounds justify why he is there.
And it is a risk. You know, he's only one man in that kind of situation.
गद्दारी कर मैं सेन को सपोर्ट कर मैं सेन को ही सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ. What do you mean? मैंने बंडल लिया
उनका. Can they take any lessons from winning that round? I think one of them would be, you know, trying to fight before Sen have utility setups, because QCK was able to manage that. And he's looked fairly good in the games of Icebox that they've played, despite people doubting his jet ability. And the other big takeaway I think from that is trying to look for mid-round information so your stacks are correct.
Big shoes to fill in, huh? Technically, yeah.
We might see some signs of that proactivity.
Sensational.
So just trying to gain some of that mid-round information, but the comp isn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to do it by pushing into areas. And again, you don't really have the ability to flash re-clear spots on defense, so it can be very tough. You kind of have to double up, triple up, walk
This is the off of the boiler, no?
That's got its own danger.
Yep.
नहीं mid smoke है.
Both teams on opposite sides of the map here to start this next round. 4 players grouped up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle.
I mean, this is excellent for him.
Yeah, but I mean, Sen are nowhere near.
Still, he's going to be telling his team to over-rotate. Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning over towards a B hit.
Yeah, and Loud have actually finessed this. Lovely. I mean, they've managed to get into a position where Sen weren't comfortable going for the early round timing, and now Loud have stacked it for the mid-round timing. And on top of that, QCK's watching in case things rotate back towards A.
The drone कितने information निकालेगा?
Spot drone. Oh, maybe just catching.
नहीं, आवाज नहीं सुना ना?
Somebody.
वो थोड़ा सा दिखा ना पर येलो की तरफ.
QCK pushed
पता नहीं मतलब it's a red outline की तरफ दिखा.
Already protocols in play. Volley forward, Zekin just tanks it.
ओए.
Half his HP.
ये उनकी मॉली.
Weren't expecting it. Still.
नहीं but वो देख क्यों नहीं रहा उसको? Oh,
Sassy almost being taken out. Has to back his way to safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. He's going to be notifying his presence, at least with removal of that direct attack from Sadak. He's hoping that forces them out wide. Don't know if they could have took a glimpse of that one. Still 10 HP. Leave it just to Zelsis. Kova. There's no real chances here. There's no real chances. Maybe managed to get the second, but no. Full stick there from Sadak.
I think Loud's defense on B looks
Icebox will be tough, guys. Icebox will be tough.
Especially coming out of the Loud Gen.G game. That was a big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with B hits like this are actually real nice. Yeah, they missed Zekin, but they keep good snowman control. They fight from kitchen.
Oh,
they have good crossfires on people. Look at how Sadak, playing around orange, is able to pick up Zekin. I think Sen should be quite cautious if they're sending B hits over and over and over.
I do, man. I normally कैसा होता है ना मेरे आँखों में TP रहता है. TP save रहता है मेरे आँखों में. मतलब नाम obviously बहुत same नाम भी होते हैं. Siddharth, example, Part G. बहुत सारे ऐसे नाम हैं मेरे chart में. I remember the DPs. The Hedwig is Anuradha.
That there are many more opportunities for Loud to get wins here on Icebox than we saw on Split.
Phoenix, that DP.
Right? Split from Sen is perfection, but not every map is up to that kind of caliber. And Loud are finding those ways of stopping Sen going for these hits.
Oh, काल नहीं यार.
Now they've knocked the economy in the other direction. Did Sen even have a single eco round on Split? I don't think they did.
भाई, ये जो कोहली का ये जो फोटो लगा रखे हो ना,
and then they just
4 साल से.
the game. So I think
this might be the
first one.
Drop down to it. A couple of decisions to be made here because they do have money for potential investment of 1 rifle or so. Looks like John QT is the one who's bought that one up. Might get sold, but it looks like they should have money to spare.
Wait, abhi shuru mat karo. Match dekho, please chat.
Whatever's been called, we're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet. Not in this round. the weaker guns, but you know, SEN might start playing towards some of the orbs, trying to earn up some big ults. Celsius will probably earn his after he goes down to a player.
And look at Loud setting up the same kind of thing. 4 players A at the beginning to post up some. Oh,
QCK messed that up.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say to post somebody up really deep so they have good information, and yet that 4-player stack now just has to kind of reset. SEN are not going for anything too aggressive at the beginning of the round. They're worried. As soon as 2Es puts up this high tide, it makes it feel like there's many players ready to fight. Even though we can see it was only 2Es at home.
One Dizzy clearing away. Sassy. One away now from the ult. Knife being broken. Loud. Should have the protocols for this, but still Zekan with knives is a very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone.
They have the default
now.
control
Has to back away. Zelsis dropped on the other section of the map, the other side.
How can you get out here?
Going to be pitting, committing into this one. This is interesting. I mean, even though the money is a little bit wired still, now the lockdown being invested. I mean, that is absolutely crazy stuff still. Feeling like it's necessary now. John QT getting into this spot and this position on top of it. Can't break it down, so detained and dealt with. Been committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud. Win it out. 4 players surviving.
Yeah, I think
you're new to the channel. Hey, Star.
Probably should have
saved
for another round, but
bhai, मेरा एक student था bro, सिद्धांत उसका नाम था.
The problem is the kills came through so quick, so close to the ults being invested. I think John didn't quite realize that he was in such a player disadvantaged situation when he decided to pit. And likewise with Sadak just deciding to send that one. Make sure that they get the streak online. So now we go into a rifle round. Celsius ultimate, super powerful. If they can get up onto pipes.
This should be the round. What time?
What do you mean?
Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now, very heavy emphasis on presence being shown by SEN. Sassy. Thrash movement. Looking elite. Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team.
Maths पढ़ा था भाई. Maths and science पढ़ा था.
He's been caught. They want to dive and dash onto this one.
वो volleyball strong है bro.
Sentinels
Sadak
over.
Has a wallbang angle here.
Yeah, it's a wallbang angle with a pit drop down on top of it. Lockdown though should push him out of position. After potentially it to clear, but Les might just go down with a ship. He might just opt to getting detained. QCK is trapped all the way behind him, and yeah, he will get detained just so that this pit stays somebody spam.
What? क्या pick है bro? बहुत important pick थी.
Crucial kill here onto the flank. Celsius cleans that one up, so no gaps now.
Bro, QC की तरफ ज़्यादा flank नहीं आ रहा बार-बार.
Really just going to be utilised to try and push players from Loud into these forward positions. They have managed to even it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage. Molly, waiting for it to fade with Mosh down now. Dizzy on top of it with the Cove. Now stacking up all together.
Every time they have to break the molly, बंदे को उठना पड़ेगा. वैसे Cove के अंदर normally एक ही बंदा होता है.
How players realise it.
So get up and break the molly.
Forwards, Kawazine and 2 years. That is just disgusting.
That looked like a checkmate situation. SEN were running out of post-plant utility, sure, but they still had a crossfire from 3 different areas that they could have set up.
अरे मैं commerce तो class 11-12 में ले आऊँ ना. But class 10 तक तो भाई मैं पढ़ा सकता हूँ ना. I was good in studies. भाई मेरी जान.
Didn't get him anywhere. This time putting rounds on the board. Yeah, Kaplan's going to be annoyed about that, but
Kaplan भी आना हो रहा है आज bro.
Played it too much.
Kaplan भी बहुत आना हो रहा है. बस cheer मारा उसको boom.
Got a sick shot on a jump peak.
ये तो student है तुम्हें मारते आज भाई बार. क्यों? ओ भाई अच्छे मार्क्स से पास किया था. What the hell?
Looking forward to this league here.
Yeah,
bro.
Look at how mobile they are with QC's positioning. He gets another one. That's excellent.
What a shot.
They play him over towards A.
पोस्टर नहीं मिला क्या? नहीं कोलकाता पहुंचा नहीं है. बहुत जल्दी पहुंच जाएगा. It's still in transit. आएगा तो I'll give it. मैं दिखाना होगा ना स्ट्रीम पे.
तुमने भी बेंची को नजर लगाई थी. Excuse me, Himanshu. I didn't do anything here. What the fuck?
There's no chance in hell. He's been picked up.
Bro, वो default क्यों नहीं घुस गए?
Space brought for the rest of these Loud boys to really get into the action. Auxiliaries are here. Wide face by Celsius.
Oh my god, one tap मार दिया bro. अभी मुझे throw होता हुआ दिख रहा है.
1 versus 2 position.
My cutie is in there. निकाल
ले.
Ammo
is very quick onto the angle.
Bro, क्या misplays हो रहे हैं bro? Bro एक बात बताओ, वो ऑफ एंगल को 2 सेकंड के स्मोक से वो लोग कहाँ जा रहे थे? वो पूरा मेन भाग रहे थे.
वो टाइमिंग हुआ, वो लोग पीछे भाग रहे थे और तभी वो स्मोक हटा, वो मर गए बस कोलाड।
वो तो डिफॉल्ट घुस जाना था, वो डिफॉल्ट के बाद भी और जा रहे
थे। वो लोग पीछे जा रहे थे ना, पीछे जा रहे थे।
वो ना डिफॉल्ट रहते तो घुसते तो मरते नहीं एटलीस्ट। देख ना देख यहाँ स्मोक करके कहाँ जा रहे थे?
Won't go quietly into the night. That is a disgusting shot. QCK with his op.
Zekin's Achilles heel.
Timing.
Barely tagging onto him.
अभी कुछ स्टडी करते हो, जॉब करते हो? 8 घंटे स्ट्रीम करता हूँ. What do you?
They have found something that's worked, which is QCK's op, and now they've given it to GEN.G.
पढ़ता है वो, एनीमे पढ़ता है.
QCK gets spotted now. Still, he's rattled off the shots.
Gen.G आईजी है ना. इसी से तो भाई पूरी सेंटेंस बदल गई है.
Literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push on that initial
round.
He's taking matters into his own hands. Does not care.
Let's दिखा नहीं, क्रॉस करते हुए.
ये सही टाइमिंग पे पीक लिया लेस.
Bait and switch setup from GEN.G and Les as well. Such an unusual one with the Sova
exactly. अरे पीछे तो देख. और तो वो बैकवर्ड जा रहा था, फिर उसने मार दिया.
And frankly, it wasn't necessary for Les to go and do that. When they've already won 5 rounds in a row and the game plan's working, does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's also, he's Les. He's Les.
No, Les.
No,
he does just have these moments where he
own.
decides to take over a game, and he's been pushing up on it, looking for that. But Celsius has not been giving it to him. If they're B defaulting and they leave,
well, that's good news. You third map aa raha hai.
Celsius plays it really
maybe you can say that, but still, it's just 7-3
jiggle there and decided
or 8-3.
You like the idea of stepping up. I don't know why you would. 12 and 3 less.
This guy, I mean, he gets sorely underestimated by a variety of people coming into it. I mean, he doesn't play the most flashy roles, but can't deny his individual talent, skill.
And now SEN on a weird buy.
वो तो यूनिवर्स इसलिए कैसा ना कि तुम्हें हम्बल बहुत जल्दी कराता है.
up over on
10 में ऐसा बोला कि भाई 10 को टैप ही खाया जा रहा है.
बट मैंने 10 को पहली बार ऐसा देखा. वो जब बोल रहा था हमेशा हम्बल रहता था. ओह क्या मारा उसने. मैं ट्रिपिंग नहीं करना था, टू बी ऑनेस्ट. हार्बर पे ना सही रहता है रीटेक. ये कहाँ से मारा? वो तो वॉल के थ्रू.
हाँ नहीं, वॉल के लेफ्ट में थोड़ा सा ओपनिंग था. उसके हाथ दिखी उसने उसका. ओह भाई दिल से वो हो गया. अबे देख लो कोई तो उसको. ऐसा जेल्स इसको इग्नोर कर दिए.
Over and around.
The fuck?
Spotted one. Sassy dropped. Sadak now, but time surely. Working against in the jump spot. The jiggle jump.
Time in bro.
Get him up.
And dice with Dev himself here all the way through. That is immaculately played.
माँ कसम सासी ने तो हगाड़ कर दी थी अभी भाई. What the
fuck? So similar to his situation on Split where we saw him play against GEN.G and Les. Beautifully done there.
I love supporting loud. No, I'm supporting.
This is Godwood चला गया था bro.
I don't like loud people.
If Celsius hadn't been able to get those 2 kills and open things up,
यार बट ये लोग सच्ची सेल्सियस पे गलत मरे हैं बहुत.
Most teams when they play against the Harbor Viper, they're trying to get aggressive in post-plant situations and stop them before they get into retake spots.
Let's get
SEN backing off and trying to play post-plant utility. But if they can secure this round, it's looking good. Double AWP, QCK and GEN.G.
Kidding me. You are kidding me.
Jump में मार देंगे, jump भी
QCK is obviously on the other side of the map, just trying to lock down at B angle.
Last moment तक रहो.
Indicates everything. At least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown. You don't have molly lineups.
Backing out, no detainment. Fast with the high tide.
There's no ults, right?
Now this time SEN fighting too.
How is quality? Oh, nice. Good trade.
Cutie, bye.
Yeah, let's go.
What the fuck? भाई मेरा prediction तो सही हो गया 7-5 का.
Spray down and he's already down.
Ace.
Get it.
Him toppling Ace on the cards. The crowd wants it. The people are chanting. QCK spotted out wide will his team give him anything around earned, around gained, and SEN will be happy with that. That's a salvage situation when his half is looking so damn poor.
बात तो है भाई 7-5 half is like very good.
The player to salvage it is John. What a beautiful spray transfer there, and then getting the third on the roll too.
इसको तो बेचारे को
Off the back of winning the
फ्लैश
1v1
में
clutch.
कूदते हुए जा रहा था.
To get set up to 4, well, he's done it to get him to 5.
That's crazy stuff. Honestly, a really competitive map
Pistol
overall.
निकाल ली
I
सेन
believe
तो
we've
भाई
got a
फिर.
special guest down on the floor as well. Let's send it down for an interview.
Hey guys, I am here right now with Coriana. Coriana, what's up? How are you liking Masters Madrid?
Madrid is awesome. I mean, I'm really cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course, right? And how do you feel about this
उसके
rematch?
nose में क्या निकला हुआ है वो?
Sentinels is a very strong team.
Oh fuck! अच्छा.
So I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our best.
अरे कुछ तो झूल रहा है नाक से.
For that comeback now.
मैं अभी समझा कि वो एक गोल.
Is that correct?
Half एकदम
Oh
end
my
से.
gosh. Okay, now I have to ask you, what's your top 3? And you can't say loud.
Okay, I really like Talon.
Loud CC, yeah, obviously. Loud CC.
G2 and also Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay. That's a healthy representation. I like those picks. Now, last but not least, can you give a quick shout out to the fans? Maybe get them to buy some Loud bundles. How about that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, buy Loud bundle and. Thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4.
Against Loud and Senpai is excellent.
Really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
All right, you heard it from Coriana. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
Serena bundles, man. I mean, I will say about Loud, they do have one of the only proper green bundles, if you like the color green. So they got that going for them.
Yeah, if you're a fan of green, any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah. I mean, money.
Yeah, bro. Green mom देके गई ना अभी.
No, but the
Brazil
jersey.
Maybe the Loud bundle, but listen, 7-5. Important pistol round coming up.
Yeah, a very. Honestly,
Guys,
a huge
like नहीं हो रही है. एक बार सब मिलके ना एक बार like दबा दो बस इतना.
So, if they're able to
like
get another one on the board here, that's just been such a phenomenal advantage for them to work with the entire time. He's picked up a Sheriff. Loud are one of the teams that buy Sheriffs the most in these pistol situations. Often there's 2 players on the team with them.
Just trying to take those long-range fights, Celsius. In prior
Pistol
rounds,
very
teammates
important.
dancing and dicing with Def, but with that jiggle, always a chance, isn't it, that it goes poorly. He's going to be backing his way up to kitchen.
The reclear here from Sassy and Zekken. They had a cascade in their face early on, and now they've realized that was fake pressure. A good gamble to take. And they've got a little bait and switch set up here. Kind of blocked by the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's not going to be any swings coming out for here. Sassy needs to get one, but yeah, like I said, no trade in sight. Second dash activated.
Yeah, that's just
मुझे तो वो पोजीशन ही गंदा लगता है बहुत.
Actually पर गंदा है बे. 2 कॉर्नर्स में पड़ी.
Exactly.
एक मार भी दे तो अल्टीमेटली ट्रेड ही हो रहे हो. और नहीं मार पाए तो जीत.
काउंसिन को पता है उधर बैठ के वो वहीं उसका क्रॉसर था. वहीं बंदा था. उसको 2 जगह देखना पड़ रहा था सॉसी को.
Talking about Pryor is gone. So loud. We're going to have to clear this one. Bodies might do it. Surely Ghost moment. Ghost getting away with too much more still. 1 for 1. Drop down. Zelsis taking up space back towards the backside of Yellow. Might need some supportive util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So flash repeat timing. Needs it now. Needs help right now, and he's got it. The follow through from the rest of them.
Get it.
Those reinforcements. Jump, spot, and peek. Less. He's taking them all out. 7 seconds remaining. Molly has to stick it through.
That's a super good Molly. Sarak mar gaya.
He goes down to it. It leaves it just up to last 1 versus 1. Viper versus Viper.
Bro, ओवर को लाइनअप पे चला गया ना. हाँ, एक्चुअली जरूरत नहीं था. मतलब बीच में ब्रो प्लांट ही करके जाऊंगा.
नहीं, सादक ने वो किया है, गड़बड़ किया है. जरूरत नहीं था.
Lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side.
Time to. Oh, he saw it. ठीक है.
He's now going to be dropping or propped up. Does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it.
Let's go. Goal. Let's ice.
Done and dusted.
भाई ये हारता नहीं है bro. ये क्लच स्विच नहीं हारता.
सादक ने थ्रो किया है भाई, वो स्पिन करेगा उधर.
Celsius has pulled it back with some great supportive utility.
So I think what he wanted to do is that कि हम मॉली कर दो तो वो क्या करेगा, वो आगे बढ़ जाएगा. डिफॉल्ट के लेफ्ट में जगह नहीं होती, ये जो ये नीचे इसके यहाँ था गोली मारी. यहाँ प्लान कर रहे हैं, बट जॉन क्यूट देखा वो क्रॉस ही नहीं कर रहा है. देखो पूरा ही प्लान कर दिया उसमें.
Putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long.
Time नहीं था. Oh, time नहीं था क्या? Time कितना था तब?
Just to tuck into yellow.
मैं ध्यान नहीं था. मैं भी time ध्यान नहीं था.
This is 4 out of 4 pistols, 1 for Sentinels, and this is going to get them back into this map.
समझा.
It's an enormous advantage,
तो कुछ
especially
नहीं कर
because it offers you
सकते.
opportunities to keep that momentum going with a bonus.
Clear ideas.
Very
clear ideas.
Time ही हो गया. मैं नहीं ध्यान दिया.
Sees the jump. Spots just baited out for the shot wide, and QCK just didn't really realize that he was already pushed up on that left-hand side, so he's earned himself an upgrade.
Yeah, nobody for Zeken to play off. That's a really bold angle. He was expecting Loud to be playing more slowly.
Sadak not willing to give away his life to the molly once more for the plant, so that util out.
2 of these players will die to a one-shot from the outlaw.
They're not watching for it. Over the top there, that's the ghost gameplay occurring right now. Out wide,
One more from 10
of that ground, and he has slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down. But it is a 2 versus 3. This is the danger zone right now. The Verge are getting thriftied.
Outload is it?
He said a single shot will do it. You've essentially handed over the operator to QCK.
Yeah.
It looks like a save, to be honest, but they're still going to try and fight over it. Wow. There are still opportunities and danger here.
Bro, ये अलग ही मारते हैं.
Tenz is making an enormous wraparound unless it's gone into
Oh, they're going A?
This is such a bizarre round.
John,
pitch to the wall, all about the time. No way! His lesser finds it. And the gamble, the wraparound here. Tenz has to pay off massively, but it's not going to be planted out wide. Less does he even acknowledge it. The reload is heard here. Close quarters again. Cuts it up into the angle. 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here in the first place. Knight tags it. Knows the wrong positioning as the wall fades. The head is collected.
That is a crucial one for Tenz to win.
बहुत अच्छा निकला भाई.
I mean, both Les and Tenz getting value out of the play that they went for.
But the call for the भाई साहब अगर पता नहीं वो अपने से क्या ऐसा call मिला जो भी हो, but the call for the wrap around from flank super good.
By perfect
and not
timing.
have block pressure because of John being able to deny the plant, and the spike went walkabouts into Snowman. Could not have gone better, the timing in that
timing.
One suppressed. And despite SEN winning.
Yum. Ore, oh, yo, God,
really
bro.
Expensive. Yes, they carried
Apni
on
topi thodi low hai.
opting to just take a full eco.
Yeah. And so a really bizarre start to this half.
Yeah.
SEN win the pistol. You expect them to get up the momentum that they have done on every other half that we've watched so far. And instead, they're taking an eco after winning the round.
That needs to be dealt with here. What a snap to the side.
Nice
QCK deleted off the face of the map. It is responded in kind here. Sadak. But cheeky there with the peaks over the top here. Just trying to play on top of 410. Drops down the nanoswarms, making sure nobody can play forwards. He does want the spike. Let's get his plan down.
A little bit of damage done.
Not
too bad. Love that cove too. You can plant in a number of positions where it's very helpful. And Lauda looking to try to play a little further forwards than we saw from the post plants of Sentinels. You know, fighting on top of 410 with 2
very tough plan to defuse, huh?
They've got 2 layers to this, really.
Deactivated. Knife cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from SEN just to try and clear that back of the side. But again, time is of the essence, and with the nanoswarm deaded already, it's running out wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing a tap onto the spike here.
Also, angle
gap into the wall. Tenz out wide and open. Man, this is just madness. What are you getting away with?
Shooting a fish in a barrel. You can see
they thought कि first वाला lucky shot था. जब second मारा था तब तो realize कि कुछ तो गड़बड़ हो तो दिख रहा है.
Headshots. And the fact that Loud were given those kills towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half. They're building up to some big ultimates.
Yes, they are.
The Harbor ult is excellent for being able to take more aggressive control of a site. You know, if you're SEN here cooking up a game plan, I think you want to be going for like flash reclears to disrupt this before the big execute comes through. Maybe that's what SEN are planning with both of the flash initiators and Zeken playing A. But at the moment, 2E's heading B for that classic cascade at the start of the round.
Early turret broken. Now Loud regrouping over towards A.
And this is where I'd love to see Zeken posted up on pipes, trying to get some kind of flash aggression. I think if you give space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Drone going to be heard. One tag down to Sassy, backs him away. Top belts, seen and spotted. Dash. Get himself out of there. Reckoning now, cleared away through for the rest of Loud to follow. All the way through.
He's playing on the times.
Probably being respected. I mean, Zekken is just
no, bro.
Really get the most out of it there, and he is finally punished. So, no command, fast, off the rip, pushing forward. So they're going to expect this QCK. He's already behind the man. Already behind him, playing up with the rest of his team.
Ooh.
The 3 players fall just like that, dropped. To the ground, to your knees. If you are 10 minutes,
playing आते पूरा खत्म हो गया
1v4.
एक आस्टर को बहुत मजा आता है जब भी 10
made for him, really has to be the save, just has to do some extra damage.
To your knees, यही बोलेगा
No, it doesn't. I mean, Loud are building up a nice economy. They've got a great game plan. And SEN are not playing disruptively enough. Loud are just getting to play their own tempo, their pace. They could never really get a grapple on that on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid. And SEN were never that time the patience and the slow play really rewarded SEN. But on this map, I feel like they need to be getting a little more up in Loud's face, trying to utilize the strengths of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those.
Technically, Zekken ने वही try किया, like आगे जाके frontally pick लेने का, but he was not given the time. See, back जाने के time पे उसको पड़ा.
It was, though Zekken tried for.
और ये वाला ये तो पता ही नहीं था किसी को कि यहाँ पे हो सकता है. Because literally ball के पीछे, like वो था 10 खड़ा था. He was like, bro, 10 के पास कौन आएगा?
The buy in this round very similar to round 15. You know, everyone on pistols apart from one player with a rifle.
So with the money chunked down, in theory you're expecting Loud again to just keep stringing these rounds together. The danger starts building. Through the wall just in case, but Dash to respect it. But the trouble is here, I mean, Loud, you got to think, going to be probably able to get themselves a plan.
Only Zekken seen both times, even though there's a stack here.
There's a flash repeat as well with a Dizzy, but more in their face as well. It just gives that covering fire for Sadak. Seems him through, not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, at least Sassy with this reposition. Close now, tries to face it. Again, there's just too many numbers to overcome. The advantage is Loudy. I mean, they've just picked them apart.
Bro, they are walking out of the cove.
As I was saying earlier, I mean, it's up to a couple of key ultimates. Lockdown now.
GG, man. GG, man.
And sometimes it can be such flowchart Valorant on this map.
Yeah.
Because if the defenders can't get in a good position to disrupt what you're doing, we saw it from Fnatic when they dominated this map. Times gone by. But the attack side, you have the opportunity to go and take a little bit of space and use big ults like Sadak's lockdown to really give yourself a free post-plant situation. And that's where you need to see SEN fighting a little more for some space. I think this is another round where the same concept applies.
But
Sentinels are going to take a timeout here. Zekken's already picked up the operator. Still got time to get rid of it if it doesn't fit the game plan that they want to go towards. But I think getting Zekken posted up in some aggressive areas would be decent. But it's also kind of difficult to go for any mid-round re-aggression with an operator. It's more that you take a line at the start of the round or something like that. It's certainly possible. But
there's
two key areas if you're thinking from Sentinel's perspective here that Sadak would want to be using the ult. One is over towards B main, and the other is over towards pipes. And so having some setups that could deal with those might end up being really crucial.
Just trying to think one step ahead, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, Sadak, he's a good enough IGL that coming out of a timeout like this, he might decide not to use an ult play whatsoever from the strat book. And he might just send it with, like, I don't know, 3 players pushing mid or something. Really to just try to mess with what SEN are expecting.
Right here.
So we're going to see Recon deep with the Cascade to try to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive over towards B, and that is where Zekken's got the operator.
Look at how hard this is for Zekken to get value with the operator. I mean, these smokes in his face. QCK. He's already pushed up onto the left-hand approach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
You can't watch everything at once.
The Cascade now over towards A might give Zekken the idea that, only the Lurker is here. So he could be a bit more bold with it. I believe Sadak was just caught by the knife. No, I don't think he was, actually. So he's going to be able to get this lockdown off.
Spikes dropped down in mid. Trying to fake presence here, except with 3 players right behind him, it's going to feel very real. Still Zekken, will he be dislodged from this forward position. He's the one who's going to be trying to gather this information.
Allowed overcooking this a little? Using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site?
It's if Zekken really. It's on him because the Loud players are now going to be walking and waiting right into that crosshair. Dark forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape the ire of Loud. They're already fast onto the approach, but he backed away.
Instant bhag rahe when they realize.
Look at this guy, look at the position. You practically expect him to be a defender with this spot.
30 seconds
Forwards though with the smokes. Elsis can't adjust it. Can't snap to it. QCK drops him. And this is real chaos and pandemonium being strewn into the round. You don't expect this. Patience played all the way through. Thrash out wide. And they're just shooting bullets. It's easy targets all about. Boundless right now for less.
Bro, Sadak supremacy, bro.
The free plants. And there's nothing you could do. Not going to retake to the operator.
Yeah, no one has seconds able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just looks...
अगर they would have ultimately gone for pre-complete ना तो हगांड हो जाता.
तो नहीं, सब वहीं थे.
वो ऐसे गए ना पूरा साइड गए अब येलो गए उसके वापस आ गए.
Game planned like that, right? It looked like it was intended to be an A fake that you end up hitting B. But the audible call to Sadak just realized that he had all the space in the world.
I can't believe it. I mean, how did he get himself up there?
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered in.
Sadak is so happy.
He wandered in, takes the rope, jumps onto rafters. He's got a great spot. But also, Sen unaware that a lurker could have taken that positioning. Right?
Thank you for the 200 Shubhri bhai. Zeref dada কেমন আছো? তুমি কলকাতায় কোথায় থাকো? বেঙ্গলি vlog বানাও বা I would suggest SL কে কলকাতা নিয়ে এসে food vlog বানাও. বিরিয়ানি and all try করা, snacks করালো and কিছু দিন আগে ওইরকম. I will surely try. अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है तो वहाँ पे basically they were going for an event. They went for an event. वो लोग साथ थे. कोलकाता में कुछ होता नहीं है. मतलब कुछ होगा तो सब यहाँ पे आएंगे तो for freaking sure. For freaking sure, obviously, man. Thank you for the 200 by the way. Man.
Not many of them.
I'll try. No.
Through the cracks here.
So, you know, for them to still be keeping it somewhat competitive, not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud. Got a sight set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels, they've had to really be forced into a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians online. Or at least for Zelsis. Presence now towards it. One more earn towards the Reckoning.
This is where Zekken was positioned in the previous round. He's got the operator over on A.
Clear. Just with the Dizzy, there's really nothing else behind it. No flash re-clear. Just the one bit of util that's broken almost immediately with the slow down approach, John.
Yeah, at least they're trying to find the timings to go for that kind of thing, but just throwing the single Dizzy,
उनके पास
it doesn't have
info
the
नहीं है,
same impact. It's worse than a single flash from the KO, honestly. Louder just keeping all of his presence over towards B, and Zekken is still worried about a lurker on A.
It's an alarm bot here. Under heaven एक
There's that prior conditioning here. Turret
से better नहीं होता.
Plans going to go down at some point. Drone.
Throwing the nade lineup so that they can still fight with the nade.
Hello, pop flash play. 10.
Oh boy.
He's still alive here. Got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire now. Feeling the heat, feeling the emphasis that he needs to make a play here. That's why he's going wide. Dodge. Side there, away from the shutdown. Mosh pit.
Good volley, good volley, good volley.
Back this one, but he doesn't expect a player above him. And around the back.
Oh! He snaps back!
Flicks to the side. Luckily, 2 years still there. Now the Reckoning. Drop down with only 12 seconds left. There's no plan on line and stun. Here, up and away. Updraft all round.
क्या round है भाई? हाँ, ditch round, bro.
That's wild.
Bro, बंदा snack back किया देखा तुमने Sherlock? Dude.
So far. So Tens throws a nade lineup as he hears the drone coming through, which allows him to have denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall, which is sick. Those kind of timings, beautiful. It's also then, there's a mosh onto the plant position too. Let's go! Let's go, boys! So much utility pressure in that round.
Thank you to 151 शौरभ भाई गेमिंग हाउस जाने का क्या सीन है वापस केतन भी अभी तो केतन भी अभी तो जैसे कर दिया यार I will go when my work is done.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zekken wasn't sure that it was going to get broken.
मेरा अलग सीन है मेरी जन. So I'll go in April.
That's for sure. This is the first time we've seen someone trying to play an aggressive position on pipes.
Should give the indicator. I mean, Tens has no way to get out of this one. There's too many spots to really account for. Well, forward! It's messy. It's real
Kasam the riff.
Zekken is still here.
But ठीक है Zekken निकाल लिया.
On the board now. Maybe a chance for Sentinels really setting themselves up in an advanced position. It's been one of the first times. Yet Sadak says, not quite. does something to say about it.
Bro, nice molly, bro. But कितने बार प्लान डिनाई हुई हैं? Dude, bro, you fuck up हो गए.
Over the top. Second back in.
Bro, Sadak. अबे क्या Zekin hello?
Over the top, below him. Does not anticipate it, but guess what? His teammates did.
I think Zekin थोड़ा सा.
The right moments.
Yo, एक सेकंड. Zekin ध्यान नहीं दिया.
Long shot.
No, these last two rounds have been lovely from Sen.
हाँ, clear दिख रहा था.
There are certainly chances for them here. You see this from Zekin's perspective again.
अरे वो वाला दिखाया.
But also, the defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great util to stop the plant going down, and then they're finding a timing to then flash and pop back out.
कैमरामैन को बुला रहा था.
Loud.
और ये तो फातिमा है. अरे.
Don't really have utility available. Sadak anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't.
फातिमा ऐसे लगती है चश्मा पहन के.
This is aggressive.
Disrespect. Shot. Let's go.
Sadak playing that spot way more aggressively than Zelsis was too, offering himself up as a pick. Kalanzin gets ult online. Can they cook some kind of play?
Loud को Xbox पे 11 score पे पहुंच के ना कुछ हो जाता है.
Especially when Tense is holding knife for anything like that.
11 का कर से लोग.
They're trying to bait out these aggressive reclears.
Yep.
Just why, you know, the pump fake, waiting, throwing out a high tide, seeing if they flash through the wall and try and fight through it, but...
Yeah, you've got to make the timings as difficult as possible for Sen to find them.
The belt, man, the belt. Oh, he saw it. Oh, he saw it. He saw it.
Exposed though. You are right. Many chances to be swung from a multitude of angles. It's all about the reactions. Now, yes, he still has a dash, but it's not active. Here he goes. Dart has to cover himself. His own footsteps there away from it. Go for the reswing now across.
Oh, he was on the rope. Maranivo, but nice assist.
Spamming and spraying and a bit of praying. Let's get the job done there with the removal onto 2 years.
QCK will peak.
Pushed back and away. And QCK is his time to come alive. Over the top of rafters.
Nice.
Risks necessary in this spot, especially when you're a player down.
The pit invested in the 3v4 here.
That's dirty.
It does cover the spike.
Yeah, look at that. Stretches all the way over towards it, and he still has 2 snake bites as well. That will put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through. A tap forwards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK traded. Now sticking though already there.
Diffuse हो रहा है. Diffuse नहीं हो रहा. हो रहा है diffuse.
Skipping a hop over to the top. And well, it's just been stuck.
Oh, diffuse हो गया पूरा wingman से. Bro.
Dude, Wingman does not take additional damage from the pit being there, and they just assumed that it did. They didn't deal with Wingman the entire time.
Let's freaking go, bro. Thank you for the 100, Shubhadeep. Okay, I vlog करो मजा हो गया. Bye. Love from Shiliguri. Take care of gaming house. कभी आज से April. Thank you.
Sliggy losing his mind.
Oh my goodness.
Bro.
After if you can get it. Actually, no, it's not.
Calm and collected though. We're straight back into things here, but Sen wrestling off the rounds now, really making it almost even here.
Thank you,
away from 11 to 11.
And yeah, Sen's ult bank is just huge.
Ult पहले कर देते
They found so much more value out of being able to hide the plant and then getting off a good retake there. Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage beforehand anyway. Zekin's been spotted. What does that do to Sadak's calling here?
भाई बहुत अल्ट से लोग पे तो रीटेक के लिए.
Looks like they're going to just try and tackle it into it. Now Zekin didn't use his dash again. Important to know that one because now as that goes flying, still he's looking for the shot, can't adjust it. Time still just sees the shoulder but has to finally back away. Doesn't want to get punished for that one with the count to spam a tap from Sadak. Himself into the corner.
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up.
Lockdown थोड़ा गलत नहीं है.
And it's also not positioned over towards screens. Yes, it doesn't go as deep. But Zelsis is going to make sure that there aren't people playing these aggressive post-plant positions.
Why it is so...
Does them out and away. They deal with the util, and how do they deal with these players? Zekin just wants to take up the straight-up fight.
Super low.
Baiting it out now. Nade, a bit short and shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Lau, but again, anyone could win it. You just have to just rely on a bit of that RNG. Zep, Tens, pushing with the operator. Sadak still stands. Have on it, they don't have it. Still, John has got to stick it now. And a tap with the rifle. All praise. Praying from 2 years. Sentinels, barely there with 2 seconds just over.
They look in control though of these retake situations, which is something that we weren't seeing from them.
2-0 manifest हो रहा है.
Of 4 rounds between
2-0 manifest हो रहा है. Who said Sen is a weaker team, man. Come on.
The lockdown is so nice from Zelsis. Teams have come up with protocols to be able to deal with the lockdown that's over towards screens. They have a player up aggressive, or they have some kind of, nade combo. Sadak has lineups for it too. But throwing that out in a different position over towards Heaven, and yeah, it's not optimized, but it's not going to get broken. You know they're not an aggressive position, so you can start the retake proper. We've seen round 19-20, Sentinels won by dragging the clock down and putting a lot of pressure on the plant itself and put Loud in a tough spot. Now they've also demonstrated in round 21 and 22 that their retakes can look really good as well, especially when it's helped with ultimates. This is now anybody's game. It felt like it was Loud's completely until this streak of 4. Can't count.
The most important timeout.
We were singing the praises of Louder there.
The most important timeout.
Experience, adjusted on the big stage. Can't count this team out with how they were looking just initially, but you're right. I mean, Sentinels, they've also been slowly building up a repertoire. Their CV's looking long. Bringing it to a team like Loud, 11-11. Still with the Viper's Pit, still with the Thrash.
And all of this without Zekken really finding too much value from the Operator in the last couple of rounds, right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings, but he's not landing the shots. Here it looks like he wants to try and take this timing instantly underneath the tube, aiming for less.
Drops down, only sees the turret.
It's the turret, actually.
Turret bhi, exactly, मैं बोलने वाला था, turret भी नहीं मारा उसने.
Drone, utilized by Loud though. It's going to be pushing up and taking this space with a lockdown.
Yeah, for assault.
Feels like a B hit. Should be a B hit. Second. Where are you going? Where are you going? With 4 seconds left, is this being held for? Yes. Look at that awareness. Jump spot, jiggle peek. Holy! Up dash, but he cannot escape it. Sadak was hot on the heels. Set to punish it. Deep dart now. Thrash being used just off the initial tap here, but
the bro ran off.
अब उनके पास एक control है. Entertainments because QCK again lurking up through, spots it out with a nano swarm, broken both of them.
Celsius has the timing to try to disrupt this.
Let's go, bro. Very good.
Be a 4v4.
Backside gained. Plan for Sadak. Not going to be pushed away this time. Moshpit just
all of those good volleys, bro.
Late. Going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favored. Can't be able to retake a Sentinels. Spot just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, bit of spam, a bit of spray. Spot flash play, tens man, he's taking it to him. Damage done though, had the knife out, wasn't expecting that follow up, especially with 2 years there, but what can he really do?
Who is मार तो रहा है वैसे?
B3.
Just let's see.
Find one of the fights.
They know कहाँ पे है?
Now Sassy sticking, half already. Options dwindling. The high-low phase.
Nah, bro, let's go!
Up to 12 now for Sentinels.
Let's go!
There's an absolutely incredible resurgence from this team.
Yo, मुझे वो बंदा hello Zalpare, Zapalre, Sir Sentinels #4 होगी. Hello.
3 rounds in a
Can't
row
see
now.
you.
The flash
What do you mean?
Is lovely, and then send players playing high-low positions.
OP बोलते bro.
Yeah, it's great.
Communication.
Like crazy.
Point. Every time we get a little sneak peek at the replays.
Yeah.
मैं honestly बोलूँ.
5 rounds in a row to be able to get up to match point and set up a date with Gen.G.
Aggressive.
Call this VCT.
There it is. Adjustment not there in time. He just tried to.
10 scope दिया था इस बार.
It was actually 10. Who was the one who went down there to a bit of random spam. Updrafted away. Back in. Respect now at a reckoning.
It's incredible that Sen are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
Sadak with the plan.
I
think now. Loud. Again, surely set up for success, but I said that last time. Sen who ended up taking it, but this time there's a player disadvantage. Doubled up, shoulder to shoulder, round to the back. 2 years showing presence. We'll jiggle and offset there with a movement, but not going to expect that was in. And he's still here, alive and kicking. Weaving in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his team. Spraying all the way through overtime on the cards.
Bro, OT बोलते.
Able to get that round that's been eluding them for so
I think Tens का वो move बहुत overconfident था.
To an overtime.
Very overconfident. देखना कहाँ आके देखो try किया वो.
ये वाला.
Huge performance from Loud, not allowing their resolve.
Very overconfident.
Reminder, we've obviously
hey Lord Void, good afternoon.
2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more back and forth occurrences.
Let's go, man.
little
OP हो जाए.
resurgence from Sen has taken us to a spot where it does look like a possibility, unless Loud can dig deep.
Yeah, revisiting it.
Bro, Loud के map को, Loud का strong icebox को, ऐसा OT में ले जाना bro. Not an easy one.
Absolute barn burner. I mean, it was a map 5 world-class game for both of these teams. Pushed once more.
Revealing area.
Dart. Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been
they know now. अगर यहाँ पे scan हुआ है तो मतलब off है. They know.
Pushed away from this now.
He got pinged.
Didn't even really connect. I mean,
Fight
so
swinged
close to the
out.
corner, but he doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Short presence there with the operator. He wants a second go at things. Sassy, not expecting it. The rest allowed, backing him up still.
Oh my God, trade bro.
It's all over the bloody place.
Two is just 1 HP है.
Left to stand here from Sentinels.
Gonna be a difficult situation for John and Celsius to recover.
इसमें twist मर जाता ना.
Do they know that everybody is here?
सीधा भी भागते.
I'm not sure they've seen Sadak. John, though, picking up that ult orb, one away from getting a pit online. If there was an ult that could turn this round, it would be
double pick on the Raptors, bro. Shit.
Concerned about the wall.
Shimata. Wall down.
To try to set up
Wall down. Wall down and pick.
Got up side by side, top rafters. 2 years.
Two इसने उससे शी मार दिया उसको.
1 to win was Elsis dropping. QT sends the nade flying. The molly there. Just can't quite land the kill. He now has pit. He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course he does. It's OT. And now drops it down.
ऊपर. Oh nice timing.
Doesn't expect 2 years.
Bro.
Good try. Nice catch by Tui's. John was thinking about just slipping away.
Match point.
But Loud, after getting that recovery in round 24, now put themselves up to map point. QCK going for the force.
Bro, ये trade तो crazy trade हुए भाई.
Last cannon operator ended up getting some of that value.
Crazy trade हुआ.
You see, John looks gutted. He wasn't able to pull that one off. So we're going into it. Sen kept at 12. Zekan is going for the same thing. The glass cannon off. They have not found success with this particularly. But they've been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
I know Loud, they set their sights over towards B.
Oh, that's not a yellow clearance.
That's no way. The spam.
Ooh,
very close. Wonderful punish onto the corner.
Bro, उसका mall important था to deny the plant.
This is it.
चलो John QT है अभी भी
set up for map 3. Anyway. And you got to think it. It's inevitable on top of the ropes. How is he accurate there? Running and gunning, but 10's dealt with.
QCK भाई,
And a retake with the op. It's a fairy tale moment for Zekan, it will have to be, and he doesn't expect it. The wrap there, so 14 to 12. Loud, we are going all the way.
Sunset.
It deserves a map 3 this series, but for a moment I thought Sen were going to clean it out in 2. The comeback there was difficult for Loud to deal with, but they found the adjustment in the final moment. Huge from Sadak and the rest of the crew. I think QCK played a blinder of the game there on Jet.
यार मुझे टेंस में थोड़ा सा गुस्सा आ रहा है यार. You remember the time when Tens went overconfident and he picked A. Bro, hell no man. क्यों?
Do not go anywhere.
Bro, वो पिक करनी नहीं चाहिए थी वो Tens को. उसके बाद से पूरा डाउन गया पूरा. GG's man. GG's. Tens को पिक नहीं करना चाहिए. I blame Tens. हाँ exactly वो pipes वाला पिक जो था उसके बाद से everything went downhill. Blame that.
I blame आसपास.
I blame पता नहीं. मैं बीमार हूँ.
Sinatra.
हाँ. आज पीटेगा तुम्हारी से. कुछ नहीं पीटेगा. ठीक है कल आना कल. सेक्सी गाना ये वाला. गाना सुनो चिल करो. कोई नहीं गेम है. ठीक है. भाई ये जो प्लेलिस्ट बना है ना बंदे ने. ओए होए. थर्ड मैप और ज्यादा इंटेंस होने वाला है ब्रो. होए मैं तो बोलता हूँ वी नीड अ गुड मैचअप. वी नीड अ गुड फ्रिकिंग मैचअप ब्रो. गाना का नाम क्या है? वियना. जेम्स मर्सी. वियना. डोंट गो एनीवेयर. थर्ड मैप इन अ फ्यू मिनट्स.
1
Bro, I think वही आज का एक one link is which is not actually working that well is Sassy. Obviously Sassy as a whole उसका performance थोड़ा सा down रहता है ये compared to the others. Yes. Tens भी even. Tens का एक clutch पे मत जाओ. And otherwise पूरा whole game में I think उसका impact थोड़ा कम था. He clutched it याद है. उसके बाद भी उसके kills उतने ही थे. So yeah. थोड़ा सा इनको चाहिए था. And after that his overconfident call to pick that pipes and वहाँ पे pick off हो जाना. It's a very big thing bro. Pick off हो जाना and उसके बंदे trade off हो गए eventually. समझ लो? Loud was dominating most of the time. अरे they were dominating yes, but उसके बाद संभल गई थी team. संभल गई थी. One wrong call to go overboard killed it. तुम समझ रहे हो? That's the problem. Oh, hey, एक second. Abhinay, thank you for the 10 gifted membership. Love you, man. Thank you. Thank you, मेरी जान. Bro, pick करना था रे? नहीं, एकदम ही नहीं. Pipe pick मैं भी करता हूँ, ठीक है? कोई भी player करता है जो भी duelist खेलता है, ठीक है? One, he was not playing a duelist. ठीक है? He was playing KO. Okay, he has no exit strategy. Second करता है, मैं समझ सकता हूँ. Pick, dash out. रेना करता है, pick. या तो मारो मतलब नॉर्मल मार देता है. He missed it. समझ लो. अब सनसेट. ज़रफ़ कैंप स्कोर नहीं दिख रहा. 1-1 है. 1-1. वो तो क्या ही. What a response
that was from Loud. They take things equal, which means we will go the distance and see map 3. I'm your host,
momentum की बात है bro.
Mimi and
momentum की बात है.
Did we maybe believe a little bit the comeback was real?
I really did. Sentinels nearly pushed us all the way, but Loud, I mean, they started that first half looking incredibly dominant. Their protocols on this map look incredible.
I mean, to be honest, it looked like two different teams.
अभी तो नहीं कर सकते obviously. पूरा watch party will be on YT. And probably शायद हम नहीं करेंगे रूटर.
A couple of concerning rounds.
This headache is shit. मतलब
what we've seen them
मेरी ले रही है वही headache.
But they started being defined by Loud's retakes on the defense, and that's where this team absolutely thrives. I think in particular the way that they're setting up to play these retakes on that B site were really impressive. Here's a few of these rounds to take a look at. Right, this team just having I feel
reveal,
really good synergy on when they're bouncing.
Default reveal एकदम default चीज है.
It's that first
every retake में उन्होंने reveal किया था.
Leveraging this harbor utility to set up cover for the planner and fight deep in these post plants and force Sentinels to lose, even when they have a cover that's built to win these post plants with a ton of mollies.
Yeah, and I think actually this is the example we saw where we got a little bit of a react from Zekken afterwards.
I mean,
you say Loud retakes, there were a couple here that Sentinels almost just completely forgot the timings on it. Talking about some of the mollies to buy time, run down the clock a little bit, but the big difference.
It's very interesting.
Yes, Loud's ability to demonstrate this on both sides.
Yeah, let's take a look at those post plants in just a moment as well, because I think that's the round you meant, Mike, where I think he was saying something like chill with the mollies.
Yeah, chill with the mollies.
A bit too early.
I mean, there were two examples that almost felt a little egregious, criminal that they lose those post plants.
And remember, in a game this close, those were the rounds that were make or break for Sentinels losing the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is the one I think.
बहुत सारे पोस्ट प्लांट बहुत अच्छे सकते थे. पोस्ट प्लांट बहुत खराब हुआ.
Reaction here, but it just
best control आपके साथ कौन है?
Karen. At the same time, when they have everything, like you said, this is a composition built towards finding clean entries.
I love his controller. One of the best.
Loud back into a 5-man retake, which looked fantastic for them, but this one, Sentinels almost just gave this away.
Yeah, and we really build up how good the protocols are, how perfect Sentinels look on a map like Split. But on the other side, I mean, remember, this team has had to play a ton. Kaplan was saying they've had to show everything, and I think we start to see that a little more on
so
this
leveling
map,
up
like this reaction
Zeref.
from Zekken.
नेक्स्ट शूटर स्ट्रीम में देखनी नहीं यार. मैं जब कल सोच रहा था मैं कल देख लूं. आज तो जो कंडीशन है मैं तो इस स्ट्रीम के बाद आता एडेड हो जाऊंगा.
Was another one where it's in terms of the plan, the initial plan coming into the round, it's executed to perfection.
Anyone seeing the Shadow Sarak? Yeah, देखिए.
Sentinels are set up for success, and it just seems like I don't know if people were just jumping the gun a little bit. There's a little bit of misinformation being spread internally within comms, but yeah, a little bizarre to see considering how clean their protocols were on Split.
We went into this hearing that that kind of between map interview from Kaplan, where he said the team is really good at kind of finding the right energy, knowing when to calm down, knowing when to heat up, and I think we saw that on display here because it went from that, you know, Zekken giving some feedback, some of these post-plant rounds that shouldn't have, falling apart, to in a second half, Sentinels looking absolutely revived and pushing us all the way to overtime with great retakes of their own.
Yeah, you can't help but feel if it was just 1 or 2 of those post-plants that
best
wouldn't have
IGL,
it wouldn't
John
have been
QT and Sadak, ये दोनों best IGL
pistols as well, let's not forget.
These two are
but
the
let's
best
talk about Les a
IGLs
little bit as we
the game
move on
has.
to map 3 because again, on that map, he was so impactful, so crucial to keep them in it.
I mean, we said ahead of this coming in, Les is usually the superstar on Icebox, and another one, add this one to the collection, because just individually this time and time again, in the right place, the right time, and he delivers back against the wall.
And then it's probably between Loud or Sun, but I think Loud is better. Can be, let's see.
That really stuck with me, right? How good he is
Momentum
in
की
getting
बात
a
होगी,
kill
अभी
as
honestly
and
बताओ तो.
always getting away. It's insane how much just survivability the man has, especially when he's holding down towards that B side. He's always getting a frag, falling back, and then using his mollies really tactically to be able to set his teammates up when they're playing into these retake rounds. He's such a star, and he implements into the team perfectly.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Sunset real quick because these are the agents selects for that. What do you make of this, Mike?
I mean, well, back to the default.
I feel this season teams are very different.
Finals, to be honest. But
These
obviously,
teams are
this is the map where we see the
playing a very different game of Valo.
I have questions still about this composition, but it's the way that they apply it. We did see some better.
Chalo, guys, be engaged.
I'm still not completely sold.
I think the strengths of this comp for Loud on defense is fighting for extremity control. Using that breach, using that Omen line control to set the Phoenix up. They also have great ults to cycle through and win out these rounds. But Sentinels, their strength, second half is going to be retakes. This first half, their comp is actually really strong at shutting down that extremity control. Expect a lot of early battles. This map's going to be important. Only one of these American squads get that guaranteed spot in the top 3.
Yeah, Loud, they've done so much already to push it to here. Let's see Bren and Saito if they can get their revenge.
Revenge would be fantastic for this Loud squad. I mean, they could be hunting for it off the back of the regional finals, but it's a hard task ahead of them. Still heading to Sunset, especially with Sentinels making it as difficult as possible for them to get it over that final hurdle. They have to go to OT for Icebox. There's chances we could have seen it just end in a 2-0 for Sentinels themselves.
Absolutely possible, but I got to tell you, Brent, out of all 3 maps that we had in the pool today, the one I'm most excited for is this here, Sunset. Because even though Sen won last time they matched up, I think Loud are a dangerous team to go up against, especially in decider maps like this. So here we go into the pistol. 3 players from Loud grouped up towards mid, and this map might end up playing out a little like Split, where Sen want to be cautious on the attacking side and bait out Loud into making the play.
Really in a util, got to be ready though. The dart.
Konnichiwa.
Zekken.
How does that not reveal Zekken? There must be
a bit of geometry, maybe.
Yeah, just a little safe pocket in the
Position
corner.
I use Apple.
But that really looks like a preset plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
To insert Zekken here behind this segment of the Viper wall.
कभी होता है ना ऐसा एक आंख दर्द कर रहा है राइट वाला आई
हाँ भाई नहीं है
राइट साइड
of it. Don't shut down.
राइट साइड हेडेक है मेरा आज
There.
Sadak is watching.
It's actually 2E's really pushed up over towards A that I've got my eyes on at the moment. Just jiggle in this corner. Like I said, on Split, the Loud compositions require a lot of jiggling without the Sentinel.
Yep.
Here's the flash being sent flying. Lucky to not die. Sadak running and wading away backwards, running and gunning. Only had 4 bullets left and he still managed to land that shot, so play disadvantage if the Sentinels get themselves the side. Will be the plant on top of it, but what is the call after the fact?
I'd have so much utility on rifle rounds to be able to deny plants from going down. You don't have as much to work with here.
Barely missing. Flash pushing him away there. Paranoia was bad, yet still they face it with the guns. Now Sadak's behind them, dizzy. Tap onto it. It's going to be alerting the attention of these Sentinels players back and around, but they have so much to deal with now. The push and the pull. These Loud players just too elite.
Well handled there. On the pistol. I was watching the way that they dismantled EDG, and one of the big things they were amazing at was watching for the lurk through mid. And Sentinels on this pistol try to do something very similar. They insert Zek deep up mid, create a distraction elsewhere, and try to get value with Zek creeping through. Sadak is always wary of that kind of stuff. And here, Zek forced to try to fight a bit more aggressive in the post plan.
I will more talk about season to season, rather than going for legacy.
Having said that though, with the kills that Sen got online, they're looking to try to force into the next.
I feel like the money's good enough.
And they got quite a few kills. I mean, 3 kills plus the plant. It's not a bad buy.
Direction you take it into looks like mid. The initial goal, slow and steady.
This is a real gamble, though. If it doesn't pay off for Sen, they're going to give Loud so much momentum in terms of the economy, the ultimates. You know, QCK might well have the ult online at the end of this. He's got to pick up the ult orb on A.
Breaking the door with the pistols. Trying to avoid notifying Loud that they have forced up into this. Dizzy wide. With the flash. Connected together. QCK has to respect that one. Just backing for now.
Interesting.
Drone doesn't clear.
It didn't clear Zekken
again.
This spot is such a blind spot in the way that Loud are playing mid.
Nah, bro.
That's wild.
There's major chances for Zekken to just again creep his way in there.
But like I'm saying, Brent, EDG tried this kind of setup where, you know, they cause the distraction and get a lurk. And Sadak or Kawanzi just shut it down.
5 minute अभी भी cross में देख रहे हैं वो लोग ऐसा कुछ बात नहीं है.
40 seconds barely. Just drifting away here. Boombot. Use the flash. Junction now to Dizzy all the way through market. Nothing to really stand their ground, but Lex is still going to try and do it otherwise. ADS firing them down as well. The bullet tech just slowing them ever so slightly. Enough for Sadak to get that one, but a plan. Now down here for Sen. No pushback from it, so they can start to play this post plan. But they really want to do this. Just with the stingers. It's like an awkward one to try and play into, especially when Kawazin has almost all of his util. A few more seconds left, and he will have the fault line, but there it is. Sends out the Aftershock, out wide, forces Celtics, no kill. Paranoia used in response to this one, and a second flash sets them back up, but a deep smoke. Have to really force them out to push forwards into this one. A tap onto it again. Stunned up inside the smoke, damage done. Kawazin still lives on 21 health. Defusing now, Sadak onto half. Has to be down, has to be brought down. Sticking it through. Damage, not enough. Oh, with the stingers. That's wildly scraping through. Sadak's on the defuse. He got headshot by a stinger and he just...
No, जो mid वाला बंदा था ना, जो was flanker में भूल गया कौन है. हाँ, John Cutie. He dinged him, but couldn't kill him.
Sprinkling up around his head.
Bro, Sadak ने छोड़ा ही नहीं.
Confidence in the rest of the team. It is so difficult to
cover
the diffusion in that situation when there's a flank coming from market and Tens throws that smoke. You just kind of get stuck inside of it. But wow, Loud now, having navigated that round and all the danger it posed, are going to be set up quite nicely at the beginning of this.
Watch party se pehle.
Doesn't really matter about Divide too much. 2 players spotted from the cam. Fast as the call here for Sentinels. Looking for a couple of kills, but out wide a little bit too much. Celsius, QCK. The target you really want to be prioritizing these kills onto when he gets his ult online, which he already does. I mean,
yeah, he already had it.
For it.
John's just looking to do what damage he can, but Loud's economy is going to be looking good. Their ults are starting to come online too.
Plan, no, I think I'll sleep off. I have like this really bad, like जो बढ़ रहा है.
Because we're only seeing it having failed, but really there was a lot of danger there in round 2. There were possibilities for them.
I think if it works out, listen,
is it dropout match? No, bro. This is the winner goes to the upper bracket, the loser goes to the lower bracket.
Simply not the reality we live in, though, and that's the first time that Sen have gone down early in a half. Remember, they won the pistols every other time across Split and Icebox. So this is a new situation where Loud are the ones able to develop some even footing for themselves. Dizzy just to see whether anybody's trying to contest into mid.
Interestingly enough, I mean, 2 years has opted for the operator. There was a deep dart set up earlier, so he's got this deep line down into A. He's going to be giving a lot of mid-round information again to his team. Doesn't have to worry about 1 or 2 of the angles, though.
It's very frontal, bro.
Yeah, look at it.
No way.
Walking straight into it.
Oh,
leaning on his history as a duelist player there, Tuiz. And
left here.
Absolutely finessed that. Does he anticipate Tens being up top, though, inside the one-way?
Maybe a punish in sight here. 2 players left.
It
is bizarre as a flash. Repeat now out wide. What is that?
Beautiful 2 picks.
Kawazin. He was leaping across. Paranoia.
Nice.
Tap from Tens with the movement.
Almost.
Still, QCK dropped back to 30 health. Now, heal himself back up. He could play into this one with the ult. Might choose to do so.
तीनों को टेंशन नहीं मारा है.
He does have his ult back online. Picks up Brian. Here it is, the second round of things. Thrash.
Okay, then no, they're
Spawn broken to pieces. Cleared a close left corner, but still. Who does want to just try and take a fight there.
position बहुत strong
well. A lot to clear in this spot, and just walking right over him, QCK. There's that trade with the pop flash now. In and out and through, but still with a util in his hands, caught lacking and slacking.
Let's go.
But QCK did not go for the ultimate in that
The
spot.
step
right?
up, the step up, let's go.
Into the next. They decided
almost
not to
मार दिया
invest, thought they weren't favored enough, and have kept that. So the bonus round doing a little bit of damage, not too much.
Awesome,
They're coming down to that play from Tent.
Oh yeah.
His
yeah,
omen on this map is so creative and flashy. It's wild.
Crouch करके
I thought there was a
head
good
ही
chance he
लगा.
was going to just pick up everybody there.
Yeah, looked like maybe a few more bullets he could have done it, but
yeah.
he's just that guy when it comes to this map.
So pretty पागल है क्या तू भाई? कैसा बोल रहा?
QCK and Kawanzi
Let's go guys, let's
holding
go.
over towards
होगा
A.
सब होगा.
They do have 3 or 4 different defensive setups that they like to cycle through.
Yo, Prabhu.
Sen trying to figure out which one they're going for is important. Loud also love going to the switch and closing the door in mid. It's something that they prioritize all the time, whether it's less
technically अगर तीन नहीं मारे तो या बीटी था.
And you can hear it now. It's just
कोई
going
तो step up ना.
Give Sen some information.
ए भाई हाँ बस.
Fault line.
Yeah, force out the fault line early. Somewhat early in the round.
कितना तो comment में लगता है ना A के लिए.
What was with the door being
Holding A is
closed down in her face? It does force Sen to just go back, double back, break it.
सब
Like they could be
They're walking
falling into a different direction. This
अगर वो अभी
pause
in a flash
of the crossfire.
This pause in the round is really going to incentivize
risks from QCK and Kawanzi.
You can hear it. He's lacking the info. He's jump
Oh, shot! उसका हवा में मारा है bro.
Tense has cleared out the whole of elbow with his ult.
Or theft as well.
Let's go. Pour in, pour in.
Now the smoke's going to be dropped down.
Going to clear the safe side.
Down.
हाँ safe side हो गया ना, सब clear था.
Someone's getting themselves into it here with a player advantage.
Will you take ult coach?
Time to shine.
No.
Can't loud out too much just yet though. Grouped up together, nade. Ooh, what's it? Swing into that one. Was anticipated.
Nice one, Maya. Thank you, Tens, bhai. Mark kasam. The value.
Top down now, a flash of their own.
Yo, कहाँ गया ये?
Position on top of Jenny. Vulnerable. Snake bite.
Very
Just me.
difficult.
Everyone on loud
Yeah,
saving.
Molly was
But
अच्छा
they just
था
don't even want to get back into this.
Bro, सीधा पीछे
A
भाग
blunder
गया.
from Zelts is sure,
Yeah.
but Tens then anticipated that they would try to follow up on that, sent the paranoia through, and was able to isolate the duel onto Sadak. Sen have got enough players who understand the rhythm of the game and can make plays like that to try to turn situations in
Wanjin
their favor.
मतलब Wanjin is like literally जिसको मैं देखा हूँ जब crazy breach खेलता है भाई वो.
Advantage that Loud had to work with.
Wanjin.
It's getting
Shift
cheaper.
किया can't there be two favorites of course. दो से
वो
ज्यादा भी हो
उसका shot मारा है उसको. मैं देखा भी नहीं था वो किसी और के angle पे
on the
था.
replay again.
But
It's such
समझ
a
में आ गया
large
था क्या shot
punishment
मारा है
for
उसने.
QCK. And it's all due to that freeze that
Run by
Gen.G
run,
calls
boys.
into the round. They force out the fault line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try to punish the info peak. It's so similar to how they were approaching their split attack side with the real slow, patient game. At some point, Loud need info on defense.
That's when the punishers come through.
Super good flash.
Different combination with a util being used. This time Dizzy up in the air, flash through into elbow.
And it's all fake presence. As Sentinels quickly, after going for their default utility, group up on B. They shouldn't be too worried about B main with the door being closed.
I'll be looking for an orb on Zelsis. Ult online, we'll be able to go for the B pop. Or not. Just avoiding it.
It's not as important.
ये interesting बात है ना.
It's true.
There's no sense in there avoiding B
do
so
go
much.
find with a
There's the
satchel
first
play,
time they
sets
come
up
B.
second deep into the angle. Decay damage kicking in, almost getting brought down himself. He's on 60 health. It's going to be a thorn in their side, though, when this retake starts to come online for Loud.
But इसका cross कहाँ है?
Very
इसका cross कहाँ है?
Very isolated.
Second doesn't have a
Supposed
cross.
to play in, wants to try and get in and rule
Beautiful.
that
ठीक अच्छी
angle
बात है
over
bro.
the top now.
Low HP में
From mid,
एक बंदा निकाल दिया उन्होंने.
It's traded equally.
The timing actually here from John looks fairly good.
Yeah, he has to potentially get a move on, but it's up to the rest of his team, I think, to
He might catch
dissuade
the
and push them
Phoenix
back.
ult.
Yeah, Paranoid's there, and he does catch it. QCK.
Oh, मैं देखा ही नहीं bro. Here's flank.
No longer. Deep cam round the back, Louder left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight! Force him to win! Get out of severe. Still no tap onto it. The pressure's mounting, incredibly so. 2 years facing with all the kills. You're joking, but the time.
Okay, round here. Oh, man. Bro, मुझे लगा round हो गया उनका round.
What is that?
What an absolutely ludicrous round.
But फिर भी पता नहीं कैसे मारा भाई ये लोग ने.
अरे वो ट्विस्ट ने 2 मार दिया ना. Boom bam 2 के 2 मार दिया भाई.
That's where most of the post plant on B is going to come from. Is this battle about who can dominate B main?
ये देखो ट्विस्ट ये मारा एक और ये मारा.
I mean, they should have been able to catch TenZ earlier. But the flank timing coming in from John and TenZ and John buying so much time, ending that round in such a weird fashion.
Bro. Absolute chaos.
Bizarre set of circumstances. We're hitting a bit of a repeat here for Sentinels.
Unless is looking to challenge B main early on.
Holding the angle, but actually, Fuel going to be fading. What is that?
What the fuck? Sassy कैसे मर गया? चलो second at least मार तो दिया bro.
नहीं यार,
very confident too.
Necessary kill there. Not having a great start to this map, but let's get back onto the board with that one at least.
Kawanzin went and took the ult orb over towards him, so he now has the rolling thunder on.
जब पीछे आना चाहता नहीं
Initial tap, but now going to be sticking it for the plant. Does have his ult online now for it. Here's the rolling thunder. Back into them. Showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one. And second, his whole goal is to really slow this one down. TP dodging out of the way. On top of
damage?
that, they can expect this one to drone. We'll see it. Tags him up. So eventually, TenZ will be spotted into this one and done. Spot and QCK through
what
the wall.
The fuck, camera?
For it. That's the wallbang angle on top of it now. It's an interesting fight to be taken. John QT turns it into a 2 versus 2. 2 tagged up by the knife.
No, don't get up.
Spots it now, Zelsis. So much more.
Please.
Position, Sadak. Feeling frantic.
Oh,
I don't know. Did he get onto it in time? It's so close. Oh,
these rounds are coming down to fractions of a second. And despite John's best efforts,
he couldn't. Zelsis को headshot नहीं मिला bro.
A little bit more patience from Zelsis would have done it.
उसको body shots मिल रहे थे bro. Fuck.
Gonna be kicking himself.
And even अगर Sadak,
Sadak wasn't even sure.
उसको एक गोली का damage होता ना उस पे.
भी नहीं पता था.
Bro, the rounds.
These rounds have been. I mean, the economy's taken a bit of a tumble. Some weird, dodgy buys across the board.
Kawanzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out. That allows them to build up towards the Phoenix ult. Second and TenZ are looking to try to explore mid again. They haven't done this in a while.
Hello, ult to try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pincer some of these players. And yeah, they're just barreling all the way through into mid. There's a nade, watched it.
Where is QT going?
Still here. John QT though, they're just trying to dominate this one. This one singular position. They do control A main. It's throwing a bit of chaos into the mix. In through the back of the side, just spots the elbow. Just spots the elbow and TenZ. Looking this way, that way. Didn't know where the players were going to be coming from. Sassy. Last one left. Could have been granted one extra.
पता नहीं बे इतना deep access लेके क्या ही कर रहे हैं यार.
है ना? वो समझा नहीं मुझे भी.
उनके aim in वाले तो पूरे मर गए.
It always gets me listening to the Brazilian fans chanting against Sassy. It just seems so wrong. He's in a very difficult situation.
9 bullets, didn't opt to reload, didn't want to give away any sound cues.
If he finds a timing to separate individuals, maybe he could get something done. He doesn't have to be anywhere near the plant. Everyone on Loud is so grouped.
They're going to make mistakes. They don't think he's there on the angle in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2. Ult slow online here for Sadak, but he doesn't really find a time to use it, but the dart reveals all. Sassy has to pull up an absolute miracle. 5 HP drop down, backing away. Now wide and sprayed the through.
Fucking fine. Fuck, clutch him.
Against the former team. Silencing the Brazilian crowd.
Bro. क्या clutch है bro. Holy hell. That play.
I've seen Sassy get these before when he was playing in Americas. It's all down to him playing the Gecko. The fact he can be so far away from where the plant goes down, his positioning is just immaculate in that situation. I'm not thinking about it.
Sassy as a player, we needed to see a big step up. He was Norden 6 when it comes to those first kills, the first deaths last map. Wasn't having a good game. Free fire with a knife, less lucky. Relatively unscathed, all things considered there, just backing away.
एक clutch बहुत important होता है, you know. What happens with this clutches is that कि वो हो जाता है, क्या बोलूँ उसको?
Massive round though, still left.
Opponent का ना?
Flash.
There's a big difference in how they play after that.
Exploring through mid. If SEN back off here, thinking that it's a B stack because of all of that utility in their face, they may end up running into danger. John's watching it, and they do still have a trip there.
Deep
but in terms of anticipating 4 players...
Oh, timing! Timing, please!
Cleared.
Oh.
Now crossfire.
Bro, XN 10 में देखा, अच्छा ये तो अपना बंदा नहीं लग रहा. Didn't see that.
Scattered to the winds. I'd realise it.
XN
Okay,
देखा उसने.
we've been found out. Got to back away now. Just try and flood back into this. Do some economic damage. Util flying forwards here. I'll have to push away the plan though, so still. Down and out.
Oh, निकल गया.
No turn on the fire. He's still alive here. I think there's too much danger.
It shouldn't be dangerous, but when the loud players hit shots...
Bro, किसी का angle बहुत बढ़िया है, bro. नहीं, bro, मुझे लग ही रहा था, bro. His angle is super good.
Rattling their heads now. Already 2 taken, stricken off the list. Thrash has to be used. He popped the ult. He popped the ult, man.
He got caught by it, though.
Oh, उसका time waste हो रहा है. His ult is useless.
Oh, man, it's looking more likely. Finally fades away, and he's back into it, and here it is. The follow-up. With all the rifles online.
He doesn't have the time.
My God.
It's an
effort.
It's unbelievable how close these rounds are getting, though. You know, the one team's got an enormous advantage. They've got right.
Mana round आया है, mana round आया है, but what the hell?
It still feels like any team can take it.
क्या मारा है बे?
We've had some rounds go down to defuses with a fraction of a second left on the clock. We've had a 1v3 played by Sassy. Exactly. That is going to harm the economy, but not in a way that has immediate effects. But it's going to keep a lid on SEN's economy getting out of control and going to allow Loud some opportunities to maybe play some anti-ecos later on. But 5 out of 6 of the most recent rounds have all gone the way of Sentinels after Loud got off to that hot start.
player एक round serve कर. This is the sign of like the Clash of Titans नहीं बोलते हैं. पूरा वैसा है.
Back to Sassy's 1v3. Okay.
The moment when you realize that both the teams are beasts.
Loud had to play that really well, and they did. They collected on the mid.
मेरे ये दिमाग ये headache नहीं होता ना भाई मैं पता नहीं चिल्ला रहा
था. Lost out because there's beasts.
बहुत headache हो रहा है भाई. But I still wanna shout. Namaskar actually. Hello Shantanu, what's up?
There's no player on either of these rosters that doesn't deserve to be here. Everybody capable
I
of stepping the hell
think Loud
up.
Sentinels have always been like this, no? Always been like this. This way.
Speaking about that, when you look at the scoreboard, QCK is the player in position to do the most of that. It's less actually who we haven't seen as much from. Usually, we're expecting less to just be hyper consistent, finding his moments to have value, even though he's playing the Viper.
जिसको हम बोल रहे थे कि हर मैच में he's like down, Sassy 5 HP clutch निकाल रहा है. You need eye drops? No. Headache.
Has really found those opportunities. Different defensive setup though, again being run here from Loud as Kawanzin and QCK move their way over the B.
Just calling up from the back of it now. 2 years.
Oh भाई अच्छा हुआ नहीं मरा bro second.
Standing strong, just trying to brave the onslaught as well. Russia players now ready to push him back and away.
It's very tough for like one person to hold
counter Sadak. You can see Sadak getting set up to go for the ult. Oh, they just rip it anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, GG's.
Send it out wide. Smoke's not even propped up yet. Zekken in position, breaking. It's for the Dart. Now plans. It's the next layer of this one. Sentinels. Do they have anything cooked up to try and fight this one further?
Normally, Loud
are throwing a lot of utility. Sadak can clear one angle.
Hunter's Fury. Molly's going to use towards the back of the side. Hunter's Fury.
Ooh, Zekken को लग गई. Tense angle अच्छा है. If he plays it late. Nice one. Don't repeat, please.
Has the ult now for a classic reposition.
Oh, he goes for this.
Could be anyone's game on a knife's edge. Every single instance, Tens.
They don't know.
No, not quite already with the ult into the back, but he has been cleaned up. 2 years there. It's a 1v2. Taps it. Gets Sassy, doesn't give him anything. Still bides his time, waits it out, and now it has been fully drawn down. The final moments, all the kills going Loud's way, but not the round.
GG's, man.
Same again. Same thing again. The retakes, they are effective, but just not enough to be able to get over the line for Loud. It's Ten's position, I think, here that is the magic. Look at him, the way that he's able to wiggle out and avoid being traded because he's got the pillar to dance around. It looks lovely. The way the center setting up these post plants is dealing with a lot of what Loud are going
discipline
for.
It's very important to maintain the discipline.
One of the things they were
they're
doing
doing
on the
it.
retakes was
They're
throwing in
actually
a lot
doing
of
it.
plant denial, making it uncomfortable for EDG.
They're not even giving the chance कि बंदा flick मार के दो मार दे ऐसा कुछ.
Exalting them.
Possible. Util cut away. And all these close rounds just going down straight to the wire. Again, economy. It's not good.
No. And how many times have we said that? It's just been a running theme. Normally, because SEN get out to such a hot start in every half, this time they actually have to grind their way back into ecoing Loud. And off the back of a 1v3 from Sassy too.
Ridiculous recovery. Notice these Loud players, they're opting for a stack over towards beat. 2 years again, same spot he's been playing in time and time again. Really disrespecting them though, just holding the angle for Util needs to paranoia.
Yeah, I mean, what is the timing of this?
I don't know.
But point?
Okay, he's found something.
But point?
Maybe just hearing the footsteps.
There's a point to the paranoia.
Another flash is connecting.
The delay for like 2 seconds. उसको वैसे flooding करेंगे.
Delay as long as possible.
No point.
Sentinels though, looking likely they're going to have an open sight. 2
2
years
second के लिए
really
क्या
trying to make
difference
this feel like there's lots of players.
Oh, they know. Spam में उड़ा. Spice के spam में उड़ा दिया.
Is here in time, but can Loud do anything
Oh
about
shit,
it?
the reveal.
Everybody lit up here, even with the stingers, there's danger. Danger in abundance, but still with the rifles. Holy!
It's tens again,
Bro,
man!
tens भी अगर वो safe spot में अटका रहता ना, beauty होने वाली थी around. अच्छा था वो किसी और angle पे था.
A-Link swings around, gets 3,
They almost did it.
and saves the rest of his team. They needed it. They were all barreled up in sight. It looked over.
Bunker and down, that's a terrible post plant to be playing against.
Yeah.
Or playing in position at least.
Well, you see how much more difficult it looks.
If it continues, so SEN has no chance of defense. No, you can't
that
see that.
utility to put pressure on them before they can get into post plant position.
You have a Sentinel, you don't forget
bails
that.
them out, top of the scoreboard, doing things fantastically, playing from similar spots.
Deep cross map knife. Be landing over towards Market.
Okay, Market.
That's going to give them a good idea about what the defensive setup looks like, because often QCK is going to be on A.
Yeah, true. QCK normally he plays with Breach Quanzine.
Just waiting for the right time to strike. Thrashed. Regenerated the util. They cut up the side actually through the back here. There's a detainment into mid, but won't be any follow up.
But नहीं उसको मार नहीं पाएंगे.
QCK should be alive as well. He's got some backup from the rest of the plan. Now down, and it looks like this might be another funny round.
Loud are playing really
funny round बोला बे.
B control, which is going to allow them to get players in flooded.
Hit it as well. Just to play for it. QCK does have his own ult now.
What spit is that? He क्या pit है?
Finally initiated. He was suppressed.
ये थोड़ा pit में समझा नहीं है. What is that?
We can hunt down a few of these kills, and yep, Zelt's caught. Util out in his hands. Wasn't really quite aware of that one, is he? Attacking away. Zekin. Here we go. Only 3 players left now. Loud. Fast on the approach. Aftershock there, but a quick TP into the corner. Paranoid order Util layered on top of each other, and they just cannot do anything. Scintillating, sizzling away, spraying them down with the rifles gained. And that is Loud up to a 5.
थोड़ा unlucky हुआ है रे.
A 5, you can't fault it. Plenty of
Very unlucky हुआ, पता नहीं मैं समझा नहीं.
It's an awesome half.
वहाँ पे सेकंड फोकट का ऑफ एंगल पे स्पैमो का मर गया. और वो मॉलिस तो बहुत अच्छी थी, मतलब that clearance was very good.
Figured something out there in that final round. The pit to be able to flood into back B site and the way that they dealt with the aggressive players forwards was lovely.
पीछे TPP मॉली में किया, मॉली to मॉली में
किया. And I think Loud need really another pistol to be able to get back into this.
It's hard to say, it was so tightly contested. The exception of
वो on city control को deny कर दिया
basically. Back and forth we go between these two teams. Absolutely incredible stuff.
But interesting game, man.
Sou o Kawanzin, sou iniciador da Loud. Senti muito bem, a EDG é um time que, pra mim, tem um dos melhores players individuais.
Sound very good with retakes. Let's see.
O Kankan é um player, é um star player e acho que ele não performou tão bem, então acho que...
So basically they denied the control for CT, ठीक है ना? And उसके बाद उन्होंने हर एक ऑफ एंगल को चेक किया. After that, Phoenix जो है, he cleared out market, obviously enter किया, he got a free pick on the KO. Zekin तो फोकट का ही मरा, और बाकी तीन तो util से मर गए. Honestly बताओ ना, util से मर गए. Tenzon तो util से मरे, Sassy.
Cara, a gente não esperava isso, mas acho que nós tivemos um plano de jogo muito bem executado pela nossa parte.
30 seconds.
They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow, the flash, perfectly. GEN.G, he just slaughtered every member remaining of
It's a team that can look like a king one day and trash the other day. Told they weren't looking good.
O melhor time aqui do campeonato do
Are you talking about SEN?
Cara, acho que o
SEN
diferencial
is looking
deles
like
é que eles
trash.
jogam muito bem como equipe. Quer dizer, tem o star player que é o Ziken, mas eles jogam muito bem como um time e acredito que todo mundo pode performar muito bem lá e ganhar um clutch ou talvez levar a partida sozinho. Rapaziada, muito obrigado pela torcida, quero agradecer muito principalmente a minha família, meus amigos que me mandam mensagem no WhatsApp, me ligam. Estou muito feliz que a gente conseguiu fazer isso e classificar para o playoff. Só quero pedir vocês fãs...
Agora PRX, true.
Nosso melhor.
Absolutely true, 100% +1.
É isso.
एक दिन they will play like king and one trash. Absolutely. भाई पता नहीं यार, अजीब लगता है रे.
Strong praise for his opponents. I mean, talking
you did
about
some points.
Sentinel's
Absolutely
team play, and it goes to show as well. I mean, even praising Zekken as their star player. Now, Zekken's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now for his team.
Yeah.
And yet still, Sentinels are holding a lead 7-5 when they had an absolutely horrific start to the entirety of that half.
And actually, I think the story over the last couple of maps has been not so much Sen getting the advantage at the beginning of the map, but just having really strong ways of being able to close things out. TenZ has been amazing in those spots. And so we go into a pistol, which is insanely important, especially for Loud, I think, to be able to get online. Complete contacting up. Zelsis picks a mid-round timing. Knife destroyed. Could be anybody there.
Relax for B.
Still open towards his back.
Now what is left is a fight
so
for
close
A.
to getting punished there.
Very close. I mean, Les was quick onto the angle. Onto that avenue of opportunity. They want to flood out now, facing with the bodies.
Good paranoia. Oh, unlucky!
Line is the fadeaway.
Flash
Damage has been done definitely to Zelsis here. Single shot will do it. Touch close.
Are
There it is, straight to the chest, brings him down. John can't do much. So Loud with that pistol round, you got to think. Back in charge.
Yeah, तो unlucky है मेरे यार.
To have not won a pistol round the entire
तो तीन मतलब सीमी देखो नहीं अच्छा हाँ
both
काल
of
तो
them in
अभी
the
ना.
decider map
That's why.
could end up being crucial. No way of knowing yet. But Sen are certainly not going to force into this one again. On the defense side, not as many kills.
ये तो बहुत unlucky था bro. Ridiculous kill भाई. ये kill निकलेगा तो क्या ही बोल
The
सकते
fact
हैं
that
bro.
QCK was the tip of the spear is going to start building his way up to the Phoenix ult. And Loud started that with such a contacting approach.
Willing to give anything away. Main benefit of it being that Loud, they have tons of util left saved for the big site hit, especially over towards A. Difficult one to try and get through. To clear through elbow, lots of corners.
I think Loud have got the read now that this was not a heavy A setup. They are just charging their way forwards.
Yeah.
As soon as they don't meet people early, they realize that they've essentially got a free plant off.
What is the plant? ये क्यों plant है? अच्छा that plant अच्छा is
Good post
accessible
plant
from
position as
any
well.
side.
Just for Spike to be dropped down, laid down, snake bite.
It looks like Sen are going to send utility here, rather than trying to save it.
They can take an early fight, and you're right. I mean, could get costly. Normally you want to be saving these pieces of util, but clearly Sentinels thinking, feeling like it could be winnable, but with the gun disadvantage.
20 flawless.
Oh, I mean, keep an eye on the Sen retakes on A once we have rifles online, but that was very easily cleaned up. I think that's going to put people in
Sen
positions
has
where
no
they need
chance
to go
defense
for light armor.
if it continues like
Could
this.
end up being important against the Bulldog and the Stinger.
Equal round.
You know, the fact that they ended up investing there in the utility to go for the retake. But I think Sen are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very difficult to hold on to post plants. That was most of the metagame actually that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset, was how they approached the A retakes.
Sunset पे तो
Bonus
usually
round now to be
pop-off
cooked
होता है
up
वो
for Loud.
अलग ही.
They've got plenty of danger in it. I mean, that run it back earned. QCK, this guy is frying. I mean, he's 20 and 10 currently. In the top. Another score. What the top here.
Oh, okay, it worked.
That contact play style. Finally, punishment in place.
Yeah,
Let's go.
What a spray from Zelsis! They're trying to punish the AWP pick up there, and they both get sprayed down. Targeted, the paranoia, onto a spot that TenZ is often liking to play, but it's second up there this time. In market. The trip not broken though, they know it's fake market pressure. Yeah, this is a weird one.
No way.
Did they spot a hint
नहीं,
of 2
नहीं,
Was
नहीं,
there
नहीं,
that
नहीं,
question mark on
नहीं,
the
नहीं,
mini-map?
नहीं देखा.
Maybe.
Yeah, pinged out, I think.
Yep, it is. Leaning this way. Celsius. He is a low player, but he decides to take the fight anyway, not set up onto that angle with any form of util. Sassy now, he's in a one and done. Dart has to be broken, and he's revealed his position now. This is problematic.
Speaking
the util now, 10's right behind them, sends out the paranoia.
Oh, nice paranoia, bro.
Drop down. Most of his team nowhere near here. Less is the last one
अच्छी बात है, कोई बात नहीं, कोई गाल नहीं.
His flank from Sen has worked beautifully, but the Loud players barely reacted. I don't think they knew where that paranoia was coming from.
हाँ, वो तो
left
obviously.
less in a 1v3.
Sentinel नहीं है ना, ये तो problem है.
Position that Sassy was when he was able to get the plant down.
Yeah, I mean 15 seconds.
They have to play on the fact they don't have a Sentinel.
Possible scenario.
10 seconds left.
And Les will just be trying to win this one while the rest of the team in silence scratches their head, wondering where it all went wrong here. That pick onto Zelsis puts Sassy in such a difficult position, and the flank from B bailed him out.
This might be Sentinels just getting a bit of a read, I think, in terms of how Loud how many risks they were taking on this round against the bonus round, right? You think about it, pushing.
Why do Indian viewers love seeing Tense play? What will be the reason?
Giving them all that information.
He's like the very famous
But
personality
going for
of
flank plays like
Valorant,
that
humble
just plays really nicely into Loud's composition, which lacks the cypher. Anytime you can get aggressive like that, go for it.
Unreal shots के clips है.
Loud are not going to have that information.
This is Shroud became so much famous in PUBG PC. That's how Tense is.
Tense not to be dislodged from this spot. There's a Phoenix flash in his face, though. Won't be punished and dropped down. Paranoia now. TP, phone line, everything. The kitchen sink being tossed and turned and shucked at them. Out through market. Flash over the way. Ring around a Rosie. Zekken
Kidding me? क्यों pick कर रहे हो? खत्म हो जाता उसका ult.
So now we get to see Loud in a post plan. We saw a lot of it from Sen. Here it comes.
Paranoia, yeah. Thrash as well. It's all being laid out on top of one another. Fast. Cover play. Shock into the corner was utilised a little bit earlier, but everybody tucked into main. Do have the orb for this one. Actually some mollies as well. We're going to see how the util just reigns supreme into it. Dizzy over the top. Anything to try and latch onto this spike and get the defusal started.
Is it time for the thrash?
I don't even know. I mean, listen, it's going to be 1 second left. He wants to use it, but again, somebody needs to get onto this one. Already detained.
Okay,
into the side of the corner. Where is the time pressure? Hello! Finally, Wingman down.
Nice.
There has to be bodyguard duty. Spraying them all. Wingman!
They killed the Wingman! Wingman मर गया!
Oh, finally. Sassy, no more to room, no more to work with.
वो Wingman मर गया, bro. Almost हो गया था.
Just everyone dead.
Bro, it's like 75%. किसने classic से Wingman मार दिया.
I mean, both teams playing this kind of more passive setup over towards B with the post plant, but throwing a couple of people in aggressively to draw out early utility.
इसी ने ही मारा Wingman.
And so teams are getting stalled in these spots. If Wingman had not gone down there, we could have had a very similar situation to Icebox, where little bro's just sat inside the pit, just tinkering away, cutting the red wire.
Yeah, it's a good heads up from Loud, though. They get the 3-kill spray and down. I mean, most teams might just end up stopping the spray. Thinking that they got everybody. All the targets are going to be on it, but now, Diligent.
I wonder, does this knife incentivize Sentinels to go for the B push again? Is there going to be some kind of trigger that gets Sen going aggressive on the map? You see that John is moving around his Cypher setups. This time he's got a cam in mid, so they don't have to play that particularly. You can just rely on the camera. A trip for market because Sen were playing B main.
They left B more.
To start the round.
वो knife में कितने लोग पकड़े गए थे?
It does.
But they're leaving B for retake.
And obviously you don't want to be hard anchoring the site against Kawanzin's Rolling Thunder.
No.
That's what they're
But also Loud would love to save it if they get the info that it's a B retake setup.
Hello, where's that orb going?
Straight up into the sky. Not where it's supposed to.
No, Rolling Thunder now though. You can feel the presence. Now they're going to be using it. 10s.
Backside thing.
Peas. And away, back to the corner actually. He's
not away.
Even deeper angle. He wants to try and take the fight too.
Oh,
Flash.
Bro, nothing's working for them. Ab kya baat hai?
Dynamic duo just weaving in and
Very bad. Kya mara?
This time, reign supreme.
I love it. I think this map is set up so nicely for B flood defending. And the way that Tens just eats the breach ult and still is able to survive and get a kill. Yeah, they just assumed, okay, nobody would be
because obviously he gave a flash now.
Nobody would be whimsical enough to take a teleport into the corner while stunned up. You're dealing with Tens.
He goes through it.
He's taken the brain of Angel and Redgar and combined it with the skill and impeccable timing of dude, I don't even know.
I mean, himself.
हाँ बे था full by था.
Who's got it like he does?
Yeah.
John
He's
Cutie पे
stylish,
single
man. He's
था.
stylish. But on a knife's edge.
नहीं
One of the only rounds really that just goes entirely the way of Sen. See them now.
Hi,
Just
Brad. Thanks for the 2.7 months.
Raisanam 615. Thank you for the membership, buddy. Thank you, Rai. Welcome to the members family.
A little bit of momentum like this, you could see them pulling away.
Right here.
Oh.
See you on the other side.
Loud would love a thrifty here.
Seen him do it. Sharp with the sheriffs.
Gen.G went 2.
Flash the follow up as soon as that knife gets the confirmation. No one peeking off of it though. All the noise in the world being made, really, out towards Alba. Now Zekan should be able to get himself out of there with a satchel.
चलो सही है अच्छी बात है
Oh! That's nasty.
Oh my god.
All up, taking a pause into the round here off that initial
ये बंदा पता नहीं शेरिफ से खेल ले bro. मुझे लगता है यही इससे मार देगा.
Around the map.
गलती
It would be
शेरिफ
a
मारता है
little
बंदा
difficult
पता
to
नहीं.
retrieve this rifle. Might not
It
be
is
something
difficult,
that
obviously.
It's possible to do. The
आप
smoke,
कर
though,
सकते हैं.
It's just Sassy who's holding the corner. And like you said, there's a smoke now.
Yeah, now it is possible to go and get that.
Oh, Sassy is in the smoke.
They're calling for a recall
Sassy's close.
potentially of their own. Wingman. Rue gets the acknowledgement.
Yeah, somebody's in elbow and also push up close. That gives you a good idea. It's going to be a re-hit. Tens takes the fight.
Tens, there's a fault line follow through there. Zelsis close to the corner. Got to get the punish.
यार.
Through those shots
He's over the
now.
box.
They're
कहाँ
worried
गया?
about TP
अच्छा
close
पीछे
to the
गया.
corner here. Zelsis heard that sound cue, but it's all just
30 seconds
feigns and
He
fakes
could not
on top of each
take
other.
it.
तो बॉल रोड में से एक बंदा मारा है किसी के.
What do you go for here? I mean, a pause into the play. Going for a re-hit.
20 seconds.
Going for a re-hit.
Celsius is in a committed position.
Really committed.
No.
First face
No.
coming through. It's just the
Yeah.
players of the Sheriffs, and they're all going to be
Denied.
falling now. Fully crumbling. Less. One with the rifle.
Thank you.
Decent
Please.
job. A decent go of it.
Hey, hey.
Two more
Shayan?
rounds.
It's a birthday, bro. Happy birthday to you, Shayan bhai. Guys, please Shayan bhai को wish कर दे. बहुत लोग already wish कर रहे हैं. बाकी जो नहीं किए, please उनको wish भी कर दो यार. Shayan bhai का birthday. Happy birthday, Shayan bhai.
They call a
क्या बात
pause
है?
in the
आप
round,
तो
right?
क्या 22 है ना? आप 22 को, मैं 25 को.
There isn't really a threat that they could be
Yeah.
going for the hard road because John's still got up all of his Cypher utility. He's got a cam deep in B main. He's got a trip for market, and the players over in A Link know that there's nobody lurking mid. So, what exactly are SEN going to be afraid of? Especially when the wingman catches contact, right? This is...
Gift membership needlessly purchase किया. Thank you. Means a lot, man.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, SEN building up that confidence, making sure that everybody's on the same page.
Normal होता है. I think magician.
Wax Merchant laying it down.
Yeah.
इतना close ही जा रहा है because try hard हो रहा है, bro.
It's a perfectly
No one wants to give that mistake. See, अगर हम लोग बात कर सकते हैं कि टेंस का वो बी पाइप पे पीक करके ऑफ लेके मरना was bad for Icebox. तो तुम्हें क्या लगता है वो लोग बात नहीं कर रहे हैं? तो they know more than us, right? है ना? कोच फोच बैठे, they know more than us, right? है ना? वो बात कर रहे हैं. So they understand over commitment and over confidence का कितना प्राइस पे करना होता है.
So this
That's
is
true, right?
a must win for
That's
Loud.
what. Hello sir, how are you? I'm good. Ramchandra, आप बताओ कैसे चल रहा?
Few ults being
Who's it
running
queen?
back. I mean, it feels like QCK is never without it. You know, and then such frequency, all the kills he's been getting. The plans
Zeref
that
की
all
मेयर
funneled into it.
आप अपना नाम चेंज करके बस स्विच विश करूँगा. तुम्हारा कोई बर्थडे है निकला.
पता है देख मुझे.
Seems quite offhanded in terms of the way that they do approach to use it, but every now and then you might see
भाई
it
पूरा
still.
vision दारी हो गया. लॉल.
क्या हो गया? ठीक है तू?
Sassy holding
नहीं वो हाफ वो था
This
ना.
time they wait out the knife at the start of the round from Celsius.
Time out.
Right, so Loud have to start a little
ऐसा
further
head
back,
down
but they
कर
don't
लिया
give
था.
away that there's
आंखें
two
बंद
players
करने.
over towards
इसके
it.
heavy नहीं था तो सो
Stun
जा बे.
for them to try to take a little bit of space. And look at
अरे
John's setup
heavy
again.
नहीं इसलिए ये
Cam
सो
for
के
the mid lurk,
उठेगा.
trip for market. Loud have not been breaking these.
अरे ना तो होने वाला है खत्म.
And again, acknowledgement there from Dizzy. Stray shots missed him.
मुझे तो लग रहा है
Warning
सैन
shots, and they know
जीत
that somebody,
जाएगी आराम
at
से.
least one player lurking out towards A.
लाउड बहुत लॉस मतलब लॉस दिख रही है
They're
अभी.
not scared of mid, and they're not
उनको
scared of
समझ ही नहीं आ
market.
रहा करना
Because
क्या
John's
ऐसा लग रहा है
utility
देख
is
के.
Still there. Right inside the smoke. I mean, they're setting up for a pop flash play here. Yep, they can hear it.
ओ भाई.
Door being
One's
broken
almost
down. They're going
dead.
to try and fight two.
How did he die? अच्छा ठीक है.
The lead. Down. How does Zekan get two? That is
Oh
ridiculous.
bye.
QCK forced the bodyguard his
Zekan
own
gets
spot there.
two with the
Oh,
nade.
very important
It
word.
goes down to a 3v3 in a really weird fashion. SEN have committed pretty heavily to the B side of the map. So Loud have actually managed to
Aniket
find an
क्या
opening
मतलब
here
इसका?
to go for a post plan.
they go for a post plan. Retake खेल रहा है
away
ये.
at the top section of mid. It might already be just
Hey,
close
this
with the
is
rocket, but no,
actually
has
good.
to respect it, wondering if they could be lurking that potential avenue.
यार वो लोग पे बैठे हैं.
No,
Retake result है. Women's slide भी है.
And some players in
That's the reason why ना.
He's luck करने.
Second के ult पे बहुत कुछ वो कर रहे हैं, base कर रहे हैं
round
round.
utility from SEN, which is the main part of it. But obviously, there's still danger with the paranoia, with the showstopper.
निकाल सकते हैं retake. Easy
Loud getting
निकाल
involved,
सकते
there's nobody on the flank.
Yeah, exactly, with that dart.
Dart
Around now,
was-
and that's a Hunter's Fury to add even more time pressure. Ult committed and stuck. Tens is forwards, he wins his fight.
Sadak
That
ki
is
ult hai.
ridiculous.
Sadak
Still with
ki
a
ult will be a
paranoid
problem.
showstopper. Seeking to commit this
ऐसा
one.
ult करके वो
Where
कैसे
these
मार
players might be,
सकता
but
है?
the first tap at least forces out the ult. Rocket flying. Gen clears the one, but on top of this corner, on top of the box, 2 years, has to reveal his hands.
Please.
Swinging it through.
Let's go
Darling
hold.
blocking all the bullets.
Tens घुसी के अपना
Sticking.
body block.
And he's won the round for his team.
Let's go.
Despite the heroics of Sadak.
Bro, बाकी दो लोग इधर they're throwing bodies like तो हमें मार ले.
It's wild how close these rounds are getting.
Oh my god.
But also, how on earth is SEN even in position to do
Thank you,
that?
Nikhil.
Tens sticks the ultimate, gets caught by a player.
Oh my god, shot मारा है bro. Very important
ये वाला
thing.
गलत था
A
ये.
second before Tens
क्योंकि
even
के-
realizes where he's
कैसे
positioned,
मारा?
still flicks straight to his head and opens things up. Even when Loud have openings,
Good job, Zach.
SEN are still finding their way through.
Crazy man. Fake करने की बात ही नहीं
And I
थी.
said that was going to be the important round.
Exactly. Here's the money. Dire Straits. Take it alone out from the bank if they'll even give you one here. Aftershock could have taken position used early. It's just a trio. I mean, clear out John
Like,
QT.
pick off मत हो bro. वो अच्छा मार
कोई
रहा है.
chance ही नहीं है.
Loud have been given control of market, control of mid now.
Yeah, this is a very different flavour to the round. The problem is the weaponry is just so advantage towards Sentinels. Loud have finally got a better macro idea.
Still might be some danger.
Might be too late.
Oh
Two
shit.
players spotted. One tagged up here. Shock darts now, and the squeeze is online. QCK is wrapping around. Molly there. Oh, hello. Trip. Tens lit up entirely.
cleared well.
Let's lose
They
that
were cleared
paranoia,
well.
but that one way,
Bro.
less than ideal. That was John's.
Great crunch
This
in
was a
B
bad
main
one.
though from Loud.
Yeah.
SEN couldn't figure out how, you know, which direction to go in, I guess. And too easy
It's okay,
to
no?
pick up Celsius. All good. All good.
No, bro,
And
almost.
what a recovery. The
Oh
MasterCard
my
thrifty
God,
coming through
Zairo.
could not have been a better timing for it.
Bro, mid तो पूरा
By
नहीं
all
कर दिए थे ये
rights.
लोग. Market.
That should have
Bye,
been
bye,
Sentinel's
उसको देख के
favour
जो
to
डर
go
लगा
up
मुझे.
to series point.
The whiff.
And instead,
Completely
they're
left
gonna take
mid
a
market
tactical
bro.
timeout here to discuss
Pura
what went wrong.
open side
It's
entrance.
very clear. They finally lost market control. Loud actually went and took that
भाई
space on the
now
map that
stinger पे
otherwise
ज़्यादा
John's just
मार
been
रही है.
watching
इनको
with a
stinger ही
trip.
खेलनी चाहिए.
ये बहन की मुझे कॉपी कर रहा है. मैं भी ऐसे कर
ये क्या कर रहा है?
Main control. Pivot from Sen. Yeah, you are
एक
right.
ऐसे ऐसे कर रहा
Losing
है.
control of that one.
एक
So Sentinel's
ऐसे
going to be
ऐसे
using this
कर रहा
timeout now to
एक ऐसे
discuss
है.
precisely when.
ये क्या किया उन्होंने? They left
Actually put
mid
more of an
market
emphasis
completely.
onto
They
mid.
walked in
Again,
literally.
Sadak,
They broke the door, walked
world-class
in.
caller, this
I mean,
guy
it was not
is.
even off. I don't know.
No slouch
Band-
as well.
band था या
He
नहीं था, मुझे
had
नहीं
at least
पता.
for this map. He's going to be potentially even expecting that. There's layers to it.
Yeah. I think from Loud though,
Magician
this
पता
timeout
नहीं
is
यार
also
वो
going to
तो.
serve them. Because they've been struggling to deal with what SEN have been throwing at them. And I think
अरे कहाँ है?
it is
Time
possible
out
that
ले
that
रहे
eco
हो.
round is
जल्दी
giving them a
जल्दी
serious clue
खेलो.
of how to
Let's go.
adapt in the game. Sadak is normally so good at coming up with
My
those
father's
adjustments
birthday is on
late
25th March.
in a map, late in a half, late in a
all.
series.
Come back loading?
He's not one of the guys to run out of ideas.
No.
Shan bhai, I
don't
love
think
you. ठीक है, आगे से बता रहा हूँ. ठीक है.
So
बच्चों.
let's see what he's brought to the table, coming out the back of this
so.
time.
ये Phantom में से team handle
Looks
कर
like
रहा है
SEN want to
शुरू.
try to
कहाँ?
take the game
इसमें
to them, perhaps.
दिमाग है
Phantom
अंदर.
में
They've
सब
been
पे
picking out the mini-map
इधर भी
over towards
Phantom है
A.
जा रही है कि handle है सिर्फ.
And Zekan
UCK
set up for an
पे.
earlier fight,
और सब
something he
Phantom
hasn't done
चला
at
रहे हैं.
all.
देख रहे हो guys?
We're waiting for the acknowledgement of the knife to go.
Lover's birthday is on
flash
20.
play.
तेरी भी head की मेरा.
Bind. Dart broken.
One suppressed.
One player tagged there.
And it was Sadak, who does sometimes play alone on the opposite side of the map. Just to make it feel like there's presence where there isn't any.
Sad
उसने
bhai.
जीजे बोल के
ult
jinx
online.
कर दिया.
It's a big one. Pre-firing, hoping.
हाँ पहले
Shot there
notice
onto
नहीं
the
किया
marking
था
trip,
अभी
but
तो
no
Phantom
dice,
चला
still
रहे
remains up.
Oh,
John
Sanjay.
provide great info to his team.
भाई
Hello. Oh, second go for the repick there with the thrash. He's punished.
Yeah. Second's been neutralized, to be honest.
Good.
As much as Kalanzine was bigging him up at the halftime,
neutral.
you know, in the segment talking about Loud's, Sentinel's strengths, they have managed to neutralize the star player of SEN.
Star player तब star की तरह नहीं खेल रहा, honestly.
Dodge the knife again. This is going to give Loud the perfect timing to go into Sassy. Can he pull out some magic?
Jumping around. Drone here.
Lord, whatever you want.
Respect it now. It's running away just to get the hell out of there. Doesn't break the drone either, so it clears out the site entirely. No command. Let loose, let rip. Zelsis spreads it wide now.
Get him, please.
Cross onto the site. Not going to be letting them use that util plant. Stuck here by Kawazin. Tens onto that high ground approach. That's found value. That's been removed. That's one of the star players going pound for pound, just removing this one, and a call is made to try and fight this one.
Nice, Sassy good.
Taking it straight to
them.
them.
था, but कोई नहीं.
Man
Back.
in tow.
Nice,
He
Sassy.
just caught the backside. Clips Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash through, run and gun with a Spectre. Ult denied. Is miles away. The knife gives them every single bit of information they could want.
Bro, please don't die in spam. No, please, 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 please.
Sen on
Boom.
12.
अब मार ले अब मार ले
Every player on SEN hits
अब मार ले
the deck and they win it anyway.
Ooh,
The minimap the whole time at
the
2E's
pump.
positioning. He looked
Go.
fully through B main, walked all the way into Boba,
अच्छा God,
going around the world.
Sassy खेला भाई,
And he
Sassy
was
खेला
way
bro,
out of time.
very important था.
Yeah,
एक headshot लगता ना bro.
Headed in tense direction.
उसका अगर हेडशॉट लगता ना मैं इतना दुखी होता ना भाई ये लक की बात होती है अगर मुझे हेडशॉट लग जाता टेंस को तो सोचो
This is it potentially.
बहुत स्विंग बैक होता है यहाँ से
Precipice of defeat for Loud.
उसका लगा ही नहीं उसको
UCK. Sliver of an ankle, just holding it ADS, but he does not get what he was seeking.
मैं नहीं चाहता PRX versus Loud. अब तो वही हो रहा है.
Less.
अब तो वही हो रहा है.
These are matters into his own hands. Look at this deep look.
These are the rounds where Les just decides, all right, my
कोई
team's
नहीं
struggling to
दिखना
come up with an
ज़्यादा
idea.
PRX versus
I
Loud.
am going to make the play to win.
सब यही बोल रहे हैं.
Goal, Celsius. Wasn't ready for it. Peeking it wide like that, just slowly.
देखिए ना अभी हो गया था almost.
Did manage to vacuum up that space now. There's going to be that repick. Sassy.
Sassy, please.
Trying to tuck himself into the corner here. Needs some help from the rest of his team.
Okay, वो safe side को मार रहा है
kills as well. They're trying to face from Spawn. Run it back there. Actually brought him down with the ult. And Sassy in this entire time somehow has stayed alive. Tucked to the corner. Got a smoke at his back to try and help him out. And
Please,
everybody's
Sassy.
facing him here. Flash
No.
in his face. Spraying through. It's all praying. This time Loud.
बस जॉन क्यूटी का 1 HP कैसे भाग रहा था खराब लग रहा था देख के.
John QT might not be long for this world either.
यार, what is this?
Probably just going to save. I mean, look at the economy of SEN.
देखो कैसे जा रहे हैं लगे से गोली लगी है. He's injured. Like yo.
While winning these rounds,
yes.
They don't have an economic cushion to rely on.
Yeah.
So John keeping this weapon online.
Indian team है कोई? No.
End up being really important.
He's commenting the entire time. See it in his cam.
Yeah, it's like a mini timeout for him, right?
Yeah.
To discuss what's going on. And really, the big difference that round is that Les just found an opening up through elbow. I'm not sure exactly how he's managed to find that read, that SEN had nobody playing there. Perhaps, even if people were playing there, he was happy to take the fights, just believing in himself. Does John save this?
He needs the rifle. And 2 years, I mean, he's just making a mockery of it.
Right
through, knowing he's low enough.
मेरे सर पे क्या है? मेरे सर पे दर्द है भाई.
Oh my god.
The final few rounds here of the match, with Loud favored to bring it to the final round, and maybe even some OT afterwards. It's crazy the adaptations that these teams are willing to make, and even if it isn't a team-based thing, these players are willing to make. Look at this gamble, SEN gambling over towards A, because that's where Les found the success previously. Sadak's already swapped it up. They're headed in the opposite direction. Trying to keep it safe, keep everybody together, make sure they can trade out low ecos.
Stampede there, hearing him across the floorboards.
What a read.
Still in the world as well, pointing into that direction, and a fast follow through from SEN. They're going to be chasing the noise cues.
Of course.
Hoping to try and flood in time, but there's nothing to push back this plan. So Kawazin gets into it now. Really online if he chooses to expend it, but
भाई ये अगर OT गया ना ये राउंड पे चला जाएगा.
He's forcing out those ults, I think.
Thrifty very tough.
I'll say that.
बहुत ही OT
But it exists.
no one to break, no one to deal with it, but it's a flash using
हाँ मतलब ये सब होगा तो I don't know. Let's go.
Go wide. One player falls, attack now, forces out. Snake bites
Never
to be
underestimate.
utilized here. Kawasi
but
still
fit हो
has
गया
the
ना?
ult, surely. There's no
they're
danger.
waiting for the death of QCK.
Doesn't just TP, but he does straight into them, into their faces, tapping and spraying all the way through. Rifles. Save the day. John would potentially like to get away with this one, but it's going to the final round of regular time anyway. Might as well go down with the ship.
तो hunt करते करते मर गए bro. एक सेकंड लेस के पास पैसा है?
I believe for a moment there when SEN had their weapons and were just running into backside, overwhelming people. That's pretty good awareness from Sadak as well. Tens is difficult to see in that spot.
Tenus के ऊपर
This
आ
time
गया.
the rifles are able to find them.
GG और
Spam
OT.
is good.
Lol.
They used the pit. A timeout taken. A timeout taken. Right before the last round of regulation, Kaplan hits the red button.
Tension could never be high, could it?
Both teams just set to simmer.
What are we witnessing? Finals? आपके डैड का भी था ना तब?
Sentinels are wary of that.
तो तुम्हें क्या लगा? मेरे माथे में क्या बात है? मैंने ये बात नहीं है कि मेरा बर्थडे you are saying me daddy. ऐसा ये तो क्या बात? ये तो कोई भी किसी को ऐसा मजाक करता है. मैं सोचा कि मेरे डैड का भी 25th बर्थडे था, तुम्हारे डैड का 25th बर्थडे, हम पिछले भाई है. समझ रहे हो मतलब?
A lot of the game plan has still been working. John's been able to find so much value from this Cypher setup. You know, if you hit an Unbreakable, there aren't actually that many tools with Loud's composition to be able to get through it. There's obviously the trips or the shocks or an after shock, something like that. But Loud have not been meticulous in making sure all of that is eroded away. Tui's has bought the op again.
नहीं देखा.
Oh.
On the attack side this time.
Yeah, just trying to slow it down, and why not?
इनका तो अलग प्लानिंग हुआ है टाइम आउट में.
Just anticipating some kind of adjustment from Sentinels here, but it's
मुझे
everything
तो बड़ी GG लग
into
रहा
the
है.
mix. One round to decide it. Does the series end? Does it get totaled, or will there be that continuation?
अबे फाले.
Chance to fight back.
कैसे बोले प्रसाद भाई? अबे फाले.
Very early dominance with their utility over towards B main. Paranoia used off the rip from Tui's.
और पता नहीं क्यों मेरे मुंह पे आ भी की
B main control. I think trying to prompt out some kind of aggression in A main and see if they could punish it. Maybe even hoping that Zekan or Sassy would play for the ult orb and they could get that. It really feels like they're trying to trap them going for the A ult orb. Zekan and Sassy are not taking a risk like that to throw away their chance of winning the match and going to meet Gen.G in the uppers.
True.
So no dice on that early trap.
The deep drone not broken. You can feel it palpable in the air. I mean, thick with tension.
से बड़े डर लगते हैं, पता नहीं. It's like इसका
tiniest of angles, tiniest of chances, but he gets it.
Oh, nice.
Roughly survive यार नहीं.
Down in the end, so the trade is online.
They've got,
the call is made
he
for
got
Sen
less.
to scatter, backing away.
Post plan mollies कम हो गई.
Go for the plan, but he's
Get
ended up just
QCK.
throwing it to the side. He's going to give it the QCK to get that run it back.
Optimizing, but also giving Sen an opportunity to throw in some util early on. They're not going to go for the flood defend though.
Yeah, suppression fading. When is the time to strike?
How are they taking this?
QCK lets it rip, breaking the util. Dizzy.
Hello, Sassy?
To the wall there, unfortunate with it.
Fuck, वो flash भी गया.
Holding for the flash, anti-positions played, spam into the box, but it does buy them critical time.
Oh.
Having their way past this one, are they going to anticipate? 2 years! Nails them to the back wall of Link. The upper second shot goes flying wide, smoke and disengaging, back and away. Celsius seeking to clear this one out, but again the time running against them. The rifles have to sing true, they have to ring true, but it will not happen.
Oh my God, OT.
Once more, and Loud.
What the fuck?
They're desperate for it, man.
Bro, मेरी एक prediction ठीक हो गई.
These
तो शर्लॉक ने फर्स्ट गेम में बोला था उसको 2-0 देखना है, वो भी लाउड का. मैंने बोला था बाकी 2 गेम्स ओटी होंगे, दोनों ही ओटी होंगे.
लेकिन मैंने तो फिर ये भी कह दिया था कि चलो सेन ले ले 2.
With Tens being able to get the first kill onto Les to start with.
मुझे
But
फर्क
that
ही नहीं
punish
पड़
at
रहा
the
था.
back of the Rolling Thunder was so important. Remember what Tens was able to do to them over towards B as he teleported into a corner, didn't get away with any shenanigans like that this time. No ops being bought in OT. So no
भाई अब इन्होंने मेरी नींद खराब की है तो एटलीस्ट जीत जाए यार. मेरी नींद खराब करने का कुछ तो हो. रिवॉर्ड होना चाहिए ना गाइस.
too much threat behind it though. Now that dart's going to be fading away. Sen happy to wait it out for the initial 10 seconds. Smoke's propped up.
Yeah, and going for their defensive setup where 2es is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they frequently leave 2es alone in these spots. This time though, he's got backup from Kawanzin.
Excuse me, Shoyo, what is this behavior?
Dizzy off the cam contact. 2es trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position on the A line. Doesn't catch anybody. It's the same kind of thing again here, Brent. Trying to set up this mid lurk of A main distraction. Yeah. But I swear, Loud are always super aware of stuff like this.
Deep Smoke did pull Kawazin away. He might be able to react in time though to help 2Years out with a couple of pieces of util. Now time is going to become an issue and a problem. Flash through over the top. 2Years just bumbling into the walls there. Lucky that he didn't pay for it with his life, but he backs away and now the call is being made. Rotations abound here for Loud.
And now they're going to be in position to try to send util to stop this.
Satchel pathing over to the top. Plant. Going down here.
Yo, Zelsis, chill, Zelsis.
Shock breaks it. 12 seconds. Time really against them. Snakebite drop down Loud. This is them. A chance to really gain some ground here. Swinging wide to punish. Nice. You understood it as a win con and just decided to take the risk anyway. 2 years. Fake the TP back, and now they want to fight this one into the back of the site. Double face the util Sentinels. Barreling through, finding their own timings, gifted with it, spamming through. Sadak left.
Please cross kill, please. Double P cross.
Sticking this one half onto it, half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time, a window potentially, but he just needs a kill, and he's not being given it. He's not being given it. No one will give him an easy one. And face together, it's Sentinels on 13.
Nice.
They have pulled that one back from the brink. Loud's identification that was an A hit, and the fact that they got players ready to throw utility to stop and put pressure on the plant, that almost won them the round. You saw Kawanzin just barreling over the top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by down the plant. But not everybody on the same page, and it gave Sen an opportunity. They're up on match series point.
The tiniest of differences can snowball out of control with these rounds, and you're right. Match point, map point, series point, whatever you want to call it here. It's Sentinels in that driving seat.
This time, John Cutie hasn't put a setup for mid control as well, or mid information. So he's got the cam in market, but he is going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map. So they're kind of cheating here, going for a very aggressive, strong B hold, but a weak A retake A. We haven't really seen Sen in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
Tense at this angle, man. I mean, a high-low position. You can't account for the two spots. It could be peaked from the flash in his face was not turned in time.
Doesn't make a footstep though, so they don't know exactly where he's positioned to punish him.
Moves his way out. Cam broken there from the shutdown, I believe.
They're going into the heavy B setup.
Market entry indeed.
Into the jaws of defeat. Zekken has found his slice. Sadak removed, and now confusion.
Heavy confusion.
Which
second stack.
To the one-way, stopping the util has to be used now to clear it back through.
Let's go.
Spike's been dropped down.
Close it.
Time against them entirely. Pop flash play. Watch for 2 to stand. And 2 potentially to fall. 2 years and less together now. Typing it out, but there is no chance. There is no hope. Sentinels, inevitable.
Let's go, boys. We believed! We believed! And we are here! Sen goes to the upper brackets! Let's fucking go! क्या बात? भाई मजा आ गया, worth it! भाई सर फटे जा रहा है, भाई मजा आ गया मैच देख के रोस्की! भाई रोना आ गया!
Sassy's 1v3, absolutely instrumental in getting them into a winning position on this map. John called
Send
it
hater कल आना
time and was
तुम कल आना senator सो जाओ.
It's not over for Loud, of course. They are no strangers to taking the long road in tournaments
Loud
like
through this match बोल के कुछ नहीं होगा, ठीक है?
For the moment,
on top in this regional right.
Oh my.
Top.
भाई
All the recent times.
अब सोचो सेंटिनल वर्सेस जेनजी क्या होगा? Holy hell.
These two teams are now deeply familiar with each other. But Sentinels who have earned their spot now.
चलो भाई,
Second round of playoffs.
Bye bye.
Bye bye Ray. Good night.
Good night.
And what an awesome one to look forward to. I think especially.
I'm being honest though. This bro, come on. You can't just even accept. You're just a SEN hater, man. Then.
Both of them with outrageous aim. Tens the more
समझ रहे
flashy, I guess.
You then say hater. You can't even accept कि बंदे अच्छे खेले हैं, bro. Come on. Did it well. The only throw which happened in the game was when Sentinels actually threw their own comeback. समझ रहे हो? You have to accept it. Looks like an American finals can be, yes. किसका कल मैच है? कल होगा 2 मैचेस, ठीक है? एक होगा GEN.G versus Sentinel, the upper bracket, and एक होगा Loud versus PRX, the lower bracket. समझ रहे हो? एक सेकंड सेना कोच शर्ट में क्यों है? What the fuck?
They're not going to stay stagnant like you're saying. They're constantly going to be adjusting what to look for here, but so tightly matched between both of these teams. I mean, SEN barely able to get it over the line in that OT. What an absolute world-class series.
Good night, Zeref, and looking forward to tomorrow's matches. Yes, man. Good night, guys. Have a very good night. कल के बहुत तगड़े 2 मैचेस होने वाले हैं. So I'll explain you what कि कैसा है. मैं भी ऑफ जा रहा हूँ because मेरा सर फटे जा रहा है. Just because Sentinels इतना क्लोज थे जीतने के, इसलिए माँ का मेरा आंखें ऐसा चिपका हुआ था इस समय. तो anyway, तो what is the thing is कि कल 2 मैचेस हैं, एक अपर ब्रैकेट का, लोअर ब्रैकेट का, जैसे मैंने बोला. So the one who will win the upper bracket goes to the finals directly, and the one who loses the upper bracket goes to the lower bracket final. अब lower bracket कल जो मैच है वहां से भी एक बंदा निकलेगा और एक एलिमिनेट होगा, बरोबर. और on 23rd will be a best of 5, the lower bracket finals for 1 finalist, और कल एक हमें finalist मिल जाएगा. समझ लो? ठीक है? This is how it is. How can you say SEN was better on this map? They were not. Obviously they were not. But they adapted. Bro, they adapted. Loud were having the flawless. मतलब तुम समझ रहे हो? Even the half में भी तुम बोल सकते हो कि they were better. OT में push out कर दिया. Yes, Loud were being better. उनके executions better थे. SEN adapted. Simple बात bro. SEN adapted. मेरे बात समझ रहे हो? If you can't accept this point, then you are just mentally blocked from understanding it. They adapted, bro. है ना? तू जा रहा है तो अभी 3 बॉडी प्रॉब्लम देखूंगा. हैं? क्या? या मैन सागर शेड्यूल भेजा है? ओके. अब तो हमें समझ में भी आता आ गया ना.
Volver a ganar este rematch y qué ha cambiado desde la final de Américas hasta ahora para seguir avanzando y mejorando.
बेटा कैसे जीत गई? नहीं मतलब देखो ना, एक होता है ना एक. Why do we call comebacks? हम क्यों बोलते हैं comeback का? क्यों बोलते हैं? समझ रहे हो? टाइमिंग का इशू अलॉट है, कुछ इशू नहीं हुआ टाइमिंग का. ऐसा कोई फोकट की बात है ये सब, ठीक है? तुम ये बात समझो, ठीक है ना? तुम ये समझो, एक कोई एक टीम होती है जो एक मैप पे बड़े स्ट्रांग दिखती है, बराबर चीज. तो वी नो कि ये मैप पे ये टीम तो 4 ही डालेगी. अभी तक सेंटिनल्स का स्प्लिट के अगेंस्ट एडेप्टेशन नहीं हुआ है की टीम का. दे कांट ब्रेक इट. सिंपल, दे कांट ब्रेक इट. समझ रहे हो? बट वंस दे गेट अडेप्टेड टू इट, मतलब ऑन द गो तो नहीं हो रहा, स्ट्रेटेजाइज भी नहीं कर पा रहे. सेंटिनल्स वर वीकर इन द स्ट्रेटेजी. वो थोड़ा लॉस्ट ही खेल रहे थे स्टार्टिंग में, बट आफ्टर दैट दे रेड इट. खेलना शुरू किया ना, वही बात है, कम बैक. फातिमा दी डोरा 2 खेल रही है. तो खेलती है, वो रोज रात को खेलती है. उसको VCT से कुछ फर्क नहीं. वो उसका बैकग्राउंड का बहुत काम कर चुकी है. वो कितना करेगी. लाउड को OT ले जाना ऑन आइस बॉक्स, दैट वाज बिग. लाउड के लिए आइस बॉक्स इज द सेम एज स्प्लिट, लाइक फॉर SEN के लिए स्प्लिट जैसा हो. आई थिंक SEN इज बेटर ऑन दैट मैप, मतलब कंपैरेटिवली. बट या
Dice que la decisión
Good night,
de
Jerry. Good
Mapas
night,
o
Jihan.
la decisión
Good
de
night,
que iban a
Nobita.
jugar a split ya se sabía porque se conocían muy bien el perma de lo que era
ये सब मुंह क्यों बना रही है?
el Lotus de
कुछ
Loud.
बात कर रही है वो।
Pero que aún así también el crédito se va para el lado de Jun que conoce muy bien el mapa, que trabaja con él alrededor de eso y con eso consiguen la victoria del mapa una y otra vez. Ahora para mi última
क्या वो
pregunta,
बीच वाली लड़की कूल बन रही है?
un poco más temprano Munchkin que
मुझे अभी लगा ना
siempre
उसका
está
एक्टिंग
en
कूल बन रही
contra
थी,
de
मुझे
lo
ऐसा
que
लगा.
es la escuadra de Sentinels. Ahora se va a hacer realidad, se hace posible en esa semifinal del upper bracket.
मैं कुछ
¿Cómo
बोल
se
ही
sienten
नहीं
en
था
contra de
दोस्तों.
Gen.G? Munchkin
लगा acting कर.
early said he really wanted to face you guys, and you know, it's not the grand finals yet.
Zari by 100% Pickham's gone to hell, man. Fuck this is fair to love. I understand, bro. मेरे से भी हो रहा था ये. Good night. Hope you come with a better health tomorrow. ना कल तो headache नहीं होगा for sure. मैं अच्छा आज जल्दी सो जाऊँगा. Headache में बहुत BT हो जानते हो. The more you talk about it, और ये कान में ये डाल के रखना ना बहुत BT होता है. You can't use headphones when you have a headache.
Pero que ahora lo ve que está en un mejor equipo, así que vamos a ver qué es lo que va a pasar.
See, body problems नाम हो Netflix series का हो ले. Oh, fuck, सब बोल. सनमंडल ले लिया मैंने, ठीक है? मैंने सनमंडल ले लिया.
Congratulations to Sentinels. We go from one legend to another. Sassy over here to Zelsa. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you have a couple of moments. Yeah.
Everyone buy the Sentinels bundle. Thank you. Okay, I'm done.
Did you buy the Sentinels bundle?
Like I said, I'm going to buy the event winners.
Of this event?
Yeah, which he's already saying is them.
Yeah, me too.
It's already us.
Yeah.
It's already us. Listen, people said they'd buy it if we made playoffs. People said they'd buy it if we made Madrid. We've
I haven't
done it all.
extended yet.
Yeah.
It's always been the event winners, so.
All right, whoever wins champs, you know, I'll buy the bundle.
Don't roll that again now.
Whoever wins champs. But yeah, congratulations, Zelsis. I could see from your emotion when you guys eventually won that map. It was kind of, it felt like elation and also just a lot of energy. 2 overtime.
Have a good sleep. Thank you, Satyam.
It was kind of stressful, yeah. Obviously.
Bro, winning the Employee of the Year award, मैं बता रहा हूँ इसको कट मिल रहा है, bro.
Going third map, I mean,
मैं मजाक से काट के गा रहा हूँ, इसको कट मिल रहा है.
It was kind of stressful. Like when we won, it was like a relief. It was like, oh my gosh. So I'm just happy we won. Yeah.
Well, I found it really interesting earlier. Kaplan was saying
बंदे के बाल के ऐसे ऐसे डांटे की तरह नहीं है.
I guess reset the vibes, get the energy back.
अगर white होता पूरा डांटे लगता है ये बंदा. Obviously with a better body, obviously ये नहीं लग रहा है इससे. But no wonder Loud Championship जीते थी पिछली बार with Aspas. Agreed. Agreed.
Kind of chill on the mollies a little bit. That was really interesting because I think it's the first time that we've probably seen that sort of reaction. How was it through Icebox if you feel like it was kind of a throw?
I mean.
But chalo guys, buy the SEN merchandise.
Itself, I would say it's
Bro, love you man. क्या बात बोलो, guys? Buy the merch. SEN merch bro. Buy the caps. अगर तुम अभी तक caps नहीं देखे हो ना, SEN merch के, bro, इतने sexy caps बनाए ना भाई. But please do check out the caps bro. If you have not bought the merchandise, maybe आपको शायद आपका style में suit नहीं किया, fine. Caps तो देख लो bro, caps बहुत सुंदर है.
Keep communicating. That's like the biggest thing for us.
Yeah, let's talk about Sassy real quick because I swear that he just turns up in every big round. Every single pivotal round that we've ever had in this series today, he's at the scene of the crime. We have a quick round to show you, I think, from Sunset. This 1v3, what was going through your mind?
I figured he was going to win this. And Amin, John even said he was going to win this as well. Like, Gustavo's so clutch in these situations. He's just so calm, as you can see. Like, I mean, he's a champion for a reason, right? So, like, this is just easy for him. It's just like, he's very comfortable on
Sunset, so
I'm happy I have him on my team.
He's a champion for a reason. Loud Sassy! Chalo guys, I think this is me fucking off. I think I need to fuck off. मेरा सिर फट जाएगा इसके बाद, है ना? I really need to go. ठीक है. Chalo guys, thank you for joining in. I'll see you tomorrow in the next one. Okay? See ya. कल 2 matches है. Please आना. Obviously उसके बाद है Loud 23rd is the lower bracket finals. उसके बाद is the finals. Yeah. Good night. Bye bye guys. I'll see you tomorrow. See ya.